What's up, guys? I'm excited for today. Yeah. How's everybody doing? Hold on, let me make sure I got everything. So I did a side by side of Elaine. Hold on, let me get my stuff ready. I was gonna try to start early because who was it? Tinkerboo sent me this link to this channel that has this 2-hour audio of um Johnny and Amber. I haven't got to listen to it yet, but I was gonna maybe listen to some of it with you guys. But now maybe we'll do it on the break or something. But here, let me show you. Wait, how can I do that? You know what I could do? I know what I could do. Let me add it in here. I'll show you the side by side. I tried to edit. I just edited it like in the last 2 minutes, real quick. Of hold on a second. Let me erase one of these. Hold on, I can't see the chat yet. I'll be there 1 minute. I just had to delete a couple things so I could add this. Okay, so here it is. Hold on, I'll just overlay it over top of me so you guys can see. So I just took like 2 pictures. So there's that picture, or actually let me do it like this. There's that picture in the middle. I think it's her, guys. Oh my god. She was a Johnny Depp fan. I really do think it's her. Wow. Maybe he broke her heart because he didn't sign her autograph or talk to her. I don't know. I just think it's funny. How's everybody doing? Now that I actually see it side by side, I do. I think it's her. Yeah, I know it has been. Oh, wait here. It looks like, hold on. It looks like it's starting. Or is it? Yeah. All right. Well, I'll keep it on. Anyway, I had the sound on, so when it starts, we'll hear it. So I'll just keep it like this because I don't want to miss any of it. So, how's everybody doing this morning? Good morning, everybody. Sorry, I'm like, hi, Kenzie. What is she doing? They're getting ready. Wonder if she's gonna take the stand. Wonder what she's wearing. Hi, Samantha. Hi, Scott. Rat, what's up? Scotty, Kenzie, Natalie, Sarah, serial killer. Ashley, Sharon. Hey, Sharon. Hey, Zero. Batman. Yay, got Batman. Oh, hey, Liz. Cool. I got my coffee. So cheers with the tea and coffee. That's good stuff. Actually, it's cold now because I made it like an hour ago. I know. That was weird how she was sitting yesterday. It was like fake. She looked better the other way. Oh, who's that guy? It's like you never see the whole table usually. I feel like I never seen that side. Maybe I just don't ever watch it at the very beginning where they pan across. Who is that guy? He's an early riser. He's the only one there so far. Okay, so let's see who's in the audience for him on his side. Is his sister there? I don't even see his sister. Do you? Has she been there the whole time, like watching, or no? It's probably emotional for her. Or wonder if these are just. So, do you think the audience is more just random people that just like come and want to watch it, or do you think there's like family? Hey, Darksea. Yeah. Gail. Oh wait, can you see the chat, Gail? Oh, Gail, you were having trouble. Did you figure it out? Hey, Jimmy Hoffa. Hey, Nina. I know I do too. But even if it doesn't happen today, we know, I mean, it's gonna happen. Oh, hey, Sarah. Sunflower Shine. So what do you, oh, probably both, yeah. Like, I don't, like, looking at them right now, it's like, no, none of them people look familiar to me. But I guess I wouldn't know who Johnny's friends are, like, family. Now I know what his sister looks like, but they would probably sit in the front row, right? Would his sister or no? Like, would the family sit in the very front? I know when the doctor was here, Dr. Curry, she was right in the very front. It's like I was gonna play a couple things for you. I'm nervous. I don't want to miss anything, so I'm just gonna wait. You're just stuck with me. I get too anxious, like if I to be watching and in case we miss it. Hey, spread love. Wait, spread love, not hate. Okay, yes, I like that. Oh, man. Yawning, yawning. How'd you guys sleep today? Good? Did you guys rewatch it? Like, go back and watch it over? I didn't last night. Oh my God, my cramps are so bad. Oh, it's been a rough month. So I didn't go back and watch any of it. But I did watch a couple, like, Johnny clips. I downloaded to maybe play. I was watching some Johnny stuff because now I'm getting recommended, like, all this Johnny stuff. Johnny and the Ever stuff. Um, yeah, sorry, guys. I'll be waking up. This is my first cup of coffee, so let me get this in me and I'll be whew. There's my guy. There's my boy. I love that lawyer. He's so cool. Hey, Nina. Oh, really? Wow, Ashley. um, Batman, I just want to give you a hug, Batman. You're so precious. Now that I get to see what you look like. You are very flexible, by the way. I was impressed. I'm like, wow, how the heck are you doing that? And what kind of shoes did you have on when you were doing the headstand? Those were very unique. Those are cool. Like boots. Those are like I don't think I've ever seen boots like that. Those are really cool. Yeah, I can't quit on. I'm sorry, guys. Like I said, I gotta get this for. Oh, yay! Dr. Curry's here again. She walked in with the lawyers. Did you see her? So yeah, because that doctor's not done. She wants to see the cross exam. She's like, I want to see this doctor get ripped apart on the cross exam. Oh my god. I like Dr. Curry. I want to hang out with her. No, I'm just joking. She just seems pretty cool. Oh, yay, Alice. Well, this is oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Don't normally make the normal live stream, but it's okay. I was gonna say this is my second day live streaming the trial. I've been thinking about it the whole time and I've been contemplating doing it, and then you guys talked me into it the other night. Like, yeah, you know what? I should. Because it's definitely been a thing I went back and forth in my head for like the last 2 weeks. And then it's like, why not? I'm watching it anyway. You know what I'm saying? I'm watching it every day anyway. I might as well just watch it with you guys. Johnny. Wonder how many suits he has. See what Amber's wearing. I might be able to tell if she's going to be taking the stand. I think if she's up next, then chances are she wasn't sure maybe that yesterday she was possibly going to take the stand. You know what I'm saying? Because I think it took longer than what they expected because they did the arguments. They were trying to dismiss it um and maybe I don't know. We'll see. If she's second, then because I swear it looked like yesterday she was prepared to go up. The way she was sitting, the way she was nervous, her demeanor was totally different. Her makeup was put on thicker. She was dressed a little different. But so if she comes up next, then yeah, she probably was possibly prepared yesterday. If not, then it was just a coincidence, I guess. Oh, was it Batman? Thanks. The super chat. Was it a gift? Okay, cool. Hi, Peridot Eyes. Let's see. She's got her hair down. Whoa, she's gonna take the stand today. I have a feeling. Hair's down. She's all snazzied up, but I guess she's always wearing like suits type stuff. I think she is, guys. I think today's the day. Look at her hair. I don't know. I was wrong yesterday. But no, maybe I wasn't though, because like I said, if she's second, then she probably was a little bit prepared, depending on if they got done in time. Because you can't tell how long stuff and they did end early yesterday. Like they could have went a little longer. You know what I'm saying? But I feel like she ended a little bit earlier than what sometimes, right? Um oh, okay. So yeah, look, her hair's that's kind of surprises me because that she wore her hair down for her to testify. What did you guys expect? Because she's wore it up most of, like at the beginning I think she wore it down, but then the last like week or two she's been wearing it up in those braids and whoever. I don't even know. I wonder who does her hair. Hey Lori. Oh, where what kind of work do you do in Paradise Eyes? Are you like in an office? Were you able to watch a lot or no? Okay, Holly, you're silly. That's good. Yeah, she looks a lot happier today. I think she's feeling all confident because I don't know. It's like she's feeling confident. I don't know. Who knows? But she does normally smile. I feel like she always smiles when she first goes in when she sees the lawyers. It's not as sincere and big as a smile as today, but I feel like she always gives them a smile and like hugs. She usually hugs Elaine, but Elaine's not sitting next to her today. Oh, cool. What kind of shop? How cool. What kind of shop is it? Oh, really? It's like like kind of like a smile when she sees her lawyers, and then she'll give Elaine a hug. It's like more like like not like a real big smile, like, but no, it is like it's kind of it's not as big. Go back and look like when she comes in, at least the last few days, when she gives her a hug and she looks at her lawyer, she kind of like smiles a little bit. Like I said, it wasn't as big of a smile as today. Today's looked a little bit more like happy. So and then they were making like I saw so many videos pop up about Johnny and his gummy bears. Like the things people focus on, it's kind of funny. It's funny though because usually I watch it in fast, like double speed. So when he's chewing on those gummy bears or whatever he's chewing on, It looks like he's chewing so fast. So I always got to remember. Like at first I'm always like, Johnny, like slow down a little bit. That's looking kind of, and then I'm always remembering like, oh wait, this isn't double speed, so it doesn't look as ridiculous because he'll be chewing and it's like real fast because it's on double speed and it just looks like upset, like it looks just like too much, you know. But then, like I said, I'm like always thinking, wonder what it looks like in slow motion or in regular. So now I get to see. I've been watching most of it in fast, like I said. What is that yellow drink? It looks like pee up there. And who was drinking the Coke yesterday? There was like 3 bottles of Coke on the table. And it's weird because you would think that it would be every day there'd be Coke if somebody's a big Coke drinker, but that was the only day I noticed it. So like it was just like one day somebody craved Coke. You know? Have you guys noticed the Coke before besides yesterday? I have the sound on, so whenever it comes on, this is a long crime. So it's not me that has it muted, so just so you guys know. Sometimes you know how it is. I've watched it and sometimes the sound goes out for a period, sometimes they start it late. I can't control that, guys. Yeah, I keep going back and checking. It's off still. Anyway, that's crazy though because I feel like she had more makeup on yesterday than today. She had like notice, you know, when people do like on their cheeks where it makes it look like hey Lori, hey Parawoman, hey W Wisconsin native, hey happy Saturday. Wait, Saturday? It's not Saturday. You had me like stop, like wait, it's not Saturday, it's Wednesday. Are you just messing with us? But it looked like she had like the mascara on and like the whatever when people put the cheeks where it's like it looks like it's darker right there. Like she had, I don't know, it's just really noticeable. And but today it doesn't. She looks back to what she did before. So I don't know. I know that's what I had to think. I'm like, wait, could it be Saturday in a different part? And I'm like, no, it's Wednesday. There's no way it could be. Maybe they're just messing. Are you messing with us? Sorry. What do you mean? No, I think Mel Gibson's career is hurt big time. I think his career is not definitely not like it used to be. Or are you just being sarcastic, you mean? Because I think it's definitely hurt. Oh yeah, that's true. Maybe. You're right. Maybe actually. Wait, where did she go? Let's ask her. Either she just got the day mixed up or she is some kind of joke. Let me see. Lana, are you still here? It's okay. Don't be embarrassed if you got the day. Do you know how many times I've gotten the day mixed up? I'm sure we all have, so no biggie. But is that what that was? It's weird because her hair is like tucked under or something. What does she have? Or does she have an inner collar? Or what is going on here? I'm confused. Do people like is it pinned up underneath? Is that like a style that these people wear these days? I don't know. It's almost like it's like one of those OCDs where I want to pull it down. It's like, hey, your hair's stuck in your collar. Let me pull it out. You know how I am with that. I'm always pulling my hair out at either the static or if it's like I feel like it's stuck in my collar. It's like this thing that bothers me that I have to get. I know that's purposely done that way, but it just appears like it's stuck in her collar, and I just want to be like, "Psst, here, get it out of your collar." uh, Gosh, I don't know. I don't think it looks that professional though. I feel like it looks like her hair's stuck. Oh, she does? Megan, oh, I know. I'd like to see the back of it. Hi, Crime Curious. I know. Para woman, right? I know. I hope she does. I hope she does. Did she just kinda, like, hit his butt? You know how, like, sports teams do, like, like, "Good job." It was I know it wasn't purposely, I think she just kinda, like, put her hand back, but it kinda, like, almost looked like it was, like, tapping his butt. Did you guys see that? I don't know, I noticed the stupidest thing. Um, Maybe she won't take the I don't know, she probably is, though. Wonder if she's nervous. Is she going over her notes? Man, what are they discussing? Come on, people. But see, somebody like a normal person would probably be nervous, if it when they have to go up on the stand. But someone like her, if she does indeed have borderline or like if she's a narcissist or whatever, I don't she might not be as nervous as you would think like a normal person would be. Um, so I don't know. She might not be, or she might be. I'm not sure. What do you guys think? Do you think she's the type that is going to be nervous for something like this? Or is it just something that's like easy for her? Because it's easy for her to lie and act and yeah, because it's so hard to keep your lies straight. But she's been telling these lies for how long now? The same ones. So she might have them down pat pretty much. But there's always a chance for these lawyers, if they're good, which they are good, I think, to mess her up a little bit because lies. I'm sorry, doesn't matter how good you are. I feel like you could always mess up the lies because if it's a lie. Um, so hopefully it'll trip her up a little bit. Okay, here we go. Oh, I saw it. Do you, Lynn? Yeah. Hey, Lynn. Good morning. I put my microphone on. Sorry, Judy. All right. Where's the snobby doctor? Gosh, I don't like that doctor. What's her name? Dr. Curry wannabe? What is her name now? I forget.
Yes, ma'am.
How funny was that she kept calling her Dr. Curry? And you could tell that other doctor does not like it. She was getting so mad. I thought it was hilarious. Why, Mrs. Kurt Cobain? What do you mean?
Good morning, ladies and
You
gentlemen.
better.
All right. Dr. Hughes, if you can come back to the stand for me, please.
Dr. Hughes, is that what her name is? Is that what you called her? All right, here we go, guys. Come on, get her, get her. Let's see her.
Good morning. Good morning. All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Hughes. I'm Wayne Dennison. We haven't met before.
No, good morning.
Morning. You testified yesterday that you have to give careful attention to gendered stereotypes.
That is correct.
When you're talking about intimate partner violence, you have to pay attention to gendered stereotypes. And during your testimony, you in fact paid attention to gendered stereotypes, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, you said we were going to have to pay attention to gendered stereotypes, and then you testified at length where you referenced both men and women. You paid attention to those stereotypes during the course of your testimony, correct?
What I was saying was you have to pay attention to gendered stereotypes when you're conducting these evaluations. You can't assume all the time that the male is the perpetrator and the female is the victim. You have to go into the evaluation understanding that the male also could be the victim of intimate partner violence.
In fact, you're aware that there are large-scale studies that do say that IPV towards males does exist.
Of course.
Okay. And every time you referred to the characteristic of a victim of intimate partner violence yesterday, you used the pronouns she or her, didn't you?
I was using the she and her pronouns in this case because my determination was, as I stated, that Ms. Heard was the victim of intimate partner violence. That is why I was using the she, her pronouns.
You, in fact, said women gets into the relationship for all the right reasons. That's what you said. Woman gets into the relationship for all the right reasons. And then you say difficult for victim to extricate herself. You go on to say that she can and she should. Over and over, you use she, right?
I believe in this case I did because I was referencing this case where I found Ms. Heard to be the victim of intimate partner violence. It doesn't mean that men don't get into the relationships for all the right reasons too. I believe they do.
Nearly every time you referenced the perpetrator of IPV, you used he or him, didn't you?
And it goes back to the same reasoning as I'm describing my understanding and my evaluation in this matter. Of course, men can be perpetrators and victims of intimate partner violence. That's well established in the research, and that's well established in my clinical practice as well.
Isn't the reason that you used the pronouns that you did that you almost always testify on behalf of a woman?
That's not correct.
You don't even remember the last time you testified on behalf of a man.
Well, I don't testify on behalf of someone. I testify as to the results of my evaluation. I frequently treat and assess male victims of childhood sexual abuse who are coming into treatment for abuse by their Boy Scout leader, by their coach, by their teacher, by a trusted adult. I see them in therapy. I see them in forensic matters, in criminal cases. So I treat and evaluate men all the time.
I didn't ask you about treatment. I asked you about testimony. You broke out your practice between treatment and testimony. I'm not asking you about treatment. When's the last time you testified on behalf of a man?
I testified recently in a deposition on behalf of a man who was traumatized because he was wrongly convicted.
At the time of your deposition 6 weeks ago, you couldn't remember a single time you had testified on behalf of a man.
I testified in my deposition that I testified in a case of a man who was wrongly convicted about 20 years and suffered physical and sexual violence in prison, and I detailed the traumatic effects of that happened on that gentleman.
All right, why don't we take a look at your deposition?
Sure.
All right, thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
transcript of the deposition that you gave March 28th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
All right. Let's go to page 77. Let's look at page 78, line 8. So you can't recall a single instance where you were hired by the attorney representing the male in an IPV matter, correct?
In an IPV matter, not in a trauma matter or a child sexual abuse matter.
Okay, so that's the distinction. You don't have any recollection of ever testifying on behalf of a male in an IPV matter.
As I stated yesterday, the very first case that I testified in was in a same-sex intimate partner violence where the man was the victim of another man. I routinely treat and assess same-sex couples where then the female can be the perpetrator of another female, and the male can be the perpetrator or a victim of his partner.
So let me get this. You testified in a case where one male is alleged to have engaged in IPV against another male.
Correct.
All right. Okay. But that's the only one you remember. That's the only one you remember.
No, I've done this frequently. As you well know, most cases don't go to trial. I've worked on hundreds and hundreds of cases. You've limited to testimony. Many cases don't come to trial, but I've issued reports and worked on many cases of same-sex intimate partner violence where men are the victims.
But I did ask you about testimony, and I limited the question to testimony, and the only testimony that you remember is the same-sex couple, right?
There were multiple same-sex couples, I believe, that I testified
That you
in.
testified in court at trial.
I believe so, yes.
All right, but you didn't remember that in March.
I did remember that in March.
Okay. You're a professional witness, correct?
That's not correct.
No? You make hundreds of thousands of dollars a year testifying in court, correct?
Not testifying in court, I conduct thorough, comprehensive psychological evaluations of individuals who are involved in a court case. The majority of those cases never show up in a courtroom. And half of my practice and half of my income is about my clinical work with people who are coming to me for therapy.
I didn't ask you about the other half of your income. I'm asking you whether you made hundreds of thousands of dollars a year testifying as an expert witness in court.
As you're phrasing that question, that's not correct. That would be the amount of income that I generate from my forensic practice. I testify perhaps maybe once or twice a year. Most of the work is done behind the scenes in evaluating individuals and issuing reports.
But you'll agree with me that a big part of that practice is providing expert witness testimony.
That's not correct.
No? That's not a big part of your practice.
If I testify twice a year, that's not a big part of my practice. All the other time is doing the work for the cases and evaluating the individuals and issuing reports.
All right. What percentage of work do you devote to forensic psychology?
As I stated yesterday, I say half and half clinical, half forensic, but I also have a substantial amount of time that I use in the professional activities and serving on professional boards.
So what portion of your practice do you provide expert witness services?
I think you're using the expert witness services synonymous with the forensic psychology part of the practice. So the forensic psychology practice, what I do here today is one part of it, and it's a smaller part as opposed to all of the evaluations and individuals that I'm assessing.
Your practice is successful enough that you maintain your offices on Madison Avenue in New York, correctly?
Correct. I've had that office since 2005.
Right. And you're sufficiently successful at your forensic work that you're able to perform unpaid work at a hospital, correct?
Correct, and I also do pro bono work as well.
There. In fact, you actually instruct others on the use of expert testimony in court cases, correct?
On the use and understanding trauma and violence abuse in the courtroom and how to, for advocates and people who could not have this level of training or experience, how to come into the courtroom and talk about very difficult issues of domestic violence. Yes.
All right. Can we pull up PX 1241? Do you recognize that document?
Yes, it looks like the front page of a PowerPoint presentation
And it's a PowerPoint presentation given by whom?
by myself and Mary Ann Dutton, who is a very well-known and respected researcher and clinician in the area of domestic violence.
And what's the topic of the PowerPoint that you're giving?
Expert witness testimony in cases involving domestic violence.
Okay. And who did you give this presentation to?
That was to the National Clearinghouse for the Defense of Battered Women. That is an organization that provides legal services to women who have assaulted or killed their partners in self-defense, and mostly people who these individuals, the women who they've seen in treatment are through shelter-based programs or through advocates, and those are individuals who don't really know how to come into the courtroom and talk, and that's what this presentation and training was for.
I'm going to move PX 1241 into evidence.
Any objection? All right, 1241 in evidence. Do you want it published or?
Yes, let's publish it to the jury. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Why don't we pull up PX 1242? Do you recognize this document?
Yes, this also looks like a PowerPoint presentation that I gave.
All right. And what is the name of this PowerPoint presentation?
This is called The Use of Psychological Experts in Cases of Domestic Violence. It was presented to the Kings County Bar Association, which is in Brooklyn. And what this presentation talked about was some of the things that I talked to you all about yesterday, the myths and misconceptions in intimate partner violence, when women use force, what happens if they drop protective orders, how they present in court. And that's what this presentation was to attorneys at the Bar Association.
Okay. But this is another presentation that you gave as to the use of psychological experts, and you gave it to a bar association.
Right, they were prosecutors and defense attorneys in attendance at that Bar
Right.
Association.
At your deposition, you testified that you were going to be paid $100 an hour for your time in this case.
I did not testify to that.
You did not?
That's an error in the transcript.
Oh, that's not right.
That's correct.
So, and you corrected the transcript?
We did not do an errata in the transcript at this point.
So you knew there was an error in the transcript, but you didn't fix it?
There were several errors in the transcript.
But you didn't fix any of them?
There was no time to fix them. That's correct.
All right. So you're not being paid $100 an hour. How much are you getting paid?
I'm being paid $500 an hour.
$500 an hour. And that's what, and that's the bill you sent for your deposition, right? $500 an hour.
Correct.
You submitted a number of disclosures in this case. You have not formed an opinion as to whether Mr. Depp committed intimate partner violence against Ms. Heard, correct?
Correct. I formed the opinion that Ms. Heard's report of the intimate partner violence is consistent with what we know in the literature about intimate partner violence.
You have a limited role here, comparing individual data to group data, and then just determining whether it's consistent, right?
I wouldn't say it's a limited role, but that's generally correct.
You wouldn't use the word limited role?
A limited role in terms of how we go about a forensic evaluation,
you
not
know
a
whether
limited role in this case.
Do you remember whether you used limited role in your deposition?
I don't. If you have it in front of me, you probably think I did, but sure.
And you have no independent knowledge of the facts underlying the alleged abuse, correct?
I have the knowledge of the plethora of documents that I've reviewed in this case.
No, I'm asking you your independent firsthand knowledge. You have none of that, right?
You mean whether I was there?
Yeah, you weren't there.
Of course not.
Okay. And you're not testifying to the veracity, the truthfulness of any of the allegations.
Correct. I'm testifying to the consistency of the data points of all the different documents, including the psychological testing and the clinical evaluation that I conducted of Ms. Heard, and how that comports with the therapy records and all the other documents and the photos and texts that I reviewed.
And you have no personal knowledge of any abuse.
Correct, personally. Correct.
Right. And all you know is what Ms. Heard self-reported to you and others.
That's not correct.
Because you did collateral interviews?
And I reviewed medical records, and I reviewed other witness statements of what they witnessed and what they saw.
And all of those statements that you reviewed, those were statements that started with Ms. Heard, correct?
Not necessarily.
Well, the medical records did, didn't they?
Well, the medical records, if she's self-reporting what happened to her, sure. I mean, that's what we do when we go to a physician. We say, I have a headache. We're self-reporting our difficulties.
Everything Ms. Heard reported directly to you was after she was sued by Mr. Depp in this case, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't meet Ms. Heard until, what, September 2019?
That was the first evaluation appointment, correct.
How'd you get engaged?
Engaged?
How'd you get hired to
Oh.
do this work?
I was contacted by the legal team.
Or were you interviewed by her legal team as to whether you were going to testify here?
I was not.
You were not interviewed.
I was not.
You were contacted.
Correct.
Had you worked with that legal team before?
I had.
Yeah. So they already knew who you were, right?
Correct.
Right. And at any time that you were working with Ms. Heard or assessing Ms. Heard, she could have chose to fire you, correct?
I suppose her legal team could have chose to fire her. I was not her. She is not my client. The legal team is the one who hires me. I am responsible to the legal team, not Ms. Heard.
And the legal team that hired you already knew who you were because you worked together previously.
And clearly they knew of my expertise in this area of intimate partner violence and traumatic stress, which is why they contacted me to work on this matter.
All right. Several times yesterday, you used language about assessing Ms. Heard's relationship with Mr. Depp. Do you remember talking about that?
Sure.
You can't assess a relationship without talking to both parties, can you?
You certainly can get a lot of information from one party, absolutely.
But
And
you're gonna-
especially when it's buttressed by other documents, including 4 years of therapy records and couples therapy records, you can get a lot of information based on those documents and that contemporaneous reports of the relationship.
Respectfully, I didn't ask whether you get a lot of information. I asked whether you can assess a relationship without talking to both parties.
I believe you can. There are certainly limitations inherent in that, but you certainly can.
You talked to Ms. Heard for what, approximately 30 hours, right?
Correct.
How long you spent with Mr. Depp?
I did not spend any time with Mr. Depp. It was my understanding that he did not sit for a psychological evaluation.
Right. In fact, you never met Mr. Depp, have you?
I have not.
But you purport to be able to assess the relationship between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
But I also read Mr. Depp's transcripts of his testimony. I watched his deposition testimony. I reviewed his medical records. I reviewed his text messages. So it's not necessarily totally blind. I did have information, although I'm not making a conclusion about Mr. Depp himself.
Is the standard now not necessarily totally blind?
I'm not
That's how
sure.
you assess the relationship? If it's not necessarily totally blind, I can assess it?
Yeah, we assess as clinical psychologists relationships all the time. That's what we're trained to do. Certainly someone who's been trained in intimate partner violence to understand and look for the dynamics that happen in that relationship. And then when we have external data that supports what the individual is telling us, way before this legal case even came on the scene, that becomes very strong data to support that conclusion.
Let's talk about some of that data,
Sure,
all right? You chose to conduct some collateral interviews,
correct,
right? And you interviewed Dr. Bonnie Jacobs,
correct,
and you looked at her notes,
correct.
and you know that Miss Jacobs, Dr. Jacobs, doesn't know anything about the version of what happened in Australia until Miss Heard had already been sued, correct?
I believe she was not in treatment with Dr. Jacobs at the time the Australia incident occurred. So that would be correct. She did reach out to Dr. Connell Cohen about Australia, who she was treating with at that time contemporaneously.
All right, I'll ask you about Dr. Cohen. We'll get
Okay.
there. So, you know that Miss Heard stopped seeing Dr. Jacobs in August 2014,
That's correct.
and she didn't go back until after she got sued, right?
I believe that's the date. I'd have to look to make sure, but I believe that you're correct.
And you said you reviewed you interviewed Dr. Connell Cohen,
That's correct.
and you also reviewed his deposition testimony.
That's correct.
And you know that he testified that when he was treating a patient, he assumes the patient is telling the truth, correct?
I believe he said something to that effect in his deposition.
And
If he has no reason to believe otherwise, if there's no other data to believe otherwise, that your patient's not being totally honest with you, then you believe what they're saying.
right, no other data to believe otherwise, but the sole thing that's happening is Miss Heard is talking to Mr. Cohen or Dr. Cohen.
I wouldn't say she's talking to him, she's going to him for therapy, and he's using his clinical psychological expertise to understand the connection between her symptoms and what she's reporting, what's going on in her life.
All right. But you understand that he testified that he assumes the patient is telling the truth.
Again, I understand that statement in his testimony. I have a lot more rich information of having spoken to him for 2 hours and reviewing his clinical notes.
Testified he was making a leap of faith with respect to that, right? With respect to the truthfulness.
Again, that was not my understanding of speaking with him and reviewing his notes. I'm aware he testified something to that effect.
All right. And you testified yesterday that Dr. Cohen never diagnosed Ms. Heard with any personality disorders. You remember that?
Yes,
In fact, Dr. Cohen's deposition testimony reflects the fact that he doesn't make diagnoses, correct?
correct. And I asked him specifically, did he have any indications that even if he doesn't, as his practice, use them, does she meet criteria for a personality disorder? And he told me she did not.
All right, so you asked him specifically with respect to a topic that you haven't disclosed in your expert report, and then he made a conclusion that's reflected in no document.
It's reflected in my notes. It's reflected in his notes about what he's treating. He's treating the symptoms. He's not focusing on the diagnosis, but he is treating the symptoms.
You talked about Dr. Cohen's concern for Ms. Heard's safety.
Correct.
He wasn't talking about her physical safety, was he?
Yes, he was.
No, he was talking about her emotional safety. Wasn't that what he was talking about?
He was concerned for both.
Okay. Did Dr. Cohen testify that he never had the feeling that Johnny intended to hurt Ms. Heard?
I believe he said that. I mean, he talked about Mr. Depp being very poorly controlled, and that's what made him, Dr. Cohen, concerned, because in those moments when he was not controlled, that he could accidentally seriously hurt Ms. Heard.
Let's do this again. Ms. Heard told Dr. Cohen that Mr. Depp was poorly controlled, correct?
That's not correct.
Okay. He determined that from the treatment he was providing Ms. Heard.
And he also had a couple session with Mr. Depp, and he also had correspondence with Dr. Kipper. So we had other information as to Mr. Depp's functioning.
All right, you talked about Dr. Banks.
Correct.
Dr. Banks was doing relationship consulting, right? Consultation on relationship.
Correct.
And Dr. Banks only met with them once.
Correct.
All right. And you did an interview, I think, with Ms. Heard's mother, Paige.
That's correct.
You'd agree with me that a person's family member is not the most objective source of information?
Sometimes you have to certainly control for that the person may be wanting to be protective of their daughter, of course.
And you interviewed Ms. Paige Heard after Mr. Depp had already sued Amber Heard.
Right. The entirety of my work in this case happened obviously after the lawsuit.
Did you review in that context any of Paige Heard's text messages with Mr. Depp?
I'm not sure if I saw them with Mr. Depp. I do believe I saw some with Miss Heard. I mean, Miss Paige Heard, Amber Heard's mother, did talk to me about her relationship with Mr. Depp.
And she told you that she loved Johnny even after Amber alleged abuse, correct?
She did.
All right. Now, you testified that you approach a forensic evaluation with, I think you said it again today, a healthy degree of skepticism.
Correct.
All right. This skepticism didn't cause you to conduct interviews with, for instance, Laurel Anderson.
Right. I did not speak to Dr. Laurel Anderson.
And you chose not to speak to Dr. Laurel Anderson because you disagreed with Dr. Laurel Anderson?
That's not correct.
All right. What did Dr. Laurel Anderson do on behalf of Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp?
She was a couples therapist that they sought. They had 4 couples sessions. As I stated yesterday, one of them in which Mr. Depp stormed out of. She did have a long, I guess, evaluation or interview with Mr. Depp individually and with Ms. Heard individually. And then she saw them intermittently after the May 21st, 2016 incident, and when they were filing for divorce.
So you didn't interview Laurel Anderson, but you know what she did? How'd you figure that out?
Because we had her redacted notes and her deposition.
All right. And you understood from her deposition that Dr. Anderson didn't believe Ms. Heard to be a victim of spousal abuse?
I believe those were her words, yes.
And you also understood from her deposition that Mr. Depp had not had a very long history of being violent with any of his wife or women.
That she said that as well.
Yeah.
But that's something about Ms. Heard significantly triggered him. She talked about that as well.
And Dr. Anderson thought that Mr. Depp had been, her words, well controlled, I think for almost 20 or 30 years, correct?
Up until this point, I believe she said.
I know that you testified that you reviewed medical records.
Yes,
All right. So, you know Ms. Heard had a personal nurse,
correct,
Erin Filati.
correct.
You didn't interview Ms. Filati either.
I did not.
You know she spent time with Ms. Heard on a regular basis during her relationship with Mr. Depp.
Correct. I had her clinical notes that I reviewed.
Right. And you reviewed her deposition testimony,
Correct.
some of which the jury's heard, right?
I believe so.
And you reviewed the nursing notes.
Yes,
So you know that Ms. Heard admitted to a history of eating disorders to Ms. Filati, correct?
I know that's in the notes. That's nowhere else in any other record. So I'm not sure where that came from.
But you relied on everybody else's notes.
And there are some things that I disagreed with, like I disagree with Dr. Laurel Anderson about it being mutual abuse.
Right. So the stuff you disagree with, you disregard, and the rest you keep, correct?
That's not correct.
But that's what you did.
That's not correct.
All right. You know that Ms. Filati saw Ms. Heard immediately after she returned from Australia.
I'd have to look at the notes again to be sure, but I know she did see her when she came back from Australia. That's correct.
Did Ms. Filati document any injuries to Ms. Heard in her notes?
I did not see that in the record.
Okay, so you looked at her notes and there's no injury to Ms. Heard documented in her nurse's notes following her return from Australia.
Correct.
Okay. You talked about this concept, which you then defined, lethality. And you testified there's certain factors of their present relationship where a woman ends up murdered by her partner.
Correct.
And that's one of the ways you look as to whether a woman is in a very dangerous situation.
Correct.
Can we pull up PX 92? Sorry.
It's
It has
an
to be
evidence.
published to the jury.
Yeah, it will be published.
Do you know what this is?
I believe this is the knife that Miss Heard gave to Mr. Depp as a gift.
All right. And you speak Spanish?
Un poquito?
Do you know what it says?
Yes, it says hasta la muerta, till death.
So a woman you suggest has characteristics of being afraid for her life, gives her intimate partner a large knife, which she has inscribed until death. That's your testimony?
Well, there's context.
Okay. We can do that later. So we talked about, you talked a little bit about Mr. Depp purporting to demonstrate jealousy with Ms. Heard. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And you specifically talked about Mr. Depp displaying jealousy regarding the actor James Franco.
Correct.
Now, the very first time you met with Ms. Heard, she talked to you about Ms. Franco, Mr. Franco, James Franco, correct?
I don't know if it was the first time, but I did ask about some other relationships.
Okay, so why don't we do this? Let's go PX 1246. I just want to go to the first page. All right. So do you recognize the document that's in front of you?
Yes.
All right. And what I would like to do, what is it?
It's a top sheet of a background information questionnaire that I use to help guide the evaluation.
Okay. So now, this is, who filled it out?
I filled it out,
Whose form is it?
my form.
I'm going to move just the first page into evidence because we're going to talk about other portions of it later.
Could you back us so she can see the whole first page? Any objection? Okay, I can't.
All right, we will admit the whole thing into evidence.
You want the whole thing in evidence?
Sure.
I have no objection whatsoever.
All right, 1246 in evidence in full. Okay. Are there any identifiers that need, or we're just going?
Yeah, I'm sure there's going to be some.
All right.
Probably.
Okay, so you owe me a redacted one, correct?
Don't know what the nature of the redactions are going to be, but
Okay, well, you
Yeah.
can discuss it.
We'll work with
Okay,
you on that,
thank you.
but I'm
All right.
Positive there's identifiers.
1246 has been moved into evidence. Can we blow up the bottom right-hand corner?
All right, you want to publish to the jury?
Yeah, let's publish it to the jury. I don't,
Or we can, why don't you,
I don't see anything on the first
if
page.
you want to look at that, any objection to that? Well, that's what they're going to show.
That's what we're going to show.
All right, publish then.
All right, so this is the bottom corner, your notes. And it's under the section of your notes that's entitled Intimate Relationships.
Correct.
Right. And one of the notes here on the right, it says JF, that's James Franco, right?
Correct.
Got close, but really wanted to be with Johnny.
Well, it says JF friends. They were friends.
All right. Said friends, but you put him under intimate relationship.
Well, there's a line there because I was asking specifically about other things that were allegations in this matter.
There's a line there because you did not believe that they should go under intimate relationships, but it's on your form.
She wasn't telling me that this was an intimate relationship. I queried as to what's going on with James Franco because that was something that was raised in this case.
And there's a note for December 2015.
When they became more friends, more friendly.
Right. And that was a period of time in which Ms. Heard was married to Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
So she became close with Mr. Franco in December 2015. And at least you put it under intimate relationships.
With a line differentiating another part of this document.
Okay. Did you provide another header, like a header that says friends?
No.
No. Well, let's look at the next one. The next one says, I think it says Elon.
Correct.
It's Elon Musk, right?
Correct.
All right. May 2016.
Correct.
Met Ball.
Correct.
That's a big fancy party in New York, right?
Yes, it is.
All right. And she says she dated him after Johnny.
Correct.
She met Elon Musk in May 2016 when she filed a TRO.
The last census was May 21st. I believe it was May 26th, 27th. I'm correct.
When did she start dating Elon Musk?
Sometime after that,
All right, yeah, sometime after the TRO.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. You talk, we can take that down. You talked quite a lot yesterday about this concept of reactive violence.
Yes.
Yeah. So just so I understand your position on this, is it your position that if Miss Heard was abused, she gets to hit Mr. Depp?
That's not my opinion.
But you know she hits him, right?
And I testified to that.
Right. And how many times do you believe that she told you that she hit him?
Do I believe that she told me, or how many instances were there?
Well, I don't know. How would you know other than her telling you? You weren't there, right?
I was not there. That's correct.
All right. How many times did she admit to hitting him?
She indicated a number of times in a number of instances.
You indicated that you had listened to audio recordings as part of the work you did in this case.
That's correct.
All right. I'd like to play you a portion of one of those recordings. It's Plaintiff's Exhibit 343. It's already in evidence. And for the record, the portion I want to play is 2 minutes 46, 246.01 to 247.20.
I said to Travis, I said to you, hey, tell Travis what just happened.
Oh, you told me to do it. You told me to. You said, go do that.
I said, no, tell him what just
And
happened.
I lied.
And that you punched me in
You're
the
right.
fucking thing. And
You figured
in
it
the
out.
face. And you said, no, fuck, no, I didn't. What the fuck are you talking about? And I
didn't
watched
punch
you
you.
lie. And then
I didn't punch you,
and
by
then-
the way. I'm sorry that I didn't
No,
hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. It was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
You know, you've been in a lot of fights, been around a long time. I know. Yeah.
No, when you fucking have a close.
You didn't get punched. You got hit. I'm sorry I hit you like this, but I did not punch you. I did not fucking deck you. I fucking was hitting you. I don't know what the motion of my actual hand was, but you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you.
How are you?
What am I supposed to do? Do this? I'm not sitting here bitching about it, am I? You are. That's the difference between me and you. You're a fucking baby.
Because you start.
You are such a baby. Grow the fuck up,
Did you start
Johnny.
physical fights?
I did start a physical
Yeah,
fight.
you did. So I had
Because-
to get the fuck out of there.
Yes, you did. So you did the right thing, the big thing. You know what? You're admirable.
You agree with Ms. Heard that it's admirable to retreat from a fight?
Is it admirable? It is admirable to retreat from a fight.
Yeah. Anything about this tape suggest to you that it's characteristic of reactive violence?
In this instance, if true, if she said she hit him first, then that would not be reactive violence.
All right. You testified that Ms. Heard reported to you that she engaged in low levels of violence, correct?
Well, I don't think she said that. I think that was the characterization of knowing the types of minor and severe levels of violence.
Okay, I got it wrong. You consider low levels of violence.
Well, I considered what the literature and the research talks about low levels of violence as opposed to severe levels of violence.
And I think you suggested that Ms. Heard sustained more severe injuries, correct?
I think I said more frequent injuries.
More frequent, but not more severe.
Well, certainly the incidents in Australia and the sexual violence and the incidents on December 15th, 2015 were quite severe.
You said you reviewed medical records in rendering your opinion.
Correct.
And you reviewed photographs.
Correct.
Now, other than the reports to her therapists, which you call medical records, right?
Yeah, I would call those medical records,
Right.
sure.
Other than the reports to her therapist, there's not a single medical record that reflects any injury to Ms. Heard, is there?
That's not correct.
No. There is not other than what doctor reflected injuries to Ms. Heard?
The note by Erin Borum, her married name, I'm not recalling her married name, indicated that she was headbutted by Mr. Depp and that she went for a concussion check and she had a busted lip. And then she went to Dr. Kipper's office in order to get checked.
What? And there's a medical record other than that note that reflects it?
There's a note that she showed up at Dr. Kipper's office. There's a note in the
But there's
similar 2
nothing from
days that
Kipper,
Dr.
is there?
Laurel Anderson saw the 2 bruises from that same incident as well.
All right. You reviewed photographs.
Yes.
I'd like to put up PX 144. It's been published to the jury briefly. I'm going to keep it up very briefly. That photograph doesn't reflect a low level of violence, does it?
Well, that reflects a severe injury. I would agree.
Yeah. Why don't we go to PX 145? That's a severe injury that ended up with Mr. Depp on a gurney, correct?
That is a severe injury, correct.
All right. Is it your testimony that throwing a can of mineral spirits at your spouse is characteristic of reactive violence?
If you are running away from your spouse who is trying to hurt you, yes.
All right. So you can throw a can of mineral spirits. What about if you throw a can of Red Bull?
Again, it depends on like the incident I think that you're referring to. That was not necessarily reactive violence. That was in a state of frustration or anger.
All right. So when you throw a can of Red Bull in a state of frustration or anger, that's not reactive violence.
No.
Right. What about if you throw a bottle of vodka because your husband fell off the wagon? Is that reactive violence?
Are you asking me hypothetically?
I'm asking you, would that be a characteristic of reactive violence? Throw a bottle of vodka because your husband fell off the wagon.
If it's in the middle of an assault, perhaps. If it's independent of that, no.
Right. So, for instance, if your husband was just having a couple of shots at the bar.
Again, you would need more information and context to
Right,
make
right.
that determination.
All right. You don't think that's a reflective of reactive violence? And you'll agree with me that when you throw the second bottle, that's not reactive violence.
If somebody's throwing multiple bottles, again, psychological violence and abuse is psychologically destabilizing, which destabilizes individuals' coping strategies. That is absolutely true.
Lost what's true. Is it your testimony that once you've thrown one bottle and missed, when you throw the second one, now it's reactive violence?
That's not what I'm saying. I don't think throwing bottles is acceptable in any context.
All right. All right. I'm going to ask you about some of the testing that you did. One of the things that you did was a form looked like called a CTS2 relationship behaviors form.
The conflict tactics scale, correct.
So CTS2 stands for conflict tactics scale.
That's correct.
And this is one of the documents that you had with you on the stand yesterday.
I had all my testing with me and all my clinical notes from my evaluation with Ms. Hurd.
And you gave me a copy of it because you looked at it during your testimony.
Because you asked me, so I gave it to you, yes.
Right. All right. But you have a good recollection of what that test is about, the CTS2 test.
I have a very good memory and a very good recollection. I want to give the jury the most accurate and thorough information. After having done 12 tests with so many questions, I wanted to just be as accurate as possible. I'm sure my memory would miss some things that might be relevant.
All right, so let's talk about the CTS2. It's dated 9/26/2019.
Correct.
All right, 9/26/2019. And it goes through and it asks a whole series of questions about what you've done and what your partner has done.
That's correct.
There's tons of these questions.
Correct.
And every single one of those questions is preceded by the same question, right? How often did this happen in the past year?
Correct.
You knew that as of 9/26/2019, not a single one of the things that Ms. Hurd identified happened to her in the last year.
Correct.
Right.
She was oriented to a different time frame to get a checklist of those behaviors.
Right. And one of the although it says, please, how often did this happen in the past year? One of the questions is, my partner used force to make me have oral or anal sex.
Correct.
She went with 0 on that, right?
I'd have to see if you'd like to show me.
Do you have any recollection that she didn't go with 0 on that?
I have a recollection at that point in time, she was framing those type of acts as angry sex. She
And you
wasn't
helped her-
framing them as physical force, as most women don't on these measures.
And you helped her to reframe it as something other than angry sex, didn't you, doctor?
My job was not to do treatment. My job was to do an evaluation, and that's what I did.
All right. So you did an evaluation, and one of the evaluations you did and one of the diagnoses that you ultimately made relates to PTSD.
That is correct.
All right. And you diagnosed Amber Heard with PTSD long before you made use of the gold standard test for PTSD.
That is correct.
All right.
And I make the diagnosis of PTSD in my clinical practice without using the CAPS all the time.
All right. So just so you and I are on the same page, and I think we are, this gold standard test that I'm referring to is the CAPS-5.
That is correct.
That's the one that Dr. Curry administered, correct?
Correct.
All right. You didn't administer the CAP-5 until after you'd already diagnosed Amber Heard with PTSD, right?
She had PTSD in 2019. She had PTSD in the beginning of 2021 when I evaluated her. And then she had PTSD in December 27th, 2021 when I administered the CAPS. That's correct.
All right. I think I asked a much more narrow question than that. You didn't diagnose, you didn't give the CAPS-5. Hold on, I'm going to strike that question altogether and start it again. You had already diagnosed her with PTSD before you did the gold standard, correct?
Before I administered the CAPS-5, there was enough data in the psychological testing and my clinical evaluation to establish that she met criteria for PTSD. That is correct.
You submitted an expert disclosure in this case on January 11th, 2022.
I believe the attorney submitted that disclosure, yes.
You participated in that?
In the January 11th, it was the same disclosure that went before. There were no changes on that.
Did you reference the CAPS-5 in that at all?
I don't believe I gave the results of the CAPS-5 to the attorneys at that point.
All right. You met with, I got dates here. This time I'm using the cheat sheet. All right. You met with Amber Heard on September 26, 2019.
I would love to have my cheat sheet, but I'll take your word for it.
I'll share.
Thank you.
October 11th, 2019. When did you give the CAPS-5?
The CAPS-5 was administered the last time that I saw Ms. Heard. I saw her over, as stated multiple times, over the past 2.5 years, and having not seen her in about a year to get an accurate assessment of her current symptoms. Having had all the background information, the CAPS-5 is a great structured clinical interview to do that.
All right. So you hadn't seen her for about a year before you gave her that test.
That is correct.
And you did it over Zoom.
That is correct.
All right. Why don't we pull up PX 1247? This may.
This is a new one, so we don't have it. I just need to know.
I'll get you.
Sure. It's just to the witness right now, so, okay. Okay.
Sure. You can, Dr. Hughes, you can actually help with that question. This is like more than 20 pages long.
It's
right?
about 20 pages.
Right. All right. Let's get a copy of it. This is a series of questions that you use to test for PTSD.
Correct.
And you recognize the first page. This is the first page that you filled out. That's your handwriting.
That's correct.
I'd like to publish the first page to the jury.
You wish to have it in evidence? You're moving it into evidence?
Yes, I am.
I'd like to have a copy of it before I.
He's just publishing the first page. Any objection to the first? Okay, first page in evidence.
I think in the future, they should, at a minimum, give us a copy of whatever they're putting in.
I-
I don't have the ability.
Could you put your microphone on? I'm just having,
I don't have the ability to scroll down, so I can't see the rest of this. And
All
it's a
right.
brand new
I'm sure they'll
exhibit.
get you a copy of it.
Thank you.
That's fine.
I'd like to go to the second page. Can we put up the second page?
Are you putting the second page into evidence?
Not yet.
Then I can't put it up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'd like the witness to see the second.
The witness can see the second page.
Thank you. This is the second page. This is instructions on how you do it.
Correct.
All right. And then we'll go to the third page. Let's let the witness see the third page. Now, this is entitled scoring.
Correct.
So when you score, you look at two things, right? You look at frequency and intensity.
Correct.
All right. Those are the two factors you use to score.
Correct.
All right. Can we go to the fourth page of this document and just show it to the witness? All right. So, Dr. Hughes, this is the first page of the CAPS B where, other than the identifying information, where there's any input into the document, correct?
The CAPS 5, you said the CAPS B?
Yeah, I misspoke.
Yes, this is the criterion A, which means that in order to, as I said yesterday, to obtain a diagnosis of PTSD, you have to have sustained a very specific traumatic event. That's the first B to get through the door.
All right. So, Your Honor, I'm gonna, I'd like to be able to get them a copy of this. Is it too early to take the break or?
A little bit if you.
All
can-
right, I can do something.
Okay.
All right, so do you recognize the first page or the fourth page of this document?
Yes, I do.
And the handwriting on the fourth page is yours?
It's all my handwriting.
All right, the entirety of it is your, I'm going to move this document into evidence along with the first page. And that one is, what number? I think it is,
You're still on 1247.
1247.
Okay, so you want to move the entirety of 1247 in.
Yes.
Do you have a copy of 1247? It's exhibit 1247? Well, I mean, do you have plaintiff's exhibits 1247? Plaintiff's 1247.
Yeah,
I don't have it either.
Oh, it's defendants 1435.
1435. Defendants 1435.
Take your time.
Did you want to take a look at the court's copy? Would that be easier for you?
Yeah, it's 59 pages. What is he moving in? I mean, I don't think.
I
we can
think
do
he's
a
moving the,
partial.
are you moving the entire document in?
Yeah, I'm going to move the entire document into evidence.
I don't think I have an objection to that.
No objection?
No
Did you want to
objection.
take a look at the court's copy or you're good?
Yeah, I would, thank you. My apologies.
That's right. Thank you, Jamie.
It's gonna show the evaluation too, right? No objection, no.
All right, so even though I pulled it from defendants 1435, we want to make this 1247 plaintiffs, correct?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay,
Does your other one?
I kind of need it. All right. Thank you. We'll just change the number on it. All right, so it's 1247, I said, okay, 1247 in evidence, plaintiffs 1247 in evidence, and now it can be published to the jury.
Thank you. Why don't we publish the fourth page where we're talking about? All right. So what this references is the event you said was the worst. And what you have filled in here is 3 words. IPV by Johnny, right?
Correct.
All right. And then what happened is the next box, and you've not written a single thing in the box, right?
Because I've already spent 20 some odd hours with Ms. Heard, I know what goes in that box. If you
So-
look at the top, it says administer the life of check checklist or an other structured trauma screen. That screen had already been conducted.
Right, but there's a box on the gold standard test that asks what happened, and it says, how old were you? How were you involved? Who else was involved? Was anyone seriously injured or killed? Was anyone in life danger? And none of that information you provide in your analysis on the catch file.
Ooh, Elaine.
I hesitate to object, but that's very compact.
Okay, I'll sustain the objection if you want to rephrase.
We can do it
Okay.
the slow way. The first question is, how old were you?
All of the information that would go in that box is contained in my 80+ clinical notes of my evaluation of Ms. Heard up until this point. It would have been incredibly redundant to do that again here.
But you knew other people would review this, didn't you?
And I knew that they would have my clinical notes as well.
Oh, so they're supposed to parse through your clinical notes so that they can figure out what you chose to be the anchoring event.
I didn't choose to be the anchor. The client chooses to the anchor to identify what the worst event is for them.
You wrote IPV by Johnny. That's what you determined to be the anchoring event.
When I asked Ms. Heard, once again, of the traumatic events that she experienced in her life, which one is the worst? This is what she indicated.
Okay. But you provided no details with respect to it.
There are plethora of details in my 80-page is a handwritten, single-spaced clinical notes.
All right, let's go to the next page. All right. You felt it appropriate to fill this page out, didn't you, doctor?
Well, these are the questions about the symptoms. So I'm asking specific questions and getting her responses.
Didn't you know this already?
Well, I was making sure at this point, having not seen her for a year, what is the trauma expression at this time? It can change over time. It could go away. It can get better. It can get worse.
All right. Why don't we go a couple more pages in? Let's go into page 7 of 20. Now, there are a couple of boxes that you filled in on this. Let's look at item 5, B5. You don't provide any indication of what kind of triggers, what kind of reminders trigger these reactions.
She answered that on the previous questions.
All right. And you didn't provide any answer as to how long does it take to recover.
She has some difficulty recovering.
Okay. And then there's this question that says, how often has this happened in the past month? Number of times.
Correct.
And we talked about how these things are scored, and we looked at, you got to look at frequency and intensity, right?
Correct.
And you left the frequency box blank.
Well, no, if she said several times a month, then that's what the frequency is.
And you didn't fill that frequency box in at all.
Because she told me it was frequently several times a month, which is one of the anchors encoding the CAPS.
All right, let's look at the next one. The very next box. Again, this is scored by frequency and intensity. How often in the past month?
Correct.
Blank. That's-
Pardon?
How often in the past month? You left that one blank again, right?
She tells me it happens at least twice a week, so certainly I could multiply 2 times 4 and put in 8.
And you certainly could have written the number 2.
But it wasn't 2, if it's
Oh.
happening 2 times a week.
All right, so 2 times a week towards times the number of months. Now you got 2 digits instead of 1, right? That's all it took to write that down.
This is in a 1-month period, so it would have been a 4-week period.
How often in the past month? That's what it says.
Correct. You
You
said
chose not
months.
to answer that question. Let's look at the next page. Again, scoring is frequency and intensity. How often in the past month? Again, you left it blank.
If you look on the right-hand box, that is where we are indicating the frequency and the severity. If you can see where I circled moderate, it's happening more than twice a month. That's where I'm indicating the frequency of the symptom expression.
Okay. But aren't you skipping a step? You're supposed to do intensity and frequency.
And when
You're-
somebody says it's happening more than twice a month, that is a frequency indicator.
All right. Let's go to the next box. Again, we have, in the past month, how many of the important parts of event have you difficulty remembering? Number of important aspects. Didn't fill it up.
Well, I listed 2 specific incidents of where she indicates she has important aspects that are missing.
But all you had to do is put a number in here. You know you knew how to score this thing.
Well, this measure actually doesn't get scored by the frequency.
All right, you know something, you're right. Let's look at the next one.
I know.
The next one gets scored by the frequency. That's blank, right?
Well, I did not code it as a PTSD symptom.
Okay, let's go to the next one. How much of the time in the past month have you felt that way as a percentage?
Right? So as you can see, I circled 20 to 30% of the time.
Right. Yeah, but
It's
you didn't
just as
fill-
I'm putting it on the right side in the box where I'm coding the instrument.
We're going to talk about the right side in a minute. You took issue with the way that Dr. Curry did this test, didn't you?
Correct.
Right. But your test, in every instance where you're asked the number of times and to fill in the blank, you leave it blank.
They're on the right side of the document.
All right. You want to talk about the right side of the document? Let's do that. After you did the CAPS 5 for the anchoring, the 3-word anchoring event, IPV by Johnny, you went back through again and said, maybe I should consider childhood trauma as well, right?
I wanted to test for the limits and see at this point in time, Ms. Heard had a child, and sometimes when people have children, their trauma gets evoked. Is she having those symptoms as well? She already had, based on this instrument, the PTSD from the interpersonal violence. I wanted to see if there were any additional symptoms.
All right. And you knew that she had had severe child abuse as a young person.
That is correct.
She grew up in a home full of heroin addicts, right?
Opiate abuse, yes,
Yeah. And there was IPV between her parents.
correct.
All right. And so you wanted to make sure that there wasn't some impact with this childhood trauma in the diagnosis of PTSD.
Yes.
Right. And so you decided to give her the test again.
Well, I didn't give it again, what's called testing the limits. I went back to some of the questions where she answered in the affirmative and said, and is this also happening vis-a-vis your childhood abuse? Are you also having intrusive thoughts and feelings about childhood? Are you avoiding thinking about things about childhood? Is that happening for you now as well?
All right. So there are a series of notations on the right-hand side. Let's go to page 5 of 20 in the test. All right. Why don't we highlight the right-hand notations that start under the word childhood? All right. So the way you tested for childhood PTSD is to write a notation in the corner and answer a couple of questions. Same test.
Well, I wasn't administering a whole CAPS again. What I was doing was seeing, as we know with people who have what we call polyvictimization or revictimization, someone could in fact meet criteria for the PTSD from the domestic violence, but then they're also experiencing some symptoms as a result of the childhood abuse. Both can occur.
Right. But Mr. Depp isn't responsible for her childhood abuse.
That is correct.
Right. And the way you tested this childhood abuse PTSD is you made notations on the in the right-hand column of a form that you partially filled out for the IPV by Johnny, right?
Well, I disagree with the partially filled out. The frequency was clearly filled out in the box where we score the CAPS. But yes, I did write about the childhood to the right of that box.
Okay. And that is the appropriate way that the gold standard test for PTSD for childhood trauma should be administered.
If there were any affirmatives and I needed to go further, I could have administered another CAPS 5. There were not. I did not need to do that.
Okay. So you chose not to do a second CAPS 5, although you knew that she had suffered from severe childhood trauma.
No, because she wasn't suffering symptoms at that point in time, PTSD symptoms from the childhood trauma.
All right.
Mr. Dennis, are you moving to a different topic now?
I am.
Okay, all right, this might be a great time to take our morning break then. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our 15-minute break. Please do not discuss this case with anybody. Don't do any outside research, okay? Thank you.
So my mic might be a lot higher. How is it? Because I turned the volume up. Hopefully, just wanted to warn you. I can't believe it. So I was able to turn it up, guys. I apologize. I didn't know. But wow, it's a lot louder. So now I know. This is the loudest it gets though, so but it made a big difference, I think.
All right, we'll go ahead and take,
Your Honor, before you
Yes.
take the break.
Yes.
May I get a copy of the new exhibits from them so that I can see it over the break?
Yeah, I don't know if we can do it before, but we'll certainly get them to you.
Well, I mean, I need to be able to
Sure.
redirect, and I have never seen these. so-
okay, we'll go through it. That's fine, all right?
Although it's in your exhibit list.
So that's
Well,
fine.
if it's in my exhibit list, if they just tell me.
The judge just wants to
Numbers,
get out of
that's
here.
fine.
He's
We'll
like,
work
come
through
on,
it.
let's
Okay,
just get
we'll
out of
take,
here.
Let's take a recess till 11:40 then, okay?
Thank you.
11:40. Okay. All right. Hold on one second. All right, guys. Yeah, because remember, and I ended it yesterday, but there was a little bit of drama that went on the last minute of yesterday's. If you guys went back and saw, like, there were people that put clips. I mean, I guess it wasn't that big of a deal. Well, let me remove this. Let me take off that thing for right now. But wait, what happened now? Oh my God. It's just like, it was like a minute where she asked if she could get her notes. And then Johnny's lawyers asked if they could get a copy of them. And then Elaine's like, or no, Johnny's lawyers asked if they could take those notes so they could review them for the cross exam. And Elaine's like, well, no, she needs her notes. She's going to need them to look over it. So they're like, oh, you can make a copy of it. Elaine is so dramatic. Oh, thanks, Make It So. Thank you for joining. You guys are awesome. Memberships are like huge. It's like, it helps me out so much. So thank you so much. I appreciate it with your, is that a dog? Hold on. I'm trying to see the picture. Why can't I tell? You're holding a dog, right? Yeah, he's got his little paw up. How cute is that? So guys, what do you guys think so far? I think they're doing good, right? I wish they would pan over to Dr. Curry because we know we saw her walking in with his lawyer, so she's there. Hey, Keiklo. Why won't this let me scroll down all the way? Wait, that's weird. It's not letting me see the very bottom comment. Anyway, oh, thanks, Perry. So I have some stuff I wanted to play, but I don't know. Maybe I'll wait till after some of these clips. Oh, you want to see a little clip I just found of? So it's Johnny. It says that Johnny. He's like, he's so sweet. He's I guess there was like a movie premiere or something, and this little girl was getting like trampled on or something, and he like goes and takes her. And you guys have probably, if it's popped up in my feed, it's probably popped up in yours. But just little clips I've been. Yeah, Batman, I could, huh? I've been just kind of downloading just to maybe share. Hey, Island Girl. Coffee. Oh, I should go get a coffee. Oh no, my break time is more gonna be when the trial's on, where I could leave to go get coffee. Hey, wake up! 'Cause I'm due for my second cup too. Okay, so let me see what I have, because I do have. Hold on, that's weird. My chat is like, it's not scrolling all the way down. It does eventually, but it's like, it's just acting kind of weird. The chat side. So yeah, let's see. Well, I could ask a poll. How many of you guys have it? Well, no. Oh, I guess I could just say, do you guys have a dog? Okay, I'll just ask that. Batman, is that what you want me to ask? So this is a poll Batman wanted me to do here. The real Batman. He's our superhero. Do you? I'll just say, do you have a dog? People coming in are gonna be like, that's so random because. And I'm not making funny about me. It's good. Actually, I'm curious. That'll be interesting to see how many. But I'm just saying, people coming in for a Johnny Depp trial, and they're gonna see the poll. Do you have a dog? Do you have a dog? I'll just ask it like that. We'll just do that on the break. Okay. Oh, hey, Sherry Spencer. Man, I don't see. I missed a lot of. I mean, because the very first probably like 10 minutes, I was trying to figure out how to turn the volume, and then I was like seeing like somebody said I was a second behind, so I was trying to like compare it. So man, I've been preoccupied a lot for this one. Hold on, let me make sure. Hold on 1 second. I just want to make sure, because I was like, there's like a second delay. No, I am all the way pushed. So sometimes streaming, you will have a little delay, but mine's only like a second or two. I mean, because the stream, you got to look at it like you're streaming something, and it's not going to be instant. There's always going to be a delay. And then if somebody was streaming off of me, they would probably be delayed a little bit. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, it does make sense that I'm like a second behind. I feel like, I mean, yeah, like if I have like a guest on, they'll see it, and like in real time, it's actually like, oh, from here to YouTube, it's what? It's probably like 5 seconds or something. It's even a longer delay. So it does make sense. Oh yeah, then that would, oh, you take into consideration. That's probably what it is. So that's actually not bad. Because normally that's what it is. Normally it's like 5 seconds or something. For instance, if I have like, you got, okay, what I'm saying right now, you guys are seeing like a couple seconds after. It's always because of the way the live stream is. So that makes perfect sense. So when I'm live streaming, it's gonna be a couple seconds off from what the real thing is. Like if you guys are up on panel, that's why you always have to turn down your volume if you're watching it on YouTube, because you'll hear an echo. So it's probably what, like a second or two, because you hear the echo. So it's a couple seconds off. So yeah, that's what it is. It's never gonna be perfect. As far as if you're streaming off somebody, it's never, yeah. So I won't be able to, but it's only like a second or two, no big deal. Anyway, maybe I'll wait to, hold on, let me get my, let me show you guys this is some of you guys that weren't here earlier, that I put up the comparison. Hold on, this is right here, because the video, hold on, wait, let me take that comment down. So there's a video out there that that shows Johnny Depp. He's like on the red carpet or something. He's walking, and she's out, like, the fans that are all waiting, taking pictures and stuff, and she's out there looking at Johnny. So there's this thing going around like, she's a Johnny fan and contemplating if that's her. Which, gosh darn it, if that's not her, that's her twin. That looks just like her. Oh my god. So let me actually, you know what? I might as well play a couple videos. Hold on. So maybe after, depending on how I feel, maybe I'll do, there's this 2-hour of audio I haven't listened yet. Tinkerboo emailed me this channel, and it's a 2-hour video of Amber and Johnny. The audio, maybe we could listen to some of that. Could be interesting. Like I said, I haven't watched it yet, but so 69, hey Batman, so 69% so far says yes, they have a dog. All right, so let me get a video. Let me play a couple of Johnny videos. Let's see what I got here. So this is the one where it says Johnny Depp saves a child from being trampled at movie premiere. Let's watch this first.
Johnny! Hey! Hey!
We have little kids up here.
Guys, we've got a small one here. 2 seconds,
There's a little girl, you guys.
Calm down! Thank you!
Johnny!
Thank you,
Johnny!
Jerry.
Okay, baby. Oh, come here.
Oh, you're so... It's okay, Lexi. It's okay, baby. It's okay.
Guys,
You know
just
what?
calm down. Thank you.
It's crazy stuff, but you guys are gonna walk right out of here and you're gonna be fine.
Thank you, Johnny. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Depp. That's
Thank
awesome.
you.
So nice to meet
Thank you so much.
You take care.
Johnny, can you look up really quickly?
Don't
you worry.
everybody.
You're
Put your
all
back
signed.
down.
You're all back up.
Listen, who are you? She with you?
Yes.
All right, just make sure you get her out of there,
Yes,
yeah?
thank you.
You okay?
You guys.
You sure?
Yes, thank you.
Back up,
Go on, you guys.
Oh wait, Kenzie, are you talking about Elaine? Well, I'm not really fixated. She just, like, I do not like her. She's just, but I don't like him either. Or the one main lawyer. I don't like any of her lawyers. They're obnoxious. They're rude. Yeah. But the two that if I had to pick the worst two, is her and that main guy that does most of the talking, Rothenberg or whatever, Rothenberg or whatever. Oh, I don't like it. Don't like him. Real Batman, we should, you know what I should do? If you like that one video where you're doing the headstand, I'll put it in my community post if you want me to. And or I mean, is that okay? After that, like later on today, I could put it in my community post and then timestamp where you're like that's you doing the headstand. What do you think? I mean, you should be proud. Wow, you're flexible. I couldn't even do a headstand just standing straight up. And the way you were like putting your legs like this and like, wow, that's some talent. Rottenborn, yeah. Okay. Hey, maybe I'll show it at the end of this. Maybe we can even watch it. But you guys, Real Batman, he could do these headstands. You'll have to see. He showed me this video yesterday. Well, told me to check out this video, and then of course he has some on his channel too, but this one where he's doing a headstand, it's like, wow. Okay, so let's see what else I have to share while we're waiting. So we still have 7 minutes? Okay, I have the depositions maybe we could watch later, which is interesting. Audio. Oh, here's one of these audios with them arguing. I can't remember if this is one they played in the played so many audios. I don't know if this is when they played in the trial yet or not. Let's see. I forget.
We gotta change how we do things, and I don't want to trust you, and I feel like all the trust is gone. All the fucking trust is gone in the relationship because you keep splitting.
I'm not gonna be in a physical fucking altercation with you.
Then don't.
You fucking hit me last night. You fucking.
What about all the other times you split? Come on, you cannot act like that's about that. It's not.
Well, on a plane, I can't split.
No, and you hit back, so don't act like you don't fucking participate.
I pushed you.
I'm not going to get into the details of that fight. You and I both know that you split when there is no physical violence involved. and that you do it like at the very beginning of fights these days. And if you split and you go into a different room and you don't actually leave that house, it does nothing but perpetuate the fight. Really, when you split on me, how do you feel when I leave you?
When I split, when I go into the other room, you're saying.
And getting me a room, getting another room at a hotel is just the same thing.
When did I get another room at a hotel?
You text Steven or Nathan in Toronto to get you another room. You don't even know what you're talking about. You still haven't even told me what it is, but run with it.
I have told you what it is.
No, you haven't.
I said to Travis, I said to you, hey, tell Travis what just happened.
You told me to do it. You told me to. You said, go do that.
I said, no, tell him what just happened.
And I lied.
And that you punched me in the fucking thing, and you
figured
in
it
the face, and you said, no, no, I didn't. What the fuck are you talking about? And I watched you lie, and then I
didn't punch you, by the way. I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. It was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
You've been a lot of fights, been around a long time. I know. Yeah.
No, when you fucking have a closed fist.
You get punched. You got hit. I'm sorry I hit you like this, but I did not punch you. I did not fucking deck you. I fucking was hitting you. I don't know what the motion of my actual hand was, but you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you.
How are your toes?
What am I supposed to do? Do this?
How are your toes?
I'm not sitting here bitching about it, am I? You are.
Oh,
that's the difference between me and you. You're a fucking baby.
Because you start physical fights?
You're such a baby! Grow the fuck up!
Because you start physical fights?
I did start a physical fight.
Yeah, you did, so I had to get the fuck out of there.
Yes, you did. So you did the right thing, the big thing. But you know what? You are admirable. Every single time. What's your excuse? When there's not a physical fight, then what's the excuse there? You're still being admirable, right? Just by running away? And you can sit here and call me names, but you get called a name, and what do? That's the last insult. You're a baby. You're a hypocrite. You don't do anything that you actually do. You expect from people what you can't give them.
Thank you, Nobel. Thank you for joining. Aw. You guys are so sweet for joining. I really appreciate the memberships because those help like creators out so much. Because with true crime, that genre of YouTube, with the AdSense, this is how we make money is through ads. But because our area is, I don't even want to say it breaks policy, but their policies are so vague. But because it's about violence and it's about murders and it's about things like that, usually it goes against their policies. So usually they get rejected for AdSense, at least at first, and then you fight it and you have them do a manual review. And a lot of the times they will review it and they may okay it, but you lose all those views, all the AdSense from those views. And for like most people, you get most of your views at the first couple days. So it takes them a couple days to review it. So you basically miss out on all that. So memberships, my point is memberships are huge. I mean, they help out so much. So thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. And what was I gonna, oh yeah, Kenzie. Yeah, yesterday. So they're like, do a side by side, but I couldn't do it during the live because when I'm showing a video, for some reason, this just started probably a few months ago. Normally I could leave the screen and it's fine. But now if I'm showing a video, which I was showing the trial, and I leave the screen, let's say to edit a side by side during the trial when we're watching it, it cuts out. And then sometimes it'll cut out and then it'll get the audio off track with the video. And then I have to take it down and share it. And it's just so annoying. So I couldn't edit it during the trial. So I said I would do it. Man, my ear is itching today. I woke up and my right ear is like sore. Like it feels like I'm getting an ear infection or something. And now it's itching. But anyway, so yeah. So I probably will show that a couple more times because people like do it side by side. But it is interesting that was she a freaking fan of Johnny Depp? And maybe. I mean, I just think it's kind of funny because I just don't like her and call her out. Wait, who are doing well? Lori? They are Zav, they are doing well. Who's doing well? Can you explain what you mean? They're doing well. Hold on, let me think of what I just said. They're doing well. I don't know. Let me know what you mean. I'm nosy. Oh, okay, Kenzie. Yeah, I don't. Do you think it's funny? I'll probably always laugh when I put it up there because it's like, oh my god. He is so okay. So let's see if I have anything else. Well, no, it's already almost done. Yeah, I'm gonna wait. I'm not gonna play any other video because I'm sure it's gonna start pretty soon. So let me get my banner back up. I'll just do this. Might as well just get ready. I don't want to miss any of it. Because it is 11:40 already. Wow, it doesn't seem like it's been like 15 minutes. How did that go by so quick? Why does it seem like it's only been like 5 minutes? Does it not? It's weird. Baby Rottenborn. Yes, I like that. Baby Rottenborn. Are things better with all? Yeah, Gilly. Yesterday, when I was trying to say, Gailey sent me this video, you were gone. And I was like, where are you, Gail? Where are you? And I played it yesterday. The video of Elaine. I couldn't find you though. I think you had already left. Oh, thanks, Lonnie. Oh, our chat does rock. Oh, hey Tammy. When I met him on the movie set of Benny and June, he was a sweet. Wait, you met him? What? Why? How did you meet him, Tammy? What kind? Like, what were you doing? What? Really? Oh, Benny and June too, because Benny and June is one of my favorite Johnny Depp movies. So that was wow. Tell more. Tell more. Oh, Batman. Oh, okay. Yeah, I gave you a shout out. I was like, Gailey sent me this video, guys. And I was like, Gail, where are you? Oh, thanks, Lori. Oh, Nicholas Rupert Dozer Presley. Oh. I was gonna say, you know what I was thinking that when I was like, God, her lawyers. I was thinking of Pryor because Pryor, Chad's lawyer. So and then yeah, Mark Means was annoying too. Well, since we're watching a whole trial here, well, we did watch the preliminary with Pryor, but we never got to see Mark Means in like a whole trial setting. Now we won't. I don't know. That's a close call between Pryor and Rottenborn and Elaine. Huh. We'll see. I can't. That trial starts on my birthday, October 11th. This year, so I'll be starting out my birthday. What? Because I'm gonna stream that trial for sure. Chad, I followed that case since the beginning. I think I have like 170 videos on the on the Daybell Vallow case. All right, here we go, guys. I'm gonna go get my coffee too. I'll be watching it on my phone. Get my second coffee, maybe a snack. Everybody get a snack. Hopefully you got a snack and are ready. All right, I'll be back.
All right, thank you. To be seated. Next question.
Why don't we put that back up, plaintiff's 1247. Again, this is the CAPS 5. You didn't administer this until you already had Dr. Curry's scores, did you?
That's not correct.
No, you administered it after Dr. Curry made a disclosure, correct?
That's not correct.
You administered it after Dr. Curry had administered hers.
I learned that in late February when she submitted her report, but I had no way of knowing that in December of 2021.
And you didn't make any reference to this in your disclosures until after Dr. Curry made reference to hers, right?
I don't recall the date of the final disclosure or the fourth disclosure.
All right, can we go to the next page? Let's go to the top of the page, we'll blow that up. Instructions start with standard administration and scoring of the CAPS 5 are essential for producing reliable and valid scores and diagnostic decisions. See that language?
I do.
Right. You don't contend it's standard not to fill out the frequency line.
I think if you're filling it on the right side of the box, I think that's perfectly fine.
All right. So you think it's standard administration to simply leave blanks that are already in the form?
I didn't leave blanks when I needed to find out the frequency of the symptoms.
All right, let's go down a little bit further. Let's go to administration. It says, number 2, read prompts verbatim, one at a time, and in the order presented, and then has a variety of exceptions. With respect to the childhood trauma notations you made in the margin of the CAPS 5, you didn't read the prompts verbatim, did you?
I read the first prompt. If there was a yes, then I would have made a decision. Do I need to administer a whole nother CAPS?
Right. And you ultimately didn't do that. You just simply wrote the margin of the last one.
Because she wasn't endorsing those symptoms.
Okay. You talked about endorsement of symptoms. Ultimately, what you're looking for with respect to PTSD is functional deficiencies. That's one of the things you look for, right?
Well, with any DSM diagnosis, you're looking for what are the functional impairments as a result of the symptoms that the individual is experiencing.
Okay. So, in effect, if you go to all the way to the end of the form, one of the things that we deal with is impairment in occupational functioning, right?
Correct.
All right. What's Ms. Heard's occupation?
She's an actor.
All right. And she had just wrapped a major motion picture, correct?
That's correct.
So you didn't determine that she had an impairment in occupational function. She's still performing at literally the highest level of her profession, correct?
She had a number of PTSD symptoms while she was filming Aquaman 2.
Right.
That interfered with her ability to really organize a lot of resources for herself in order to go forward and film that.
I asked you whether
Production.
she was performing at the highest level of her profession. Yes or no?
I don't know if I'm qualified to answer that.
Okay. But did she report to you that she loves to cook?
She loves to cook, yes.
Yeah, hike,
I don't recall hiking, but
read,
yep.
spend time with friends?
If she can, that has been significantly diminished as a result of her PTSD symptoms as a result of this case.
She just had a baby,
She did,
right? Exercises every day.
the most that I can tell, she does.
Yeah. Completed level 3 sommelier training.
She did.
All right, she did all of these things. And you've made a determination that she is impaired with respect to her occupational functioning.
I made a determination that the symptoms interfere with her functioning. She does these things, but it's not like the symptoms aren't there. She has to continue to work even though she has a panic attack, even though she has an intrusive recollection of the trauma, even though she's having heart palpitations and sweaty palms when something comes into her mind. It does not stop her from doing what she needs to do, but it does interfere.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you about another test that you administered. And that one's called the PAI. Do you know that one?
Yes, I do.
That's the personality assessment inventory.
That's correct.
Why don't we put in front of the witness the PX 1244?
All right, 1244. Thank you.
All right. So, Dr. Hughes, do you recognize PX 1244?
Yes,
And it's a list of critical item endorsements,
correct,
and that's derived from the PAI.
correct.
And this is the PAI that you gave 9/26/2019.
I don't have the cover sheet in front of me, so
Why don't we scroll down to the bottom, Tom? And there it is.
yep.
There
Thank
it is
you.
down there.
Thank you.
You bet. Okay. Now, critical item I'm going to move this document, PX 1244, into evidence.
Your Honor, I would request that the entire document be put in the
I'm only going to ask her about this piece.
I still would ask.
Well, it's his exhibit. Do you have any objection to his exhibit, which is just the first page?
No.
All right, 1244 in evidence.
Okay. So critical item endorsement. This starts a total of 27 PAI items reflecting serious pathology have very low endorsement rates in normal samples. These items have been termed critical items. You're familiar with that concept?
Yes, I am.
All right. And I just want to ask you about a couple of the critical items. The first one is potential for aggression. This was deemed under your PAI a critical item. It says, sometimes my temper explodes and I completely lose control. How did that potential for aggression bear on your analysis?
Well, there's a few things. Number one, certainly Ms. Heard reported to me that in her relationship, that would happen. Her anger and her affect regulation would become impaired. Number two, you have to look at the total scales where that scale is not elevated, so it would not be a major cause of clinical concern. Number three, she had 4 responses that she could say to this question. Mainly true, very true, mainly true, sometimes true or false. She chose sometimes true. So she's answering honestly about her experience.
So it's sometimes true that sometimes my temper explodes. That's
Correct.
what you're testifying.
Correct.
All right. So you've talked a little bit about this concept called malingering. And there's one here for potential malingering. And this is another one of these critical item endorsements, critical items means that these are serious pathology, right?
Well, as you can see, it says endorsement of these critical items is not in and of itself diagnostic.
No,
So you
I-
need to review the content of the item, and that's how you make the determination. Is this something of clinical concern that you need to do more understanding about?
Okay, so this critical item endorsement, this one reads under potential malingering, I think I have 3 or 4 completely different personalities inside of me.
Correct,
And she endorsed that as sometimes true.
correct.
Okay.
And there's not one elevated malingering scale on the PAI.
Let me ask you about another document. All right, I'm going to mark the document as PX 1248.
$12.48.
1248.
All right, yes, sir. Okay.
All right. Can you put up PX 1248 just for the witness? Dr. Hughes, do you recognize this?
Yes,
All right, and these are critical items that were deduced on the TSI 2 critical items list.
correct.
And what's a 0 mean?
Means that she scored a 0 on that item. She said it's not something that's relevant for her at the time frame that the test was administered.
And these are all self-reports, right?
Correct,
And so she scored a 0 on doing something violent because you were so upset.
correct.
See that language? You knew Ms. Heard to do violent things when she's upset.
This test specifies how often have you had these symptoms in the last 6 months?
Just in the last 6 months.
Correct,
All right. So she hadn't had them in the last 6 months.
correct.
This test also asks and inquires about intentionally hurting yourself or cutting.
In the last 6 months.
Right.
Is the prompt,
All right. In the last 6 months.
correct.
Had Ms. Heard previously indicated to you that she cut herself?
She indicated one time as a teenager in a reckless moment she did. It was stupid and I never did it again.
All right. So that was the first time you met her. She indicated that she had cut herself. What did you do to satisfy yourself that she didn't continue to engage in that behavior?
As with most things, I asked about the frequency of the behavior and had it ever occurred again? Had she ever engaged in suicidal behavior or suicidal gestures? That's part of that screen.
Where did Ms. Heard cut herself?
I'd have to look at my notes to be sure.
All right. Why don't we do that? That's in your intake note, correct?
I don't recall.
What number is it? All right, why don't we go to PX 938? And if you put it up for the witness. All right, that's not it. Let's go to the next page. All right. There we go. All right. PX 938, we're on the third page. This background information sheet has already been admitted into evidence. And there's a discussion here we talked about earlier about intimate relationships.
I'm sorry, the question?
Yeah, let's go back to the first page. All right, there we go. What number is this? This is in at 1246. So this page anyway, I'll ask that it be published to the jury. All right, we're going to do it again.
What, so 1246?
1246.
All right. Okay, it's in evidence. There's supposed to be redactions though, but, okay. All right, that's in 1246.
All right. So why don't we blow up the intimate relationships section? There's intimate relationships here relative to a variety of people, including a person called Tasha.
Tasha.
Who's she?
She was Miss Heard's wife.
Okay. And that relationship preceded her relationship with Mr. Depp?
That's correct.
Did you say on direct that you saw no previous interpartner violence? Just yes or no?
I don't believe I did.
You don't believe that you saw interpartner violence, or you didn't say it on direct?
I don't believe I said that yesterday.
Okay. Your Honor, can we approach?
All right, yes, sir.
Thanks.
Got my Italian ice. Luigi's Italian ice. If you guys have never tried it, it's so good. This is strawberry. They have strawberry, lemon, watermelon, blue raspberry. So good. I recommend it. Especially on a hot day. I like mine a little bit melted, so I put mine in the microwave for 20 seconds. Or if you have time to just let it sit out for like a half hour. So it's not like real hard. I mean, I don't like it like liquid, but I just like it softer, a little bit soft. So Tammy, I missed what you explained, how you met him on set. What were you doing? What kind of job were you doing that you got to meet him? Oh, I missed a lot of chat. Anaphylaxis. Anaphylaxis. It is delicious. Oh, you're welcome, Wake Up. Thank you for watching it with me. It's like I'm watching it anyway, so everybody's like, you should just live stream it. I'm like, oh yeah, I should. Why not? I'm watching it anyway, right? I don't know. Hey, Crispy Tree. I have no idea what she did with her hair. It looks like it's tucked in her collar. She needs to pull it out. Elizabeth, oh my god. Yeah, because I kind of blend in with the background. I've had lives before where I'm showing a video and people were like, "Oh my god, I didn't even realize you were right there," because I blended in. I was trying to find like one of like a background where I wouldn't blend in so much, but all the ones that I have are like they all blend in somehow. So I was thinking about maybe for tomorrow to get like just like a yellow one or something, just like a plain color so I don't blend in so much. I don't know. What do you guys think? All right, I'll talk to you in a minute.
Did you speak with Ms. Hurd around the circumstances that gave rise to the TRO?
With, on May 21st?
Yes.
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did Ms. Hurd ever tell you that James Franco spent the night with her at the ECB between May 21 and May 27?
I recall, I mean, again, it would be helpful to have my notes so I can tell you exactly what, but I do recall that she did see him at some point. I do not know if he spent the night.
Do you know if Elon Musk spent the night during that period?
I don't know.
You cannot testify that Johnny Depp was not abused, can you?
I can testify that he had physical acts of violence perpetrated on him as well as psychological aggressive acts perpetrated upon him.
No further questions.
All right, redirect.
Dr. Hughes, you were asked about some presentations. I think plaintiff's 1241 was the first one. If we can bring that up. Tom, could you help me out with that? 1241?
Yes.
And if you can scroll down, what was the significance of this presentation? And can you give her control, or do you have to have control of the document? It's just one page? Oh, it's not the entire presentation. Okay. Can you please tell the jury what you provided in this presentation?
To the best of my recollection, it was what I spoke to you about before of how people who are not trained in forensic psychology, but who are working with victims of domestic violence can go into court and navigate with the court system and present and talk about domestic violence in a legal setting.
Okay, thank you. And that's been moved into admission, that's been moved
That's
in,
it,
correct?
yes.
Okay, well, let's go to the one that I don't think was 1242, please. Tom, if you could bring that up. All right, and is that just one page too? How many pages is that one? Okay. Do you recall this presentation, Dr. Hughes?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Could you please just, well, I'm going to move the admission of plaintiff's exhibit 1242 first of all.
Any objection? All right, 1242.
And could we publish it to the jury, please?
Yeah.
And Dr. Hughes, could you please tell the jury, explain to the jury what this presentation entailed?
So I was asked by the head of the Kings County Bar Association to give a presentation about intimate partner violence, domestic violence, and how psychological experts can be of assistance. This was just because of how Brooklyn is, a bar association that was attended by many of the prosecutors from the Kings County District Attorney's Office, as well as defense attorneys. And as I stated before, this presentation was about how to really understand cases of domestic violence, how to understand what if she drops the restraining order, what if she doesn't call the police, what are the myths and misconceptions about intimate partner violence. And when she uses force, what does that mean? How do we understand that? How do we evaluate for that? So again, without seeing the rest of the presentation, I believe that was the thrust of this presentation.
Okay, great. Thank you. Now, you testified about the notes you took and the notes you reviewed, and you were asked about some limited questions on testing. I'm going to ask for Defendant's Exhibit 1434.
You're gonna do that one or what?
Oh, no.
Okay.
Oh, we need, thank you, Sammy. But you were doing a fine job, Tom. I didn't mean to take it away from you. Thank you, Michelle. Dr. Hughes, is this your CV?
Yes, it is.
All right, I'm going to move the admission of Defendants 1434. You're out of completeness. They've got all the other records in here for Dr. Hughes. I'm trying to see completeness.
I understand. I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
Next question.
Let's go to Defendants 1435, please. Now, Dr. Hughes, you've testified about the different testings that you administered, and this is one of the ones that I believe you testified to earlier, correct?
That's correct.
And this is the DSM-5?
This is the clinician administered PTSD scale for the DSM-5.
Okay. I'm going to move the admission of 1435.
Any objection?
We object, Your Honor, because it has a lot of other documents in it, not just the PEPS-5.
It's not the CAPS, it's the DSM-5. But she administered all these tests, Your Honor, and they can't, for completeness of record, they can't put in partials and then not have the rest of it. I think
Well, I mean, there was no objection to when they put theirs in. Now they're objecting to you putting.
I would say rule of completeness, Your Honor, Rule 2, Virginia Rule 2:106, that they can't just put a partial in and then not have the completeness of the testing in the documents.
Well, they put their test in. Now you want to put more tests in, correct?
Correct.
But that's not a completeness argument then. That's just a different test.
Well,
But what's the objection though? That there's, okay, all right, I'll sustain the objection. Thanks.
all right, well, then we'll go for the other ones. You did the TSI. What, before we go on to the others, let's talk about, could you please tell the jury what you administered in this DSM-5 and why this is significant?
Sustain.
Can you tell us why the DSM-5 is significant that you administered?
So the DSM-5 is the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual for Psychiatric Disorders. It's published by the American Psychiatric Association. That's where it has all the criteria and all the information for our major mental disorders like major depressive disorder or panic disorder or PTSD. What the CAPS is, the clinician administered PTSD scale, is it follows all of that criteria that's in the DSM-5 so that you can make a very accurate diagnosis.
And what, if any, diagnosis did you make as a result of this DSM-5?
Right. So not only on this, I mean, this instrument can stand alone where she meets PTSD criteria just by virtue of this instrument, pardon me, but also the other testing that I gave where she had elevated scales on PTSD measures, which correspond with the DSM-5 symptoms of PTSD. So there were multiple measures that are consistent across time that she meets criteria for PTSD.
Thank you, Dr. Hughes. Now, you were also given one page of the scoring on the TSI 2 and one page with respect to the PAI. Do you recall seeing that?
It wasn't the scoring, they were the critical items on those respective tests.
Okay, well, I'm going to ask to bring up Defendant's Exhibit 1858. Which is the full PAI. And was this the actual testing and scoring?
Yes, this is the profile, the scores that are generated from the 344 questions that Ms. Hurd answered on this test.
And what were the results? What did you determine based on the testing of this PAI?
Well, that the results were valid and reportable. There was no evidence of exaggeration or malingering on this test, and there were significant symptoms that correspond with traumatic stress and post-traumatic stress disorder symptomatology.
And I believe you said again that there was no elevated scores. Can you explain to the jury what you meant by that?
Objection leading.
Overruled. Go ahead.
So elevated scores are a way that we get to know where a cutoff is to say that something is clinically significant. And that follows very standard statistical principles. So when a scale is elevated, it means that we have sort of greater confidence that this individual endorsed a lot of different symptoms that make this scale relevant. And then we want to figure out why that person is having an elevated score on something like depression or anxiety. It gives us greater confidence that, this person's maybe reporting depressive symptoms like people who are depressed.
And what would constitute an elevated score?
Well, on different tests, it's different things. Certainly on the PAI, it doesn't follow linear T-scores. It's a little different statistically, so you have to look at it differently. But certainly, it's usually about a T-score of a 65, and on some it's a T-score of a 70, which is a T-score is a normative curve, is a way of allowing us to compare people's scores, comparing your scores to the normative group of scores.
And would it be at all helpful to have the entire test as opposed to a one piece of paper or one page?
Well, certainly you cannot tell the entirety of how the symptoms that Ms. Hurd endorsed and the scales were elevated just by the critical items.
All right, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 1858.
Objection hearsay.
And this is the completeness, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Let's bring up 1859. And this is, you were shown one page from the TSI-2, the Trauma Symptom Inventory 2. Do you recall that?
Correct.
Okay. What is the significance of the TSI-2 exam, the full exam?
The Trauma Symptom Inventory is a test of common symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder and related traumatic symptomatology. And on this score, she had, elevations in intrusive experiences, which is the intrusive component of PTSD, where thoughts or memories or feelings come into your mind when you don't want them, with accompanying distress. And then the defensive avoidance, doing many, many different things to push it down, to try not to think about it, to try not to talk about it, so that you don't get upset. And she also scored high on a scale of relational avoidance, having difficulty feeling close in relations and relationships, not only intimate relationships, but friendships as well. And that's a related trauma symptom that individuals have after having sustained an interpersonal trauma like domestic violence.
And would it be helpful to have the full exam as opposed to one page out of it?
As with anything, seeing an entire profile gives one more information.
Your Honor, I'd move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 15 for 1859.
Objection hearsay.
And I would argue the
If
completeness
we could
rule
approach
again.
for this.
Okay, so I'm getting nervous, guys. I should warn you, I should start out low on my voice because I know it could come out louder than probably the court. Anyway, yeah, she does have the thing, the makeup on her cheek. I didn't notice it because her hair is black in the one side, but she has it on. She does have it on again, but not eye makeup on. Yesterday, she had it on her eyes. I noticed.
Now, Dr. Hughes, you were shown a couple of finger pictures of Mr. Depp. And I believe you indicated those were shown to you, and I think you were asked if these were severe injuries, correct?
Correct.
All right. Did you have any understanding of the cause of those injuries by Mr. Depp?
I do understand that there's competing accounts of what happened, for
All
sure.
right. Let's bring up Defendant's Exhibits 373. Your Honor, I think this is already admitted.
I don't see it, and Jamie doesn't have it, so 373, I can mark it, but it's not admitted yet.
I think there was
Unless
a
it's-
version of that. If I
Well,
may,
I don't know that.
Your Honor,
I can just tell you that 373 has not been admitted into evidence.
Your Honor, it's not redacted, and I don't believe it's been admitted.
the part I'm trying to admit is in another exhibit, so let's go in a different way. We'll take that one down. Let's go with 398.
398 redacted is in evidence.
That might be the one. All right. If you could lower that up.
Yes, Lynn, that's smart. You're right. That's probably right. Or would
I
she
think we're looking for.
want it
if you
to
could
have
move that
makeup
up.
so it'd be more dramatic and it would be more visible that she's crying? I don't know.
There we
I
go.
guess it could be the other way around, but
Love
yeah,
that one.
maybe. Depends what her intention is.
And this is an email from Mr. Depp to David Kipper. Your understanding was that was his doctor, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then I'm going to draw your attention to the last part of this. And this is on 3/19/2015. Thank you for everything. I got to figure out how to do this. I'm missing the controls on this. Thank you for everything. I've chopped off my left middle finger as a reminder that I should thank you, Your Honor, that I should never cut off my finger again. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so that's Mr. Depp admitting that to Dr. Kipper in 3/19/2015.
Objection leading.
Okay,
I sustain the objection next.
okay, that's fine. I'm good with that. Let's go to Defendant's Exhibit 499. And Your Honor, I believe this one is in as well, or is it the
It's a
redacted?
redacted one.
Yes, that's the
Okay.
one. Thank you. And then if I could draw your attention, this is a text message from Mr. Depp to Erin Falati. We talked about her earlier on 10/31/2015. And it says, this is the second time he's held off giving me my meds by blackmailing me into seeing him. The first time I had just chopped my finger off. Do you recall seeing that as part of the documents that you reviewed?
I believe I did.
Okay, thank you. We can take that down. Now, you were also asked to listen to an audio tape, and it's plaintiff's 343. I'm going to, and you recall listening to that audio tape at some point as part of your review?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I'm going to now pull up that same audio tape from the same date, and I believe that's June 2016. And if we could go to, and we're going to have a few different ones, so hold in there with us. We're going to start with 2 minutes 40 seconds 00, going to 2 minutes 40 seconds and 21.
Knocking on the door. I don't
Because
get
that
why
is a
one
fucking
informs the other.
irrational and violent fucking maneuver.
How
So
does
a
one
man would
inform
want
the
to
other?
get out of that area so that he doesn't get so fucking angry that he actually does pop the fucking wife.
How does one inform the other?
Oh, man. Go home and listen to the tape.
Now, that was just before the punching, hitting that was played. Do you recall that?
Objection leading.
Well, the tape recording that you listened to was at 2:46:01 to 2:47, 2:47:20, and that was 2:40 through 2:40:21. Correct?
I understand. yes.
Objection leading.
Okay. Now let's go to after that.
Overruled, go ahead.
Thank you. Now let's go to after that, 2:52:00 to 2:52:34.
This yesterday. Because of how it's been lately. Like since Australia. And I have been on the road with you. I haven't been working. I don't know what else I could fucking do.
Since Australia, we've gone on a honeymoon. We had a great time over in the fight. We had a fight in return.
Yeah.
It was physical.
Yeah.
Now we have to fight in San Francisco. But I thought everything else was great. You're saying longer distance from Australia.
No.
And then let's go to 3:20:00 to 3:21:37. And while they're getting that, I'll just ask you the question, Dr. Hughes, do you recall that Mr. Depp said that they had fights in the places that he listed on that audio tape?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
All right. What do you recall Mr. Depp saying about fights that they'd had on that audio tape?
Objection, no foundation.
She just listened to it.
Overruled, okay.
I think it was hard to hear in this one. I had listened to it previously, just acknowledging that there are fights previously.
Okay, thank you.
I just couldn't take the idea of more physicality, more physical abuse on each other. Because had we continued, it would
I know.
fucking bad. Baby, I told you this once. I'm scared to death. You're a fucking crime scene.
I know.
If we don't get our shit together, and that, by getting our shit together, that might mean fucking A, we do this, we make it. That might mean, goddamn, you know, say, I've tried, done, to blue. But we've got to get our shit together as individuals and as a couple. Because I love you. I do not want to leave you. I do not want to divorce. I do not want you out of my life. I just want peace. And if I'm the culprit, majority of the time, I will fucking do everything I can. And I will recognize when I'm fucking starting to go sideways. I will recognize it.
Do you recall listening to that part of the tape, the audio tape?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recall from that portion? Again, I know it's hard to hear, but
It's hard to hear, but what I recall from hearing that was the negotiation that the couple is trying to do and trying to say, you know, I'm going to do my part. I'm going to do better.
is it possible to turn that up anymore, or is it, I have one more. I'm just. Thank you, Jamie. Okay, my last one is 3:2620 to 3:2950.
Your Honor, can we approach?
Okay, yes, sir.
Oh, thanks, Jessica. I'm glad you like it. I'm having fun watching it with you guys too. Yeah, I couldn't hear. I wish they would replay that last one and turn it up. Can you guys hear? What was he saying? I mean, you could hear a little better if you push, like, if you have earphones like this, if you like push them into your head and cover it, but I still couldn't make out everything.
When you're ready.
What are we going to do different in the moment when you're mad and you go fuck it and you decide all bets are off?
Well, look what I did on Australia. Look what I accomplished. I put the fucker away. I told myself every fucking day, no, it's gone. No, it's fucking put it away. Put him away. And by a list of the things that I feel that fuck you over or make you feel shitty or anything like that, I fucking, when we're in the moment, I remember it. I remember what I put on my list. I remember it. And I try to bring it down notches, many notches. I'll try, if we're heightened, to say, yes, I don't want you to feel this. I don't want to feel this.
I need to know what we need to do different. I need to
It's
know.
got to be done with your mind and your heart.
What do we do different if I have a problem? You
No.
need to tell me how to tell you different if I'm hurting you. You need to let me be able to be mad. Sometimes you're going to make me mad. I'm a human. I cannot live where it's like,
Well, then it's the same thing goes for me then. You're going to have to allow me to get mad.
yes, exactly. If
Okay,
I do
but
something
get
that makes
mad
you
and then
mad,
you start fucking yelling.
I don't have to start yelling. I think I start yelling once it gets fucking heightened. I've gotten a lot better about that. It's just I only start yelling when it's fucking hour 11 and we're really in it.
You have to have better about that. Otherwise you wouldn't have had 3 physical fights in the last month and a half.
I was talking about the
Nobody. You witnessed it. You're the one that brought it up. Australia was fucking great. We just argued. Let's go back there. Let's go back there in our fucking heads and on our hearts. Let's go back there. And know on your
Is
list.
the monster gone? Did you put him away? It's been so, when you get on that train and you get angry, you stay on it for so long and you won't come down, you won't talk to the person
That's
that
not-
is you.
That's not always.
It doesn't have to always be the monster, but what is it? Can you put that away? Can you remember the bigger picture? You don't want to spend your life. I've asked you this so many times in fights. You want to spend your time like this. No, you don't. But I ask you because this is something you're choosing. I'm saying to you, olive branch. And you don't take my olive branches. You made me feel humiliated for offering them. You asked me to stay in Australia. I stayed, and then you walk out on me all the time. You've got to take some olive branches from me. You've got to offer them too. You've got to be bigger than what you feel at that moment. And so do I. So do I. But if I call you on it, will you hear it? Will you call me out on it if I'm doing it?
Do you remember listening to that, Dr. Hughes?
Yes, I do.
And what is your interpretation of that? What do you recall?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
She's an expert.
Overruled.
I think this is more of how this couple is trying to negotiate in the face of all of the the turmoil and the violence and the abuse. I think it's important pointing out, is my recollection is that there's two Australias. They're talking about the honeymoon Australia, not the Australia where the incident happens. They go back, and that becomes a honeymoon time for them. And I think certainly hearing how this couple has talked about the monster and the person who comes out, we talked about that cycle of violence where the person who, hurts her and hits her and controls her isn't the same person that she loves and she cares about and that she wants to be with.
Thank you, Dr. Hughes. Now, you also were asked about Dr. Bonnie Jacobs and her treatment and her treatment notes. And did you review those treatment notes from Bonnie Jacobs?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to ask you to turn to, can we bring up defendants 1059? And do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Okay. And what is it?
This looks like the first of Dr. Bonnie Jacobs' treatment notes starting in October 17th, 2011.
Okay. And do you recall whether Ms. Heard was already in a relationship with Mr. Depp at that time?
Yes, she was.
Okay. And you testified quite extensively yesterday about Bonnie Jacobs' notes and entries there. Were those reflected in these notes?
These were the notes that
Objection leading, Your Honor.
I'm sorry.
I can ask it differently. And what, if any, of those citations that you gave to the jury were in these notes?
Objection compound.
Overruled.
These were the notes that I was referring to yesterday.
And what was the significance of these notes to you? You were asked again about them on cross.
I found the treatment notes very significant because they had contemporaneous reports of what Ms. Heard was going through, not only what she was reporting in her relationship with Mr. Depp, but her accompanying symptomatology. What the notes revealed was there's a significant amount. Well, we see it unfold in time. We see where the violence starts and we see how it unfolds. We see at least 3 indications of sexual assaults. We see constant pleadings and upset about his substance abuse and trying to find ways to get him help. And she joins Al-Anon to get herself help as a family member of someone who struggles with substance abuse. We see how she's reporting a lot of controlling behavior and obsessive behavior. We see that there's 2 instances where the police were going to be called and when in her apartment in Orange. Because of the fighting at that time. Once they actually were called and once they weren't, from what I could amass from the notes. So what it does is it really shows how this relationship is unfolding over time and actually getting worse.
And then you indicated that Amber Heard moved from Bonnie Jacobs to Dr. Cohen, and that was in 2014. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And what is your understanding of the relationship between Dr. Cohen and Dr. Kipper?
They were professional colleagues and they were friends. And it's understanding why Ms. Heard left the relationship with Bonnie Jacobs. It became a tumultuous relationship for her there because she was doing a lot to protect Johnny, and Bonnie Jacobs had concerns.
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
No foundation.
I established the foundation. She reviewed the notes and she interviewed Bonnie Jacobs.
I'll overrule the foundation objection.
Go ahead.
Objection non-responsive.
I'll overrule non-responsive.
But please continue, Dr. Hughes.
The reason that Ms. Heard left her treatment with Bonnie Jacobs, well, one, that Mr. Depp continued to denigrate that relationship, her therapeutic relationship. But number 2, really more importantly, is that she wanted to protect Mr. Depp because she didn't want Dr. Jacobs had some concerns about perhaps his substance using in front of his children and that she would be a mandated reporter. So Ms. Heard did not want to do anything and talk more about what was going on with Mr. Depp with her therapist for fear that something might happen. So she left that treatment really to protect Mr. Depp.
Yeah, I'd like to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 1059, the treatment notes.
Objection to hearsay, Your Honor. This is what we dealt with yesterday.
Your Honor, I think that for completeness here, he's relied upon these and they reflect the present sense impressions.
I'll sustain the objection to hearsay.
All right, let's go to Defendant's Exhibit 1057, please. And Dr. Hughes, you also indicated that you relied on the treatment notes of Dr. Conan, correct?
Connell Cohen, yes,
That's it. Okay, and you also interviewed him as well?
correct.
Okay, and what was the significance of what he reported to you that related to your opinions?
Well, this was a continuation of her treatment, and the treatment here where it seemed like Dr. Connell Cohen was going was a harm reduction model, really trying to help Amber stay safe in the relationship by not talking back, by leaving, by not engaging. And those are very sort of short-term strategies when you're in a relationship mired with interpersonal violence. What we also see is what I mentioned yesterday is her psychological status and functioning continues to deteriorate. She continues to have more anxiety, more affect dysregulation, sort of feelings are coming up and down all the time. She's having more sleep problems. She's going on more medication. And the sort of the conceptualization and understanding of that is, sort of exposure to repeated trauma causes psychological disequilibrium and destabilization. And we're sort of, again, seeing the trauma unfold over time. And also in these notes, I mean, certainly there are those contemporaneous reports that correspond to specific incidents. Like I was speaking with you yesterday about the Boston plane incident. There are actual notes where she called him after
Objection, Your
she
Honor.
called
Yes,
him.
what's the objection?
Beyond the scope of the question.
I think
I'll
so.
sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay. What, if any, additional information did you get from Dr. Cowan that assisted you in your opinions?
Well, certainly from the notes, as I was stating, that, there were times where right after an incident, Ms. Heard wrote, she contacted Dr. Cohen either by text or by email and saying, Johnny did a number on me tonight. I really need to see you. I'm safe. I'm hurt, but
Objection
I'm
to
safe.
hearsay.
I think she can rely on hearsay. Your Honor.
Sustain the objection to hearsay.
Well, Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of the notes, defendants 1057.
Objection to hearsay, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection. Thank you.
Move to strike the hearsay testimony as well.
No, we'll continue on. Go ahead.
Thank you. You were asked about a knife. You were shown Plaintiff's Exhibit 92 and a knife that's, I think, is till death. What is your understanding of the significance of that knife and that phrase as it related to Amber Heard?
Objection, Your Honor. No foundation.
He showed it in cross-examination. I'm able to ask about it and what her understanding was. He cut her off when she was trying to talk. I'm just letting her go back in.
Her understanding of a knife?
Let's pull up Plaintiff's 92. Tom, can I get you to do that, please? I believe you respond in response to the questions asked by counsel for Mr. Depp, you said it depends upon what the context is. What did you mean by that?
Well, first I believe that this is the knife that has a turquoise end. And this was a time when Mr. Depp was filming The Lone Ranger and he was in a turquoise phase. And she purchased him that because she thought it would be a kind gift. The phraseology is that Mr. Depp told her the only way out of this relationship is death.
And
Objection to hearsay.
I don't understand the objection. I think she was entitled to be able to speak to that.
But
Yeah, it's Mr. Depp's statement, a party opponent
I'll
admission.
overrule the objection.
Thank you. Okay. And what is your opinion? What do you think of that as a clinical psychologist in specializing in IPV and trauma?
I mean,
Objection, Your Honor. Can I, can we
Okay.
approach?
Sure.
So what do you guys think? I hope she goes on. I think she will take the stand sometime. Hopefully today, hopefully next. Because it'll probably at least take 3 days, right? That's about, I think Johnny was on for 3 days. I would guess. It might even take her, she might even be up there longer than Johnny. Do you think? I don't know. Hey,
Dr.
Tasha
Hughes, do you
Dyson.
think that the phraseology on the knife bears any relationship or significance to the opinions you've had in this case?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Sustain the objection.
What, if any, significance does the phraseology on the knife have to the opinions you have provided in this case?
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope of the disclosure.
He brought it up in
I'll
cross. Your
overrule
Honor.
the objection.
Thank you.
So there are several things. I certainly am aware that at this time that Ms. Heard purchased this knife for Mr. Depp. She was engaged in her whole lot of denial and minimization about the extent of the violence in the relationship. There is a notation in Dr. Bonnie Jacobs' notes about when Mr. Depp uttered this to her, was around the discussions of the prenup. And he said, I don't want one because the only way out of this relationship is death. Dr. Jacobs didn't think that that was funny. Ms. Heard was taking it like, oh, maybe it's endearing, maybe this is okay. But it was definitely a clinical cause of concern at the time that phraseology was used.
Thank you, Dr. Hughes. Now, you listened to an audio tape, and then we showed some additional ones from that. What, if any, photos did you review as part of your examination?
Objection beyond the scope of cross.
He was asking all the different authority. I'm just establishing that she also looked at photos.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
It's beyond the scope.
Dr. Hughes, based on everything in the cross-examination and the redirect, what, if any, changes do you have to any of the opinions that you provided to this jury yesterday?
Objection compound.
Overrule.
I don't have any changes to my opinions that I gave yesterday.
And do you still hold those within a reasonable degree of psychological probability or certainty?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right. Is this witness subject to recall?
Yes, Your Honor.
Here we
All right.
go. guys.
Ma'am, you can't discuss your testimony
I'm
with anybody, but
nervous.
you're free to stay in the courtroom since you base your expert testimony, okay?
Thank you,
All
Your
right,
Honor.
thank you.
I'm nervous. What are they
All
going to
right,
do?
I think we'll go ahead. Yes, sir. Okay.
Yeah, they're going to go to lunch. I knew it. I knew it. Are they going to call Amber? Oh my God. We won't know till after lunch now. How long is lunch usually, guys? Is it like an hour or how long? Remind me. Just so I know. Man, these witnesses take long. I mean, there's a chance that if they don't call her next, we might only have one more witness before the end of the day with how long some of these witnesses take. I don't know. I guess it depends. I mean, some don't, but some do. So on lunch, do you guys want to listen to the audio? It's 2 hours long, though. We won't be able to listen to all of it. I don't even know what it is. Somebody emailed me. I mean, I know it's Johnny and Amber, but somebody emailed me and said it's really interesting. Or we could watch Amber's deposition. I know a lot of you guys have been talking about that. I know we all seen it, but just to rewatch it together. It's up to you. Let me know. We could either listen to like half that audio or the deposition. Think about it while we're waiting here.
All right, Judy. Let's go ahead and take our lunch break now. Just do not do any outside research and don't talk to anybody about the case, okay? We'll see you back here at 2, okay?
At 2, so about an hour and 10 minutes. Okay. Okay. Man, I might have to take a bathroom break, guys.
All right, we'll be back at 2 then. All right, thank you.
All right, guys. Sue. Hold on one second. Let me just take this out. Okay. So, do you guys want to... Actually, I will have to mute that then. Hold on one second. 1 second, guys, and then we'll figure out what we want to watch. But let me see. Okay, hold on 1 second. Okay, so let me take this banner thing off and we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out together. Yeah. Okay. Now, what do you guys want to do? Let's see. PM. What does that mean? PM? What did you say? Sent you PM? What's that? What is under my eye? It looks like a brute. Huh. I don't know, but what do you mean PM? Wait, what? Hold on a second. Let me see what you said, Gail. Tomorrow's Thursday. What do you... Wait, what are you saying, Gail? I'm confused. Anyway, okay. So, okay, what do you guys want to do? Let's see. Yay, break. I object to taking lunch. Ha, Kenneth, you're funny. So what do you guys want to watch? The audio? Yeah, the one in the UK. Yeah, that's the one. Man, what's going on, man? The UK, that's the one where she's eating, right? I keep asking like all my lives because people keep bringing it up, and that's what I always thought that they meant. But then I'm like, wait, what if there's another one you guys are talking about? You're talking about the one where she's eating and she's a freaking jerk in it, right? Yeah. Oh yeah, I've seen that plenty of times actually. And then I watched the behavior panel did a analysis on it too. Okay, so yeah, you want to see the picture again? Okay, hold on. See, Kenzie, they're asking to see it. Hold on, let me put it up. So this is the picture. You're talking about the this one, right? I don't know. I guess I do always giggle, but I should put on the video. Hold on. So if you guys watch that video, so this picture is a screenshot. So in the middle, I'm gonna play a video. In the middle, you'll see that she's sitting outside. Johnny's walking on the red carpet. So I did it side by side, and I think it's her. So let me show you that video real quick that Gail sent me, and then I'll play the audio. Okay, hold on. Let me get it real quick. Get it ready. Get it ready. All right. And then we'll do the audio. Yeah, let's do the audio because I haven't seen it. There's no video to it though, but what am I doing? Oh, I gotta get on my Facebook to get it. Hold on 1 second. All right. I'll get it from Gail's. Why was it making me laugh just thinking about it right now? Okay, wait, no pause. Okay. All right. So let me share my screen. Okay. Share. There. Okay, so here we go. Here's the video where that where that's taken from. I know a lot of you guys already seen it, but there's probably some people that haven't seen it. So look right here. So Johnny's walking down the red car. So do you think it's her? So she's a fan. She's got her camera waiting to get a picture of Johnny. I'll let it play again. It's funny because she's just so ridiculous, like so mean to Johnny. Seems like she hates him so much. But was she a fan? I don't know. I mean, she could be there to see somebody else because I don't know if it's a red carpet and a bunch of stars. But I mean, she's looking at him. She's got her camera up. It's either somebody that looks just like her or her. Okay. So that's. Oh, wait. I didn't even share my screen, did I? Oh my God. Never mind. It's not even playing. I thought I shared my screen. Hold on, guys. I did share it, but I have the banner up which covers it. Hold on, I'm sorry. You guys are probably like, what is she talking about? Because I don't have my chat up. Hold on. Okay. Oh, I had it up, but since the banner always goes over top of everything, like the overlay or whatever it's called. Yeah, overlay. And I had it on top. Oh my God. Okay, here we go. I'm embarrassed. Okay, so right here. So she's right here. Up to the corner. So that's what that picture's from. We'll watch it one more time and then I'll take it down and then we'll play the audio. And I'm gonna go to the bathroom. So yeah. So I did a screenshot from it. Okay. So man, it looks like I have a bruise under my eye. What is going on? I just saw that. Okay, so let me take this down. We would do, what are we doing? So we have till 2, so yeah, we have plenty of time. Okay, so let me bring up that video real quick and we'll watch it. Hold on. And I'm gonna run to the restroom. I'm gonna check out this thing under my eye in the mirror and see what the heck is going on. And we'll listen to it. Let me get it. Share video. Which one was it? Oh, here it is. Remember, this might be loud because I don't know. All the videos are really loud since I turned up the volume. So just be prepared that you might have to turn it down. Let me just see something though real quick. If I could somehow play something like some where I could play some kind of something have some kind of visuals, because this doesn't really have any video. It's just the audio. I guess I could put up a screenshot of them. Hold on a second. An overlay. Hold on. We could do. Hold on a second. Give me 1 minute. I'll just do the this thumbnail I'll put up while we watch it. Hold on. At least until I come back, and then I'll just put my face. Okay. Almost there, guys. Almost there, I promise. So it's just supposed to be audio, but it's 2 hours between her and Johnny. Like I said, I don't know. Somebody emailed me, said it's really interesting. Something about, hold on. Hold on a second. I gotta see when it starts. Hold on. Hold on 1 second. Okay, so I just want to see where it starts. So I could. Hold on. Okay, so it starts at 43 seconds. Okay, hold on, guys. I'm getting it. I'm getting it. I just wanted to see where it started. All right. So overlay. I'll just put this over my face. Well, that's my thumbnail. While I go to the bathroom, and then I'll come and we'll talk about it and stuff. But all right. So I have to add this. Hold on 1 second. Hold on a second. I'm getting it. I'm just trying to. Oh, why won't it let me do this? Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Don't leave, guys. I'm getting it. I just wanted. So it starts at 43 seconds. Okay. 43 seconds. I think this should be right.
Thought that we had some sort of game plan.
I told you what I needed. You said we should make a list, but yet you don't. Seeing the counselor's not gonna just.
It's kind of low, but
alone.
it's up as
Won't
high
change
as
how
it
I do
can.
things, and I want to trust you, and I feel like all the trust is gone. All the fucking trust is gone in the relationship because you keep splitting. We fight together,
no
but you're the
trust.
only one who splits, and I want that back. But you
If there's no trust, there's nothing.
I'll be back.
then maybe there's nothing to talk about. But I did come over here with enough love in my heart and sincerity.
Thank you.
To say to you that all the things I said, which now I feel like, but I meant them. You know, I fucking meant them. Even though you fucking split, didn't come home. You know, I still did that. I've showed myself. I've proven myself. I've fought for you. I've showed up.
I'm not gonna be in a physical fucking altercation
Don't.
with you.
Then don't.
You fucking hit me last night. You fucking.
What about all the other times you split? Come on, you cannot act like that's about that. It's
Well,
not.
we're on a plane. I can't split.
No, and you hit back. So don't act like you don't fucking
I
participate.
pushed you.
I'm not going to get into the details of that fight. You and I both know that you split when there is no physical violence involved. And that you do it at the very beginning of fights these days. And if you split and you go into a different room and you don't actually leave that house, it does nothing but perpetuate the fight. And you don't actually do it respectfully. You don't do it in a way that actually means we won't fight. It always makes more fights. It always makes them longer. It never, ever makes you calmer. You never come out going, I want to talk, or I'm okay, or it's going to be okay. And I am I'm sick and tired 100% of being the only one that goes and fights for it. You know what that does? It demoralizes the half of this relationship that is me. It demeans me, demoralizes me.
Really?
Yes, really. Really, when you split on me, how do you feel when I leave you?
When I
I've
split, when I
left
go
you
into the
before.
other room, you're saying.
You leave how you get another room, you get a flight,
When-
things like that. And you
when is-
asked me not to
when
in
is-
Australia, and ever
No,
since
how
then,
many?
I've
How many? How many?
I don't
You're
know. I
wrong.
have to count them up.
No, because I haven't left you in a house maybe twice. Last night and another time.
No, you've done it before. I've come here before. I'm not doing that anymore.
Yeah, you've come here before. Last time and another time, and then last night.
You've done this several times, and
went to
getting
other
me a
rooms.
room. I mean, getting another room at a hotel is just the same thing.
When did I get another room at a hotel?
You text Steven or Nathan in Toronto to get you another room. It's chronic. It happens all the time. And if you do it to go into another room, you do it and you get dressed.
You were fucking screaming at me.
I'm not going to validate my actions last night. I feel very bad.
No, I'm
for
talking
how I
in
reacted.
Toronto.
I did not start screaming until you had fucking said all the shit. You poke an animal enough, it is eventually, it doesn't matter how friendly it is
That's
or how
not
cool.
true. Well,
I
it's
stayed
the same
cool
for me.
so long,
It's the same for
and you
me,
kicked
kid.
and kicked and kicked so bad. I have not done this to you. I have not said these things to you. I
Then-
have not started the fight by saying I'm
then
going to
se-
get another room. And
se-
I'm not going to sit here and fight about fucking Toronto anymore. Guess what? I let it go. I'm not fucking talking about Toronto. I
Send me the
yell it.
tapes.
I can whisper it. I can write it. Guess what? I'm not saying another fucking word about Toronto. I'm so sick and tired of fucking fighting about old fights. This is not about a fight. This is broad. This is a broad thing. And if I'm telling you every single time you get dressed and you fucking split the top of a fight, you never fucking try and work it out, you never fight for me, you never come to me, you never self-calm, you never self-soothe, you're never the one to throw the olive branch. I'm sick and tired of it. It needs to fucking change. And you can go, I can't meet those demands, I can't do it, or you can fucking promise me so I have a modicum of safety, I feel a modicum of respect, a little tiny shit sliver of fucking like, you are in this whether it is good or bad, whether it is good or bad, down and up, lows and highs, tough and easy. Not just when it's easy. I feel like you're a fucking vacation husband. You are so there when it's good. You're so there when it's easy. The second it gets hard, you question it. Last night, I'm just as guilty. I give you that. But I have been primed and conditioned. At this point, I thought I'd never get over Toronto. It hurt so bad. I got fucked over so bad, and I did not do anything like that. I didn't stoop to that level at all.
You got the tapes. Let me hear them.
Absolutely. I wish it had caught everything too.
Why don't you send me the fucking recordings?
I will.
Just text them to me.
I don't know how else to say I will to you. Hasn't really been a kind of safe environment now, has it? So if I'm looking to stoke a fire, yeah, okay. I haven't, because we have not been well. We have not been good. When I fucking move out, if I move out, then you'll have them, and you can fucking relish them. You won't fucking like it, what you hear. Won't make you happy. But you'll hear what I'm telling you. We haven't really been good. It hasn't really been a safe environment now, has it? You act like you're fucking on something when I haven't, sent you this. Like, well, send them to me. Get this. It hasn't been good. It's been a little tough.
Well, it wasn't before Rio.
Was it tough?
I mean, it was only in the sense that you tried to keep me,
It's been really tough.
And why did you come to Rio?
All I've been trying to do is be with you, spend time with you. You said you needed that. You said that it made a difference when I wasn't working. You wanted me to travel with you.
That was the
You
time
said
you were
our
looking for
relationship would be
apartments?
different. That was after Toronto.
Yeah, that's when we came back here.
I know where
Toronto,
we were.
Boston, here,
I know where we
rehearsals.
were. We've been on the road basically since Australia, and I have been at your side. And I have not been filming a movie.
Well, we were on
And
our honeymoon. I hope you were at my side.
I'm not talking about just a honeymoon. Now, am I? I'm talking about many months. And was it all the honeymoon? No. I have been at your side throughout it all. You said, why did you come to Rio? And I answered you. I would love for it to be better. I have no fucking consistency, no safety, no security. The relationship is something, is something you don't fight for, you don't stand up for, you always run from when it's tough. I'm telling you, I need more. We didn't say vows. You didn't make them exactly in the same, in that way, you know, but now is the fucking time. I need to know if you're going to be there. I want promises. I told you that at the beginning of this conversation. I need promises that you're going to fucking be there. I need promises that this is important to you, not when it's easy, when it's hard too. This is something you'll fight for. That this is something that's sacred, that neither of us throw out every fight. I can't be the only one to hold the promises. I was in Toronto and it fucked me over. I can't be the only one. You can't be the only one. If I split on you, all those times that I thought about doing it would not be here. And I stayed, and it's tougher. You know, that's stronger. I'm stronger. It is easy to run. It is easy to run away from problems. It is easy to take that out and say, well, that's the easiest. That's the best, safest. That's the safest way out. I'm not saying we should get in physical altercations. I never want to be in that. Never. But every time you don't like what I say and you fucking run away, will never work out anything. You can't run away every fight. You can't. It's easy. It's not brave. It's not strong. It's harder to say to somebody, I want to work this out. I want to face what I have. I want to face what you have. I want to work it out with you. You're not working it out. You're running away, and then you make me be the bigger person every single time and come to you and knock on the door and come to this house and say, hey, we're married. It's supposed to be sacred. Calm down.
I made you.
Yes, by default. If you're never the one to do it, one of us is, and I'm the one to do it every time. It means I'm the bigger person every time. It means I have to be the strong one. It means every time I have to fight for our relationship, and you get to be lazy. You get to be cowardly. I don't know what it is.
What are you here for? What do you need me for?
Once again, I am fighting for the relationship.
With a guy that you don't fucking trust or like? Why?
I did not say I didn't like you. I love you. You're my favorite person in the world.
I don't see how
I remember what I said at the beginning. I'm sorry you feel like you can't imagine it. But I said this to you at the beginning of this conversation. I said, you're my favorite person in the whole world. If you weren't the most magnetic, shiny, beautiful, interesting, dynamic person I had ever met in my life, it would be so easy to walk away from this bratty thing that you do.
Untrustworthy.
Did you hear what I just said? Yeah. I said I can't trust. That's not meaning you're untrustworthy. It means that we've created a situation. And I'm telling you what you do to create it too. We've created a situation in which trust can't grow. It's like it's trampled every single time, and we need a marriage. That's why I sat down. Do you not remember me sitting down at the very beginning of this conversation and saying just that to you? Saying, I know you got married for security and for safety. So did I. We did not get married because it was something that we're doing, because it was something we could walk away. We wanted a foundation. No?
Yes, I wanted to make you my wife.
Yes, but you could just have me as your girlfriend if you didn't want the foundation. And you told me, and maybe you go back on it now. Fine, okay, cool. Lie about that. I don't know. You told me you wanted a foundation. You told me you wanted the security. You wanted the safety. You liked the foundation. At the beginning, you said, I really like having that. It feels safe. So don't argue with me when I say it now.
I'm not arguing with you.
Oh, yeah, but you had to pick it apart.
By saying because I loved you and you're my wife? I wanted you to be my wife? That's picking it apart?
No.
Then how did I pick it apart?
I don't want to do this. I don't want to fight about a fight. I want to fight about the semantics.
How come when I come up with a point, you can't answer it? You don't want, or suddenly you don't want to answer it?
What am I not answering? Because I don't want to fight about this new thing? No, I don't want to. I said you wanted the safety and security, and you stopped me. You interrupted me, and then you said, what? Because because I wanted to have you as my...
I didn't interrupt you. You asked me, right? You said, right?
I meant you interjected. I meant you said. You said. How about that? See, now, is this better? I answered you. I addressed what you're saying. Now, can we please not fight about that?
And I said, because I love you.
You said loved.
We're talking about a fucking event that's past tense. If I used loved, my apologies. It doesn't mean I don't love you now.
My whole point that you had, I don't know, an issue with is that you love me. Yes, you married me, though, because you wanted some safety, some security, some stability, a foundation. Now, if you take issue with that, okay, take issue with it. But if you agree, then you agree. That's who you were when you married me.
Yes, but the only thing that's missing is with you. I wanted those things with you.
Yes.
And that's what I
Yes.
was trying to say.
Me
Because I
too.
love you and I wanted to marry you for that, for our love, for the security, for the foundation, for yes, of course. But you left for you.
I'm sorry, I didn't. Me too. I mean, with you, of course.
Or with you or whatever.
I mean that, of course. Of course I do. Of course I want that with you. It's why I'm married to you. But I need the safety, I need the security, I need the boundaries, and I think you, would you not agree?
I need the same things.
So
But when you start flipping out and I can't get a word in and it's you know, manic and angry, what the fuck, Amber?
I get angry. I'm human. This is the kind of situation where one gets angry.
Okay, but you can't provoke anger in me then. If I just
can't
try,
control that.
but
If
just
I'm
try.
angry,
Just try. Let's both try. If there's anger, if there's something fucking really, really fucking poking us in the ass, let's try. Try not to fucking fight. Try to address it without jumping down each other's throats, because all that's going to do is build a mountain of fucking resentment, some species of fucking hatred within the love, and totally fucking mistrust, because you say you don't trust me. I get it, okay. I'm flake, I'm a this, I'm a that.
I didn't
All
say
right.
as a person. I was speaking specifically about this. I don't trust the marriage. I don't trust you. I don't feel safe with it because you always fucking bail on it.
Well, then
That's sick.
I don't know, you know.
I want the trust back. You can deflect all you want, say it's my fault, say how dare I get angry at you ever, whatever. I'm telling you.
As much as you don't like that shit in your marriage, I don't like the guff that you put on me in our marriage, and if it causes distrust in me, it causes distrust in me. Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know.
You. I don't know what.
And
the
sometimes
thing
I
is.
don't. I don't want to fucking be there and go through the shit. I don't, man. I don't.
No.
I don't want to, because I don't want to fucking fight.
But it doesn't have to be one. It's not like I'm saying, hey, choose fight.
You just said I get mad, I'm going to scream.
No, I didn't say that's always the case. I said, yeah, I'm mad. It happens. It happens.
Yes, I know. It happens often.
The things that are wrong are repeating themselves, and they happen often. If you think I'm some fucking tyrant or bully, then don't fucking be with me. But don't sit here and insult me like I'm the fuck up because I have the
But you're the
audacity
one
to get
saying
mad.
that I'm the tyrant and the bully and at the same time the guy that runs away and
You run away every single fight.
Okay, so I mean, then what are you
Then I'm not
doing
lying
with me?
about it.
Then what are you doing with me?
I already answered that. We went through this conversation literally 5 minutes ago. I answered this already 5 minutes ago.
You just said to me that I shouldn't be with you.
No, I said if
That's
you.
what I feel.
No, I said if I'm some, harping bully, which is what you make me sound like. Like I'm like constantly on you, making you feel bad. That's because that's what I do. And then you ignore everything. You take me for granted. You're ignoring everything that I do for you. You make me sound terrible. You talk about me in a terrible way. You do not fight for me. And then you want to sit here and make me sound so terrible to be around.
Fight for you?
You don't. Everything I've already explained.
No.
10 minutes
No,
before.
fight for you. I don't understand.
You never ever do the work
put in the work. If we're arguing about something, you don't ever try to get to the bottom of it, figure out, make the peace. You want to make it easy on you, so you split. You don't fight for me. You don't fight when there's a problem. You don't come to me. You don't make peace with me. You never extend an olive branch. You're never the bigger guy. You're never the one that's like, okay, I'm going to put my own feelings aside for a second and say, this is bigger than us. Let's stop fighting. You never are the one to come and knock on my door. You take me for granted.
It's not true. It's not true. I'm not the one who fucking throws fucking pots and
Those are different.
whatever
That's
the
different.
fucking else at me.
That's different. That's one does not negate the other. That's irrelevant. It's a complete non sequitur. Just because I've thrown pots and pans does not mean that you come and knock on the door. Just because there are vases does not mean that you come and knock on the door.
Really, I should just let you throw.
I'm not saying that. You're saying that. You're putting words in my mouth and then making non sequiturs.
I'm giving you a situation.
No.
So what do you guys think so far? It's interesting. I haven't heard we've heard little bits and pieces of different audios, but this is like a full, huge one that I haven't heard the whole complete thing. Have you guys? How many people have heard this whole 2-hour thing? No, this wasn't played in court. No. There was a part of it, like that beginning part was played, I think. There was parts of it played, but no, not the whole thing. Somebody just emailed me a link to it, and I haven't got a chance to listen. I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to download this. This would be good to play for you guys. I forgot to look in the mirror. Oops, I forgot about that. Oh, well, I'll look later. But no, I'm going to continue playing it. I'm interested in it, actually. So yeah, definitely. Like I said, there's probably parts, like little pieces of it that they played maybe that you'll recognize, but no, not the whole thing. Oh, and you saw the tapes. So they're talking about the tapes. So that does show you for sure, yeah, that they mutually wanted to record themselves. Obviously, she's controlling what's being recorded, though, right? Because she's the only one that listened to him. She even says, "Oh, you're not gonna like what you hear." Why isn't she letting him listening to him? If they're doing it together, why is she the one controlling what's being recorded and she's able to listen to it? And also, I wanted to make a comment before when we were listening to the other audio. What if, and my mom had brought this up last week when I was talking about recordings, but I was like, no, I don't know. I thought maybe, but then as I was listening to it, what if those times where she's calling out Johnny about physical abuse, Johnny don't really remember when she recorded it. I mean, this is years of the relationship and he was high and drunk for a lot of it. So he's not going to remember every conversation. So what if she edited out the parts where he responded back? It's very easy to do, editing. So what if she edited? So what if she says, because there were parts where she's accusing him of hitting her or beating her up, and he is sitting there with her and he doesn't respond. So their point is, if he didn't hit her, why didn't he speak up and say, wait, I didn't hit you. What are you talking about? I always thought it was, there's two possibilities. Either she edited out his little responses, and that's what my mom asked, maybe she edited out things. Yeah, she could have. Or was he just, oh, there she goes, blah, 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 and he just blocks her out sometimes. Or he was so high or drunk, didn't even hear what she was saying. Or he just so used to her just going on lying about things, he just let her go because he didn't even realize she's recorded. He didn't realize this was all going to happen, and he has to actually stick up for himself. He couldn't predict all this. You know what I'm saying? Or do you think there's a possibility he edited it? That she could have edited out him saying, you know what, I didn't hit you, and she just edited out those responses. Either or, I think. Yeah, definitely. I agree. Okay, so man, I feel like the audio is really loud now, you guys. If I'm blowing your ears up, I apologize. But the court is really low, so I'm gonna keep it up high. Okay, so I'm going to continue this, guys.
You're trying to justify how you don't or do come to the door
No,
based on whether I throw pots and pans. It's irrelevant.
No, I'm justifying how you seem to think that there's this cowardice in me that runs away and I don't fight for you.
And you're justifying that by saying I throw pots and pans? Okay, cool. Let's talk about everything you do wrong.
I'm not the one who fucking did that. I didn't.
So that makes sense. That
That's clear. Yeah.
The only time I ever threw anything at you was when you fucking threw the cans at me in Australia.
Why are you trying to justify who throws things based on
Because
whether or
that-
not you come knocking on the door? I don't
Because
get
that
why
is a
one
fucking
informs the other.
irrational and violent fucking maneuver.
How
So
does
a
one
man would
inform
want
the
to
other?
get out of that area so that he doesn't get so fucking angry that he actually does pop the fucking wife.
How does one inform the other?
See, when I go off the screen, it cuts out. I can't even go
home and
off the
listen to the
screen.
tape.
Gosh darn it. I don't know why it
Please,
does that.
that's what they're
Let me
for.
try again.
Yes. You listen to the fucking tape.
Oh, I'm gonna.
So will I.
I'm going to try to find the tape because I have it downloaded where James, in the elevator one, they played in court, but we could watch it again. Where did I put that? I have it somewhere. Where did I put it? Just give me a minute. I'm looking through all my stuff. I still have it playing the audio. They're just quiet right now. Which I don't know if this is all done from the same day, or they just quiet and don't say anything, or is this a new one? Like what did they? How did they just end that? Why is there no talking? It's still recording. I don't know.
I'm not going to sit here and promise.
I guess they were just sitting there.
You'll never fuck up. I know you want to live in a world where everyone just says yes to you and doesn't question you or criticize you ever.
Don't insult me like that, please.
But that's not the case. It's not why you're with me. I am honest with you. I'm sorry. You don't want to be held accountable. I get it.
I'm not sure you're so honest with me.
Well, that's your...
Watching you live in front of Travis last night was really a
That's your problem, and that's your whole thing that you've created.
That's my problem, but my problem is that you don't trust me.
No,
what
I don't
the
trust
fuck
you in
is
this.
going on in there, man?
I don't trust you in this, and I want the trust back.
You don't trust me in our marriage. Well, what is everything we're talking about? Our marriage.
Tell me if you want to stop talking.
You're saying you don't
then
trust me
just tell me
personally, or you
tell
don't
me
trust me in the marriage? What I don't understand, what's so different. Tell me the difference, please.
I think I have in the last few hours now.
No, I think you could probably explain it to me a little better. I'm slow.
You want to keep being an asshole?
Do I want to keep being an asshole?
Stop the attitude.
It's a redundant question.
Stop the attitude.
I should stop the attitude. Okay, sure, no problem.
Stop.
No problem.
So
I'm just getting it. I found the one with James.
Go over every fight we've had. I'm not gonna refight this fight. You have something you're holding on to about Travis. Fucking go fuck. You know, go do it. Go run away together. I don't know what you're fucking holding on to, but you have created that. I have no part of that. I don't know what you're fucking latched onto in your brain, what stray hairs have fucking commingled and tangled in your brain to make you think you've really figured some sort of thing out. But this is not unusual for you. It's like almost every fight I can pretty much guarantee you find something that you can like manipulate.
Let's
and
ask
twist
Travis
into something.
tonight. If you
Yes,
told
why don't we
him,
invite Travis into our fucked up, broken ass, 3 fucking wheeled truck of a marriage? Why don't we crash it straight into the wall? Because no one knows us better than fucking Travis.
you're just afraid that the truth will come out.
What truth?
That you lied.
What are you fucking talking about? I didn't fucking even have a fucking thing to lie about. What are you fucking talking about? Every fucking fight, there's a new thing that you've convinced yourself is a lie.
I said to you, Amber, Tell Travis what you just did. Did you just fucking? Did you punch me in the fucking jaw? Did you fucking kick? Did you? Did you? And you wouldn't say a fucking. You said, I don't know what
Oh,
you're
so
talking
I
about.
lied.
Never fucking.
I see the
Never
lie.
fucking happened.
I see the lie. You really should run with this. In fact, maybe you and Travis can like go and like, you know, do a tell-all about what a
Hey,
what, you know, an
stop.
investigative
Stop with
study.
the attitude, right? Stop with the attitude.
Sorry,
You're getting all bunched up.
sorry, sorry.
Man, this is interesting, huh? Get to hear the whole conversation.
I don't. It's so fucking pointless, and you know it, to sit here and fight about fucking whatever you think happened with This wasn't
No.
a conversation.
Listen,
we
I
were
was
fighting.
not high.
I'm not going
You
to.
lied. You're an asshole.
You were fucking full of shit. What
Lied,
lie?
you asshole.
When? What conversation did I have with Travis? Big investigative study you've done. I'm not sitting here and
No,
fighting
I
with
was
you
in a
about
situation with
the
you.
fight that we
After
had
you
last
fucking
night.
got physically violent with me, I texted Travis. I said, "Come up here," because
know.
I didn't want
Come and
anything to
save me.
happen.
I mean, yeah.
It's coming to what? Save me?
No, go ahead. Continue. You. Travis to the rescue.
No, that was the last one. You can go. You go. That was the last insult.
Oh yeah. You called me a liar, and yet
I watched you lie.
you called me a liar.
I watched you lie. I
You're
heard it. I was
bullshit.
right there.
There's no what. You still haven't told me what lie it is.
We'll talk
But
to-
yet every single fucking time.
We'll
You
talk
know
to
you do this
Travis.
every single fucking
We'll
time.
talk to Travis.
I'm not fucking talking to nobody.
No,
Fuck
because
that.
you
You go fucking jerk him off. I don't care. I really could care less. It's you every single time. You latch onto some sort of thing. When I already told you, I don't know what you're fucking talking about. You don't even know what you're talking about. You still haven't even told me what it is. But run with it.
I have told you what it is.
No, you haven't.
I said to Travis, I said to you, hey, tell Travis what just happened. You
Oh,
can
you
care
told me
less.
to do it. You
Yeah.
told me to. You said, go do that.
I said, no, tell him what just
And
happened.
I lied.
And that you punched me in the
You're right.
fucking thing. And you
figured
in
it
the
all
face.
out.
And you said, no, I didn't. What the fuck are you talking about? And I
didn't
watched
punch
you lie. And then
I
I
didn't
said,
punch you,
and
by
then
the way. I'm sorry that I didn't
You
hit
punched
you
me.
across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. I was
See,
not
this
punching you.
clip
Babe,
was
you're
in
not
it.
punched.
So now we're hearing the whole thing.
Don't
What
tell
happened?
me what it feels like to be punched.
You know, even a lot of
It's cutting out.
guys been around a long time. I know. Yeah,
No,
I
when you fucking have a closed
didn't
fist.
get punched. You got hit. I'm sorry I hit you like this, but I did not punch you. I did not fucking deck you. I fucking was hitting you.
You can't
I don't know
deck
what the motion of my actual hand was, but you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you.
How are your toes?
What am I supposed to do? Do this?
How are your toes?
I'm not sitting here bitching about it, am I? You are.
Oh,
That's the difference
you
between
poor
me and
toes.
you. You're a fucking baby.
Because you start
You
physical
are
fights?
such a baby.
Because
Grow
you-
the fuck up,
Because you start
Johnny.
physical fights?
I did start a physical fight.
Yeah, you did, so I had to get the
Because-
fuck out of there.
Yes, you did. So you did the right thing, the big thing. You know what? You are admirable. Every single time. What's your excuse? When there's not a physical fight, then what's the excuse then? You were still being admirable, right? Just by running away? And you can sit here and call me names, but you get called a name, and what do? That's the last insult. You're a baby. You're a hypocrite. You don't do anything that you actually do. You expect from people what you can't give them. If they do something, a taste of it to you, you fucking lose it. But yet you dish it out.
What are you doing with this?
I'm giving you a Xanax in case you need it.
Oh, thank you.
Seems like it's worn off.
Yeah, it probably has.
Okay.
I love you, and I've told you a million times in this conversation how much I love you. I do love you. And I've fought for this marriage. I've fought for you. And you don't do the same Not ever. Okay. I got married to you with a sweet foundation. So we start out.
Oh, chat. Sorry, I've been trying to get something to show here.
Not
in this
so that
chat.
it could be a crazy thing we throw around at each other. Run away from.
Wait, let me rewind
I
it.
haven't even been able to have like a fight with you.
I'll rewind it a little bit because I missed some of it and I was talking. Sorry.
Sweet foundation. So we start out. Not so that it could be a transient thing we throw around at each other. Run away from. But I haven't even been able to have like a fight with you beyond in any real talking kind of speaking context in so long, because anytime anything goes wrong, you split. I feel like it's your first thing. And it's unnecessary. It's not always you're splitting because there's blows or because there's yelling or anything. You split with most times when I'm still speaking in this volume and nothing has been thrown or hit or anything. Tell me what I need for this. I want to feel the trust, and I can with you. I know I can. I have felt it with you. But it's been destroyed by constantly being reminded that you take me for granted, or that you don't see this as a permanent thing, for better or for worse. I feel genuinely that you are here in this marriage and committed to this marriage for the better. And really not for the worse. You can't say the same about me. I fight even when I feel terrible. I show up. I pursue. I give you space. I've done everything to really show how committed I am. You know I am. I'm here for God's sake.
And I haven't.
No, not when it's tough. Not when it's hard. Not when it's worse. This is this is the grandest gesture you've shown me in a long time. Is by sitting in one place and actually facing some of the stuff we need to talk about. This is the biggest gesture you've given me in a very long time. It means a lot, of course, but it should be mutual. I know there's things that I need to be different. I want to make you happy as a man. I know I can change certain things that are hurting you. But I know I can't blame myself entirely for going straight to the fucking finish line, the first sign of stress yesterday. Because of how it's been lately. Like since Australia. And I've been on the road with you. I haven't been working. I don't know what else I could fucking do.
Since Australia, we've been on our honeymoon and we had a great time, other than the fact that we had a fight in the train, which was physical. But then we had a fight in San Francisco. But I thought everything else was great. You're saying you've been pondering this since Australia.
No, the splitting.
Me splitting.
Like the lack of, I even said this in Australia. I said, I feel like it was so good for so long. We'd talk about things. Remember we were allowed to have fights then. Remember we allowed ourselves to say, hey, you did this, or you took. Remember we would even have a little argument and it was okay. It was an argument. I don't know what the fuck has changed. I can't figure it out. And I don't mean to criticize anything that you do, but it's so chronic with you, the changes in the personality. It's like sometimes you get these clear months and you're this different person and it's wonderful, you're this, and then sometimes I'm like, struggling to stay connected with you, struggling to have 5 minutes with you, struggling to connect with you, struggling to have my friendship with you, and I can't fight with you. You know, it's like, but they're so chronic that I have to go, what the fuck has changed? What thing has changed? Do you not remember how different? You were so different. You allowed me to.
I allowed you to what?
Present, and you were so present, and we were allowed to fight. We were not even fight. We had arguments. You weren't like this. Mood swings up, down, like really aggressive and really cool and calm. I mean, you've given me this time here on the couch, and it's amazing that we can actually talk. But I never feel that safe. I constantly feel like you're about to fucking split, and I don't want to feel like that. You made me feel meaningless.
You threw me out of the bedroom.
Yeah, why wouldn't I if I know that you're about to split? I mean, that's what I'm saying. You
I wasn't
always
about to split.
You always split, so that's why wouldn't I mean? I do blame myself for my actions.
I was
yesterday,
laying in
but I
bed
also
watching
don't think
television, man. I was laying in bed watching television.
I fucked up last night. I'm not going to defend myself, but I also can't blame like me going to the finish line, and that's always where you drive it. You know.
But you're saying you thought I was. You were sure I was going to split. But
Always. I mean, that's just.
Why would I split if I'm laying in the bed with you watching television?
Anytime I tell you that I'm unhappy with anything, and it's typically the same thing. Anytime my voice will complain, I'm not allowed to have a complaint. I'm not allowed to think anything wrong. I've told you this 1,000 times. 1,000 times I've said this to you in calm and in fights. Baby, I don't feel like I'm allowed to just have a complaint, and you aren't allowing me the luxury of us just being normal human couples. Like, as soon as you get mad, you take off on a train. Remember, I even asked you, is it about Adderall? Are you doing too much? I know it makes one edgy. It makes one, like, temperamental. Could it be too much? Like, what is it? The alcohol doesn't seem like it unless it's, like, in Toronto where it just became that. But in general, it hasn't been a problem so much. So I don't know what changed. I mean, I'm sure it's something, because it's not, it's chemical, it's strong. It's one day you were different.
It's the same.
And it hasn't been back.
It's the same changes that are happening in you. It's exactly the same. Huh?
Everything but so is the case.
That is the case.
I have always allowed you to fuck up and be a human. I've always been able to have a communication with you. The difference is you make it so we cannot even communicate at all if it's anything negative. You go, you take off on a train, you don't get off. You don't calm down. You don't come back around. You don't honor when you say, I just want a few minutes or I want a little time, but I'll be back. You don't assuage the anxiety and the stress that gives me and makes things worse with me by saying, hey, we will, remember Keeper was like, you have to say, I will be back in this amount of time, more or less, and then actually honor it. You have to come back. So I said, oh my God, if he could do that, that would be great. And you never do it. You know, you don't ever honor that. You leave me with way more anxiety, stress, anger, and resentment. But in Australia, for a few months, you were so...
So were you. It makes a difference. I wasn't being attacked.
I'm that. I have not attacked you any different. I haven't changed. I have not attacked you any different. I never attacked you. I never attack you. Just because I have a complaint with something you did is not an attack.
It becomes
baby.
verbally insulting. It becomes all kinds of shit. It becomes like right at the get-go, yeah.
See, that's the problem. If you see any criticism as a verbal assault, of course we have this problem. We're going to have it next time you do. God forbid I have a problem with something you do. We're going to be in this situation. Are you ready for it?
Say it nice, man.
What if I'm hurt? Am I not allowed to be hurt and be human? That's the thing. You're not allowing me to be human then. You take my humanity from me. You're telling me I'm not allowed to feel things and I'm not allowed to react because to protect you.
Last night happened because I was at Isaac's for too long. Next door.
It happened because we could not
And for what? For what? What did we gain from this fight? From me just, the horrible fucking act of me being over at Isaac's for just too long for you.
I did not cause this because you were at Isaac's. I mean, you lie to yourself. Go ahead. You're just lying.
Then
to
why
yourself.
were you upset last night?
This did not happen because of Isaacs. This happened because we're fighting. This is not about Isaacs. We actually haven't really even talked about that. We spent 2 seconds on it because it's not about that. You know it's bigger than that. The point is I voiced a complaint. It could be anything. You could say, baby, you did something to hurt me. Which you did, and you admitted.
Why didn't you say that?
You admitted that you would feel that way too, and
Yes.
you said sorry for it. That would have been great, but I could not feel safe saying that to you because I knew that your reaction would very likely be a defensive explosion and an attack and freak out and get up and walk away and all this stuff. So I wanted to avoid it. So I took an Ambien to try and go to sleep without even having to speak to you about it because I was really hurt that you fucking left me stranded. You didn't think about me. You didn't text me. All the things that you apologized for. You already apologized for it. Can you do me one small favor and not take it back?
I ain't taking it back.
Stop defending it, please. You already apologized for it. It meant a lot to me. Do me one favor today. Don't take that back.
And what did I just say?
This isn't about Isaac. You know it.
Hmm?
This isn't about Isaac. You know it. It is about us not allowing.
Is it about me showering?
No, it's about you not allowing me to have any problems with you or be upset at you or mad at you or even hurt by you at all. You do not allow it.
If you could have just said it in a kinder way, a nicer way, like, listen, I feel fucked over by what you fucking just did.
You wouldn't freak out.
No, I would say fucking, what is it? Like what? And fucking too long at Isaac's. You said you wouldn't be that long or whatever. You shouldn't. I feel stranded. I felt fucking left. Whatever. What am I gonna fight with that? Why would I get mad at that?
Oh my God, the first thing you do is I don't have to text you and all, I mean you just it would be shitty. It would be a fight. It would be terrible. It would not be.
It was a fight.
Yeah, it was.
It was a fight. And it shouldn't have been. And so then the Isaac thing was the impetus because you were that was a lot of what you said today.
It was the impetus, but it's just a small example of a bigger thing. You know it's bigger.
Okay, so it's a bigger thing that's coming from back in Australia.
No, it's like Australia, we were allowed to have fights. You can't sit here and tell me I can't feel things and I can't voice them to you. If we say to each other, you can't get mad, you can't be hurt by the other, then we're living in a fucking motherfucking fairy tale.
Look, then of course, nobody is able to and shouldn't hold shit in. But we can go to the other person and say, look, man, I feel fucked. I feel shit. I feel this. I feel that. And then we can assess how you feel. Well, fuck, I guess, oh shit, I see what you mean. You know, I see what you mean, I get it. Or, fucking, I don't understand what you're saying, and you're wrong, and you're whatever.
But it's going to be the latter, and it's been the latter for months now, where that's your reaction, is not ever admitting wrong, ever doing anything wrong, ever admitting it. You always go straight to you're wrong, fuck you kind of thing. You don't say fuck you all the time right away, but I'm saying
always.
Like for months now, it's been, I can't voice any complaint. I can't say I'm feeling fucked over. I can't say I'm hurt. I can't say you fucked up. I can't be mad at you. I can't be hurt. Nothing. Because I'm the bad guy. Oh, well, I'm always fucking up, and, you know, like, you're always on me, and I'm always fucking up, and, you know, like, getting mad at me for being honest with you. We've had a million fights where I'm like, I was honest with you. I told you how I felt. Maybe if you were me, wouldn't you feel bad? Yeah. Okay, well, then, the fuck? We had these few months where we actually could even feel things and fight, and it was an argument. But you don't ever like, it's like you, I don't know what's changed, but it's like you can't ever just make it short and get over it. You can't. It's like you get on something and you will not get off of it. Hence why I'm always going to you in fights for hours, trying to get you to calm down. Please, can we talk? Please, because I don't want to go to bed that way. And you told me you didn't want to go to bed that way either. Yet you want to fucking do this all night long and make it an all-night thing by disappearing for hours at a time. And then when I come to you, I'm the bad guy. I feel fucking alone. I feel like you're not fucking helping. You're not fucking doing anything in fights. You're not overcoming yourself. You're not overcoming yourself. It's every one of these fights could have been so short. Why aren't you doing some of the work? Why aren't you coming to me and saying, look, olive branch? Why aren't you saying, I'm sorry, bigger picture, let's look at the bigger picture? Why aren't you doing any of this stuff? Have you noticed that you're not?
Do you remember thanking me for doing that, actually, recently? Thank you for being the bigger person. Thank you for coming and apologizing to me.
When?
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry, when?
Was it, I don't know, honeymoon or Venice?
There's an example. I don't
sorry.
remember which one it is, but
I'm really sorry, I don't remember exactly.
no. I wasn't questioning you. I'm sure
I'm
it
just
happened.
saying
I just don't remember that one time. But I'm
Yeah.
saying the majority of the time. And if you want to argue with that, then we'll never see eye to eye. I think you and I both know the truth. The majority of times, you cannot calm yourself, and it's me trying. Whether I'm hurt, whether I'm mad, whether you just told me you hate me in my eyes, I'm the one trying to get you to calm down, trying to get an olive branch, trying to not make it an all-night thing, trying to get over it, trying to see the bigger picture. Even if I'm hurt, I'm still trying to do it because I see the bigger picture. You lose the bigger picture every time. And if you want to stay married to me, you need to figure out if you think you can. If you're going to lose sight of the bigger picture and only be my husband when it's easy, you're only going to be there for the ups, never the downs. You're only going to be there for health, not sickness. Every time it gets hard, you lose the big picture and you can't think about anything else but breaking up, divorce, fighting, splitting, running away. If you can't be the one to come around sometimes and see the bigger picture and know that it's not worth fighting for days, if you can't do that too, we need to walk away. I don't want to walk away. I don't want to end this.
But do you not think you instigate the same thing?
I'm not talking about instigating, I'm talking about ending.
But ending, you don't.
I'm talking about ending.
Yeah, but you don't always do that. You don't always end up to be the one to say. What
you
you do is in the morning you say, I'm sorry.
No, I do it at night. I come, whether it's night or day, I've done both. I've come to you every single time. On the plane I came to you, on the Venice I came to you, in Toronto I came to you, in San Francisco I came to you. I pull you into the bed or I hug you and I get us to calm down. And I'm glad I do because that's what makes it not be an all-night thing. And nothing harms our marriage more than sleeping in different beds because we're mad at each other or going to bed mad at each other. We made a promise. You didn't keep that promise, but we did make a promise to not do that. It was your choice not to live up to that promise, not mine. I tried to get you to come to bed when you were mad. I tried to get you to calm down so many times in Toronto. In Toronto, in Venice, in San Francisco. I would come to the 7 different bathrooms if you were, and try throughout, whether I was mad or hurt or not, because I saw the bigger picture. I didn't think it was worth this. I'm always the one trying to end it. You never let go of things. You constantly do this.
I'm sorry you feel that way.
You're never the one coming to me and saying, let's not fight anymore. You're never the one saying, come just get into bed, let's not go to bed mad like that. On the plane, it was me. In Toronto, it was me. It's always me.
On the plane here from Rio, you were losing your marbles. I'm the one who came to you and said, let's calm down, please calm down. And you were blaming me.
Think about it.
Because your flight was going to get in late and you wouldn't be able to
think about it.
Have time before your thing.
Just think about it.
Oh, no.
Majority of our fights.
No, absolutely. Okay, I'll admit that. Yeah, the majority of our fights, I hang on to it because it's fucking hard to let go of. Some of the shit that you go through in a fight can be painful and it's hard to forget shit.
Yeah, no shit. But if you want to keep doing this and live a life where you constantly are using that as ammunition, which you could shoot yourself in the fucking head, that's fine. Okay. But at least admit you're doing that. If you want to hold on to everything and never get over it and never let go, then don't scratch your head and go, I wonder why I'm so aggressive when you point out anything I did wrong. I wonder why I have so much resentment for you. I wonder why we fight so much. Stop scratching your head and wonder and just admit it's because you never let a fucking thing go. You can't get over anything and that you won't and cannot calm yourself down when you're mad.
So it's all my fault.
It's not. It's not.
Yet you can sit here and find blame in everything that I do. But you never say a thing about yourself.
I think I've included myself.
You copped her last night.
I have included myself. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. I made so many mistakes. What I'm talking about, I'm not guilty of. I'm not. I do let things go. I move this relationship forward. I fight for us when it's on your mind. I do let things go. I see the bigger picture.
You said you said, I'm tired too, man. You said you see the bigger picture and you do let things go. Yet, after Toronto, you're looking for apartments.
That was a hard one. And I did not say it 100% of the time.
And the plane was a fucking hard one too.
No part of this conversation did I say, I am perfect. I did not claim that.
I know you did.
I'm claiming the vast majority of time these are patterns. And I own them. I'm right. You know it. You don't have to admit it. But you know what I'm saying is true. I'm able to see the pictures. Whether I'm mad or hurt, I do mean for better or for worse. I have honored my word to not leave. You ditched me last night, and I understand. I understand how shitty that got, and I understand my part in it. But it is a reaction to this fucking situation we've created. It's about to crack, and I'm trying. I can't be the one. All the time. I also don't want to make me unhappy. It makes me miserable. And then that's the trust I'm talking about.
Like I said, the last thing in the world I want is for you to be unhappy or for me to let you down. And I do. And I do make you unhappy and
Okay, sorry. It was so weird. I was trying to find new pictures, and half the time it was like saving, and the other ones it wouldn't. I was trying to figure it out. Sorry, I was so quiet. I am going to turn it. I'm going to put it back on. It should be starting soon, and I didn't want to miss it, but I'll keep talking. Whoa, what's that? Why was it like that? That's weird. Do I have something on here? Oh. Okay, so let me add that. Okay. So put it like that and we are good to go. All right. Anyway, so I'm sorry. I didn't get to see all the chats. I was trying to get a bunch of pictures. I shouldn't even bother with all that. I was trying to keep you entertained with the pictures, and then I ran into that stupid problem where it wasn't letting me. But no, we were listening to that. What did you think? Towards the end, I wasn't able to focus because that issue with me saving the pictures, it was driving me nuts. But what did you think of? What did you guys think of the audio? So we made it like halfway through. Oh, actually, let me turn this back on. Oh wait. No, hold on. I'm gonna wait till it starts to to turn that music, that sound on. Man, why did they got that? If I could, you know what I could do? So it should be starting any minute, but what I'll do, hold on. Yeah, but then I'll still hear it. Tell me if you guys could hear it. Can you guys hear it or not? Oh, here we go. Okay, never mind. I have it on. What are you talking about, Michelle? Yeah, never mind, guys. I turned it back. I was gonna like mute it on my end, but I just turned it on because the music's over now. Don't worry. Yeah, but Michelle, a lot of people haven't heard the audio. If that's what are you talking about because you heard the audio? A lot of people haven't heard the whole 2-hour audio. I haven't heard it all together. So yeah, I didn't. I mean, I listened to the deposition and I listened to a little audio. Oh, that's what I was gonna play if I went and got preoccupied with these stupid freaking computer. So next break, I'll play the James Franco elevator scene. I should find Elon Musk's too. Yeah. So here we go, guys. The moment of truth. Or let me see where we left off at 51:32 on the recording. Oh, here we go. I'm nervous. I'm nervous. The moment of truth. Is it going to be Amber? I don't know, guys. If not, who is it going to be? What is she? Oh, so Gail was telling me that they are going to take all week off. There's going to be 10 days of no trial. Did you guys hear that?
Sorry, Judy.
So next week, I don't think they're going to do it for some reason. I don't know why. That's just what Gail was telling me. I'll have to look into it. I'm nervous, guys. Is it going to be her? Is it going to be her? I'll mute myself as soon as it starts. Hey, Tinkerboo. Oh, Tinkerboo. Yes, I gave you a shout out. You're the one that sent me that audio. We were listening to it. Thank you. Oh my God, is it going to be her? If not, we might have to wait in a whole 10 days, like Gail was saying. I'm taking all next week off, guys. I just found out on break.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
I did not know that.
All right, your next witness.
Your Honor, we'd like to call Laura Amber Heard to the stand.
All right.
Oh my.
Amber Laura.
I do.
Here we go. Here we go. Her name's Laura? Oh God, I'm nervous. I'm nervous, guys. Here we go. I want to mute myself. But is her middle name Amber then? Ooh, look at her.
All right, thank you. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. Will you please state your name
Yes, it's Amber Laura Heard.
and what is your address?
I live in Yucca Valley, California.
And how old are you, Amber?
I am 36. I just celebrated.
Okay. And do you have a daughter?
I do. She also celebrated her birthday recently. She's 1.
Okay. And what is your profession?
I am an actor, mostly.
Okay. Now, why are you here?
I am here because my ex-husband is suing me for an op-ed I wrote.
And how do you feel about that?
I struggle to have the words. I struggle to find the words to describe how painful this is. This is horrible for me to sit here for weeks and relive everything. Hear people that I knew, some well, some not. My ex-husband, with whom I shared a life, speak about our lives in the way that they have. This is the most painful and difficult thing I've ever gone through, for sure.
Now, there was a trial in the UK in July of 2020 where Mr. Depp had sued the Sun newspaper and Dan Wooten. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And what was your level of participation in that lawsuit, in that trial?
Well, I was not party to that lawsuit. I was a witness, I suppose the primary witness, since it dealt with the truth of the relationship that I shared with Johnny.
And what, if any, role did you have to play with respect to, for example, witness statements and testifying?
Objection, compound.
I said, for example.
Overruled.
I had to write, I think I gave 7 witness statements under oath testimony. I sat on the stand for 4 days under mostly cross-examination. And up until this point, it was the hardest thing I had ever had to do.
Thank you, Amber. I'm going to take you back, and if you can just tell the jury a little bit about your background. Tell us where you grew up.
I come from Austin, Texas, a small town outside of Austin that you probably haven't heard of. No one has. It's called Maynard. And I was raised by my mother and my father. And I grew up with a little sister, although I have a big sister as well.
And your little sister's name is?
Her name is Whit Hurd.
And how much of an age difference is there between the two of you?
Whitney and I are about 1 year, I think we're 16 months apart. So right next to each other.
And what did your father do for a living?
My father broke horses and did construction, he painted houses, and hunted and fished, but that was for fun.
And what did your mom do?
She worked for the state of Texas.
Let me just, since you talked about the breaking horses, can you just tell the jury what your role is in assisting your dad on that and what is involved in breaking horses?
Objection, leading.
Can you just tell me about?
Overruled.
You just got to stay on, basically. I would help him. I was more of a crash test dummy. You know, when you train a horse, it's a wild animal. It doesn't necessarily like to be ridden. And there are people out there who are crazy enough, like my dad, to pick that as a profession, I guess. And he was really good with horses, and I was the son he never had. So it was my job to, stay on.
And what, if anything, did you learn from your father about how to react to the horses?
Well, with training horses, I guess the key things are to not show fear, not get intimidated, not show fear, be tough and calm.
Tell the jury a little bit about your educational background during those growing up years and your work experience.
I worked any job that I could from the time I was really young. I wanted to get out of Texas and do something with my life and see things and do things. So I was in school and really pushed myself to, I just always pushed myself to be able to accelerate the process. I wanted to, get out of school as fast as I could. And I wanted to do more things with my life than stay in Texas.
So what types of things, so where did you go to school when you were younger?
I was a scholarship kid at a Catholic school growing up, several different Catholic schools, but they were always in the other, on the other side of town, in the wealthier part of town. And I grew up quite working class, and thankfully with, as long as I maintained an A average, I enjoyed the benefit of a scholarship, and I did that until I realized that I could take my GED and SATs early, and I did that and placed out of school and effectively left school 16 years old, I believe.
And what did you do for work during those younger years?
I took any job that I could. I worked at my father's construction company, sometimes, just administrative stuff. I mean, it was a small company. But I answered phones, and I worked at a modeling agency that was also, offered photography classes, makeup classes, hair and makeup classes for people that were pursuing a career in entertainment. And I started taking classes that I paid for by working there effectively as a trade. And I eventually worked there long enough to be able to pay for my headshots, which are the pictures that you use in the industry to promote yourself, in whatever, acting, modeling, or both.
And what, if any, charitable work did you do when you were still young?
It started off as a requirement for the school I went to, and then I liked it so much, I think, because it meant I wasn't at home, and that was important to me, is just to not spend time at home. And I really loved meeting people, so I worked at the soup kitchen every morning before school, during the school year, for about 4 years. I didn't go on weekends, but on weekends I would do various things. Worked at children's museums, typically, because they would work with younger volunteers, and mostly soup kitchens and things involving children. I worked at with deaf kids for a while, and I love it.
And when you worked with deaf kids, what, if anything, did you do to learn to be able to work with them?
Objection leading and 404. And relevance, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Well, I taught myself how to sign basic sign language, and then I pursued it. I audited a course at the community college, which I ended up going to get out of high school early later on. But I would audit classes. The teachers never wanted to kick the random 12-year-old out of their class, I suppose. So I remarkably was able to audit, I think, the majority of 2 semesters, and that's also helped me learn.
So how did you end up in Los Angeles?
I did a small job in Texas where I played a part in a movie, and the actor in the movie that I was playing opposite had an agent visiting him from LA, and I met her on set, and she said that she had heard about me from another bit part I did. I was taking jobs in Austin for really anything, to be an extra, to apply I did makeup once. Nothing, no job was too small or, for me. So I put myself out there, and she had heard about me, and she said, I have heard about you in this town, and I'd love to meet you in LA if you're ever out in LA. And I was like, when can I come? And she made an appointment with me for the following week, and I used all but $180 or something to get out there. And I landed. I didn't know anyone. I was 17. And I've effectively been there ever since, I suppose.
So when you arrived in Hollywood, please tell the jury what you did to get moving there, get going.
I went to every audition, every casting, every meeting, every appointment that I could. I put myself out there. I didn't have a car because those are expensive. So I took the bus around LA. It was before smartphones. I had a Thomas guide in my bag and a change of tank tops. Not that it mattered, but I went to about 10 auditions sometimes a day and would change clothes if I needed to in the back of, the bus I was taking. And I just hustled from one audition to the other. And I got a bit part on one thing, and then I got a bit part on another thing. And then eventually my roles kind of became more important or bigger. And it's been a slow progression, I guess, since then, of doing either tiny bit parts in bigger movies or doing, larger roles in movies that no one would see. And I guess, it still is kind of like that.
So I'm going to ask you to go from 2002 to 2009. If you could just describe for the jury a little bit what types of parts you had. I think they've indicated you have not been well known here in this courtroom compared to Mr. Depp. So perhaps just take them through a little bit of that.
Yeah, that's fair. I did small roles in big films like Zombieland and Pineapple Express and movies that were well known. My first one was Friday Night Lights. But again, I had small roles in those bigger films. And then I would do larger roles in kind of smaller films. Like I did a project where I was the lead in a John Carpenter film, and he came out of retirement to do that. And that's kind of how it was in terms of my career for those that first initial 10 years or so. It was just going from slightly bigger role to slightly bigger role, and just working my butt off.
So I'm going to take you up to 2008. Did there come a time that you auditioned for The Rum Diary?
Yes, I auditioned for that in about 2008, I believe.
Please describe for the jury your experience in auditioning for The Rum Diary.
Well, I auditioned a few times, which is common in my work. You get a call back, as they say. And I think I had at least one, maybe two callbacks with the director. And then I got a call saying that Johnny, who at the time was, I think I knew that he was producing it as well, was doing a project that was something very personal to him. He was reprising his role as his late friend, Hunter S. Thompson, and it was a very important project to him, and that he wanted to meet me in person. I thought I would be going for maybe an audition, but it was just a meeting. I went to his office and met with him for a few hours.
And what did you talk about during those few hours?
We talked about books and music, poetry. We liked a lot of the same stuff, obscure writers and, interesting books and pieces of poetry that I haven't heard anybody else reference or know or like. And he was very well read and charismatic. And, I think I left the office with a few books that he gave me. And we spent the whole time just talking about things that we care about. And I was so surprised that somebody, I knew who he was. I wasn't familiar, I wasn't a fan of his work. I wasn't familiar with him, but I knew who he was. He's one of the most famous people in the world. So it was already a weird thing to go and get called into his office. And, I'm a no-name actor. I was 22, I think. And I thought it was unusual. It was weird because he was twice my age and he's this world famous actor. And here we are getting along about obscure books and weird, old blues. And I thought it was remarkable. I just hadn't really, I thought it was unusual and remarkable. I left there just feeling like, wow.
So did there come a time that you learned that you were going to be cast for the role in the Rum Diary?
Yes, a few days later, my agent said that Johnny's going to call you. We gave him your phone number. I was like, oh, okay. And shortly after, my phone rings, I pick it up and I hear, this like deep voice on the other line. And he said, you got you're it, kid. You're the dream. Hunter wrote this part and you're the dream. You're it, kid. I was like,
And
amazed.
please describe for the jury what that means. What was the Rum Diary and this Hunter Thompson? What was the concept here and what role were you playing?
Well, it was my understanding that he was bringing to life his late friend. And what he told me was that this character is supposed to be the dream woman, like the dream, American dream. And so I knew what he meant. He indicated to me when he told me I got the role that I was that, that I was the dream kid. That's what he said.
So did there come a time that you started filming the Rum Diary?
Yes, I'm not quite sure how much. I think we started filming in maybe March of 2009.
And where did you film the Rum Diary?
We shot it in Puerto Rico.
And describe, if you can, the events of the filming and your interactions with Mr. Depp during that time.
It was a bit surreal, filming in a place like Puerto Rico. It was beautiful. It takes place in the 50s. So everything really looked beautiful, cars and clothing, the music. It was a very colorful shoot in general. I couldn't have asked for, a better scenario. I was on film. I mean, I was on set reading my books, and occasionally Johnny would talk to me, and then he started to be really kind to me, like more open with me. When we'd have hot days filming, there'd be this big SUV pull up and a security guard would kind of usher me into this car and it would have the AC blasting. And I'd be sitting in the back of the SUV, just thinking what a strange experience the whole thing was. And, we didn't really have a whole lot of interaction on set until we did a scene that involved kissing. We had a kissing scene, and it didn't feel like a normal scene anymore. It felt more real. There are certain things that you do in the job to be professional, like when you have to do that sort of scene, and you don't you don't use your tongue if you can avoid it. There's certain things that you do to just maintain a certain line, and it just felt like those lines were blurred. I mean, he grabbed my face and pulled me into him and really kissed me. But we were filming a scene.
Did he use his tongue?
Yes.
Okay. Did you celebrate your birthday while you were in Puerto Rico?
I did. I celebrated, I think, maybe my 23rd birthday there.
And what, if anything, did Mr. Depp do for your birthday?
Well, we were already kind of talking about books and poetry and things like that. He gave me a few really beautiful poetry books. And he gave me a bicycle, like a vintage bicycle, because at the time I was riding around on a bike, and I had a lot of time off since I was a smaller role in the movie. And yeah, I think that was it.
Okay. Now, did there come a time that you ended up visiting him in his trailer?
Yes, I think we would hang out if, after or in between scenes or in between setups, we often were, talking about things and would continue the conversation into the trailer, often with the director. Bruce Robinson was his name. And then at one point we talk about wine. It's another thing that Johnny and I shared in common, a love for wine, red wine. And we were talking about a kind of wine that I enjoyed. And I was, going on about how great this bargain wine was. And I didn't understand, how much more sophisticated Johnny's taste in wine was. So I was going on about the virtues of Malbec or something. And I brought him a bottle of this wine and I set it down. And at some point I'm going back to get back to set. And he kind of kicked his foot up in the air and basically kind of lifted the back of my bathrobe up. And
Can I just stop you there? Why were you wearing a bathrobe?
because I was doing a scene, it was a period film, so it took place in the 50s. And so I had all of this old undergarments that are for that time era on. And the scene involved me changing. So I had all the costume on. And he kind of picked up the back of my robe with his boot. And I kind of turned around and laughed, giggled, I didn't know what to make of it at the time. And I just kind of giggled and batted it away playfully. And he kind of playfully kind of pushed me down on this bed sofa that was in his trailer, just playful and flirtatious. And he said, yum. And he kind of lifted up his eyebrows like that. And I just giggled, laughed it off, kind of batted him away and, moved on, went back to set.
And were you in a relationship at that time?
I was.
Okay. And was Mr. Depp in a relationship at that time?
That was my understanding, yeah.
Okay. And did anything else of significant happen during that time period while you were filming with Mr. Depp, other than what you've told us?
We just had this, it was a friendship, flirtatious thing. I felt chemistry. I felt this other thing that went beyond the pale of my job, for sure. Johnny clearly felt that way about me, had indicated to me that that's how he felt in many different ways. But at the same time, we were both in relationships and it is a job, and, it was intimidating. And I just remember feeling kind of intimidated and a little nervous about that. And I also was in a relationship. So we went our separate ways and I didn't hear from him for a long time.
And that's, so approximately how long were you filming in Puerto Rico for the Rum Diary?
A few months is my best
All right.
guess.
And when you left Puerto Rico in the filming, when is the next time that you had any contact from Mr. Depp? And contact could include anything, communications, written communications, as well as telephone or otherwise.
We had no contact until Johnny called me on the phone one day, and I was driving and he invited me over to his home in California, in Beverly Hills. And I was out of the blue. I didn't even have his phone number. So it was quite unexpected. He called me a second time, but I don't think we actually connected, or we didn't stay on the phone because we didn't really speak. But the first time was the only time I actually spoke to him, and he invited me over to his house under kind of he said that, we could get Bruce, who was the director, to come over, something about the movie, but it was clearly not about the movie, if you know what I mean. It was So I said, I said, my friends are in town, and I'm busy with that, and kind of hung up, feeling really startled, that didn't know what else to do.
What, if any, gifts did Mr. Depp send you during that time period after you filmed The Rum Diary?
He sent me several gifts. He sent me a beautiful dress, one that I wore in the movie, with a beautiful handwritten note, said happy wrapping, and made a reference to the dress being wrapping paper. He sent me a few gorgeous, expensive, what I can only assume are expensive, collectible books, items. And then when I was away filming on a different job, he he did send me some guitars. I know one delivery, I was informed about one delivery, and my partner at the time intercepted the attempt to deliver and called me immediately and said, what should I do? And I said, well, send it back. And she did. And she indicated that there was another one that had already previously attempted delivery, and it was also rejected. I sent it back because I wasn't there and I wouldn't have accepted it anyway.
Okay. Did there come a time that you ended up having to go on a press tour for The Rum Diary?
I got a call for the Rum Diary press tour in the fall of 2011.
So that's close to 2.5 years after you filmed?
I'm an actress, not a mathematician for a reason. Roughly, yes.
Okay. And could you please describe for the jury what a press tour is? Just explain it to them.
Well, you take a movie once it's completed, and if it doesn't have distribution, you, as part of the promotion of that movie, you go to these various places, normally cities like London or New York, and you do press events in those cities to kind of promote the film. And you go to place talking about the film.
And so you were then called to participate in the press tour for The Rum Diary?
Yes, I had just finished going through the process of separation with my former partner, and I was moving and going through that, and I got a phone call saying, remember that movie you did in Puerto Rico? Well, they want you for the press tour. And I said, well, perfect timing. And we did that, I think late October 2011.
Okay. So describe for the jury your interactions with Mr. Depp during the press tour.
Well, on the the beginning of the tour was Los Angeles, where we both lived, and we did a press day, normal press day. And then at the end of it, I was invited by Johnny to come up to his room to have a drink with him and the director of the film. And I went up to the room to see both him and Bruce. But as soon as I got there, Johnny said Bruce wasn't going to make it. So I stayed. Johnny and I started talking. He asked me about my relationship. I said, well, I'm going through it. I'm going through the separation right now, and it's been, rough couple of months, but that's normal. And he said, well, that's same with me. It's been, I can't remember exactly how long he said it had been, but that he had split from the mother of his kids, and said that he understood.
All right. And then what happened next?
Then we drank red wine and continued to talk, and the talking became us, reconnect. It was like reconnection was almost instant. It was just chemistry. It's hard to explain that, but we sat on the couch and we talked, and it felt like there was it felt like there was an electricity to the room. And that's how I felt when I was alone with him anyway. And it was instant again. I was like, whoa. So on the couch. We talked, finished some wine, and then I got up and left. And as I went to leave, he grabbed both sides of my face, similar to what he did in Puerto Rico when we were filming that scene. And he kissed me, and I kissed him back.
And what happened next with respect to any relationship with Mr. Depp?
Well, then we fell in love. We went on this press tour, and we went. It was a beautiful and strange time. We're flying from one, not together, but going from one city to the next, Europe, New York, Los Angeles, as I said, and we're just traveling around talking about this movie that we did together, that we participated in together. And we were falling in love. I mean, it was just, at the first dinner in London, he sat me next to me. He produced the film and was a part of controlling the film and was responsible for different things than I was as an actor having a small part in it. And we went on this press tour, and I think in London, he had me sat next to him at a dinner. And then we ended up spending the night together in my hotel room. And for the rest of the press tour, it was on. I'll put it that way.
All right. And how long approximately did the press tour go?
I don't know exactly how long it lasted. I think, there were press engagements in this city for a few days, and then another city for a few days. And then there was a break, and then there was another press opportunity, I believe. So it was kind of spread out over maybe a month, if I'm guessing.
So when you returned to Los Angeles, what, if anything, took place with any relationship with Mr. Depp?
Well, once we were back from the press tour, we had this, whirlwind romance kind of just in these like beautiful places all over, and we're falling in love and not able to really show it because the world didn't know about the split between he and his former partner. And of course, as a woman, I was like, is that troubling? And I'd ask him, no, he swore to me that they hadn't even shared a bed for a year, and that they were protecting the kids and not publicizing it. So, or not making it known to the press. And so we kind of had to be a little bit under the radar, not a little bit, we had to be really under the radar. Because as Johnny pointed out, that the world would blame me and call me a homewrecker, even though I had nothing to do with it. So we were secretly dating, and then, it was beautiful. It was, I felt like this man knew me and saw me in a way that no one else had. I felt he understood me. I felt he understood where I came from. I felt that like when I was around Johnny, I felt like the most beautiful person in the whole world. It made me feel seen, made me feel like $1 million. And that kind of feeling where, he's just lavish gifts and lavish expressions of love, and how he had never met a woman like me. I mean, I remember he took the foil off of this bottle and put it on my ring finger. And I had only been with him like days, or maybe it was weeks at the time. Yeah, it was probably about a few weeks, but it just felt very intense. But we weren't doing normal life stuff. We weren't like stuck in traffic with each other. We weren't going to the grocery store and doing life. We were like hiding in these places around the world. He has so many homes. And so we'd be in one of those homes, or my home at the time, and it would be like a bubble, like we were in this little bubble of secrecy, and it felt like a warm glow, as we would say. Just music and the kind of books that we both loved and poetry that we both knew by heart. And it felt like a dream. It felt like absolute magic.
So while you're dating, I take it you're dating at this point, right?
Sorry,
While you're falling in love, you're also dating, right? Okay.
Yes.
Did there come a time early on that you ended up going to his Bahamas Island?
Yes. So shortly after, we, I think, started dating October of 2011. And as I mentioned, this bubble, where he'd come over to my house and not leave for like 3 or 4 days, just smoking cigarettes and playing music and reading poetry to me or painting me or, just talking. And then he would disappear. And there'd be just no way to get a hold of him, no way to contact him. At first, I didn't really think anything about it, but he disappeared at one point and then came back and said he was dealing with some health issue, and would I join him in the Bahamas? And I think that's when I learned he had an island. And I was on a trip with a friend of mine in Spain, and it was for the holidays, and I kind of rerouted my trip so I could come and land in LA landing in Miami instead of LA, so I could go and meet him on the island. And he had Keenan come and meet me on that trip, like in Miami. I get off one plane, get onto another, and go and join him on his private island. And I noticed he was drinking Beck's and tea, like lots of tea. And I didn't foolishly think anything of it. I just, thought the man really seriously, I missed it before, but really, really loves tea. And we had this beautiful, I don't know, less than a week probably, trip in the Bahamas, a private island, beautiful sandy beaches. It's a scene that you just don't, I had never experienced anything like that. It was a beautiful place, a beautiful time. And I fell head over heels in love with this man.
So after the Bahamas, I assume you came back, and are we talking now early 2012?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So what were you doing work-wise while you were dating him in this early stage?
What I always do, I would be taking job to job to job, going from one movie to the next, mostly not filming in LA. So weirdly, you live in LA to go shoot on location in other places. So when I was in town, we would go back to this bubble, like insular bubble with beautiful, blaringly loud music and no one else and nothing else. And then, I'd go off to work. And so would he. Eventually, yeah, he left to shoot Lone Ranger, I believe.
Okay. Now, we've heard a little bit about Lone Ranger, and that's about mid-2012, is that right, when he was shooting that?
That sounds right, mid-2012, yeah.
And were you shooting anything at that time?
I was shooting...
Machete Kills?
I believe I was shooting Machete Kills in Austin. I had a small part in a Robert Rodriguez film that shot in Austin. But I think Johnny was shooting and then having some time off, and there was just a lot of travel, a lot of movement. So.
And so what, if any, visiting did you do with Johnny while he was on his set for Lone Ranger, and where was he?
Well, he was filming all over the Southwest, and at some point I came to visit him and on one of his locations, and I would stay in the house because I couldn't really, occasionally I would leave with his security guards, but I didn't really have anything to do but visit him for a few days. So I'd cook and kind of stay at home and paint or whatever and wait for him to come home and have dinner ready. And We would have these little bubbles, but kind of scattered throughout the Southwest, and as he was filming. And at the time, Johnny had, when I first arrived at one of these locations, it was the first time that Johnny told me that he had had a health issue, something with his liver, and that he wasn't, that's why he was not drinking. He was drinking a lot of tea, like a lot of tea.
Okay. And so we've heard a little testimony about boots. What, if anything, did you do to help Johnny with his boots?
Well, I mean, I suppose that I took off his boots, and it made an impression on him. And I was happy to, anything I can do to show love. Certainly how I felt about him. But if he wanted to take off his own boots, he certainly could.
Did you buy Mr. Depp any knives during that time period?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
What, if anything, did you do with respect to knives during the time period you were with him in the Lone Ranger?
Objection leading.
What, if anything?
Overruled.
Johnny had a thing for turquoise, and that eventually, being in the Southwest, it can happen really quickly. I also too really love turquoise, and he has he loved knives. He loves a lot of things. When Johnny loves things, he does it a lot, lots of it. So he had these daggers that he had given me that they were beautiful in design. And they're, long curved daggers. And he just talked a lot about knives, had a knife and gun collection, and was quite proud of it. And at some point, I don't really remember exactly when it was, but at some point I picked up what I thought was a really beautiful turquoise handled knife. And I had it engraved with a saying that Johnny would say to me all the time, which I, thought was romantic, as funny as that is to say now.
And what was the expression, the saying?
Until death, hasta la muerte in Spanish.
Now, by the time that you're visiting Mr. Depp during his shooting of Lone Ranger in the June through August 2012 timeframe, what, if any, relationship has he developed with your family?
Oh, well, starting really early on, Johnny was so kind, so generous to my family, but especially my mom and dad. He met my dad, and my dad's a big personality. He's a rowdy guy. And Johnny just all of a sudden, I had never noticed, Johnny have a Southern, all of a sudden Johnny had this Southern accent and was really like buddies with him. And they really seemed to get along very well. They're, just like instantly he was giving my dad gifts. He gave him guns, he gave him knives. They had this, Johnny just really just showered my dad. And my dad's a working man, salt of the earth guy. And he was just like, floored. He's getting all these amazing gifts and being invited to come onto these locations. And, Johnny's this big movie star. And my dad was just like, I think my dad would have married him himself, not if I hadn't. And he just instantly, he gave my mom jewelry, brought her out to come and see me while I was visiting Johnny on Lone Ranger in some part of the Southwest. I think it was Colorado. He gave her this beautiful turquoise necklace. And they were definitely taken by him.
And what, if any, relationship had Mr. Depp forged with Whitney by this time, your sister?
I believe the relationship came a little bit later as they got to know each other, but he did the same thing with my sister and just really found a bond with them that, was he tried to do anything and everything he could to make them feel like special And they did, you know, my mom, my dad, and my sister.
And what, if any, relationships did Mr. Depp form with your friends?
Well, Johnny's so generous and can be this really like overly generous almost, you know, like showering you with gifts and compliments and just, I mean, like, you know, and he has access and means to really, you know, we're not talking about giving you a card. We're like talking about just these like extravagant trips or these extravagant gestures. And it's a lot. And he did that with my close friends. I'm relied heavily on my friends and had a pretty strong support network with them. And he really just showered them with generosity and love and light and invited them to come to these exotic places and flew people here and there. I mean, he's incredibly generous.
So going back to the filming of The Lone Ranger, what, if anything, did Mr. Depp do with respect to a horse?
Objection leading.
What, if anything?
Overruled. Johnny at one point insisted on buying me a horse. And I, of course, said that's extravagant. There's no way I could accept that. That's how will I take care of that horse? You know, it's so extravagant. So I said no, of course. Eventually, he got a hold of my dad and worked it out with my dad, like what kind of horse to buy, and then showed me a picture of this horse and said, it's yours. It's coming here. I think it was being transported. And he said, you know, that he had my dad's help on it, picking out. And, you know, I grew up on my dad's horses. You know, I grew up riding with my dad. So, you know, I had resisted for, I think about like a month and a half or something of him kind of bringing up the idea and me saying, that's a crazy gift. No, thank you. No, that's incredibly generous, but I couldn't accept to all of a sudden I had a cult.
So, so let's take you through 2012 and your relationship. Could you just describe for the jury a little bit about how that relationship evolved through 2012?
It was always intense. It didn't become intense. It almost started that way. When I was with him, you know, I felt that electricity in my body. I felt like butterflies. I couldn't, you know, I couldn't see straight practically. It was just, you know, I was head over heels in love. And he felt like that to me. He felt like he was also in love. I didn't feel like he was faking it. I felt like what we had, it felt like to me at the time, there wasn't any love like that, you know, I mean, and then he started to kind of do this thing again where he'd disappear and he'd come back. And I remember at first when he first started drinking, I didn't really think much of it, but all of a sudden the behavior kind of started to go in line with the disappearing, and he'd come back and he'd just be different. And I'd say something and he'd accuse me of saying something else or saying it in a different way, or he would, it was mostly my clothing at the time and me working. That was the main thing. Like I found myself trying to not talk about auditions because it would change the mood so dramatically. I tried to, you know, he would make these comments about, you know, whoring myself out, but do so in the context of me acting, you know, and he would talk about other actresses who do my role in this way where they were worthless whores, that they were, you know, fame hungry, you know, expletive, you know, just this. The point is, it felt really dirty to be an actor. never mind that he was one. It was dirty that I wanted to do this job that I wanted to do, and I was doing the job of an actress. It was everything every time I was walking out of the house, he would ask me, "That's really what you're wearing, kid? Oh, I see." You know, I wore a dress to an event once, and I felt beautiful in it. Like, stupid as that sounds, I felt pretty in this dress I picked out, and I showed it him because it's a carpet, it's red carpet, so it's like, publicized, and I kind of thought it was weird. He wasn't saying anything about it. I left him to go do this red carpet, and I was like, "Did you see the event I went to?" Basically, I felt pretty, and I thought, like, "Did you see that?" I wanted him to say something about that, I guess. And he said, well, this is after he stopped talking to me for some time, didn't tell me why. When he came back in my life, he wouldn't explain why he was acting different. He just kind of acted mad at me and didn't know what I had done wrong. And when I brought up the dress and the event, because it was an event to support a charity I was really involved with at the time, and I said, did you see that thing? And he said, yeah, I think the whole world saw that, kid. That's how they'll remember you. That's how the world will remember you. And I was like, oh, come on. I mean, it's like, but I felt good in it. I felt good. And he said, yeah, kid, that's what you're putting out there in the world. No one will ever forget that. And that's all they'll see you as. That's what you wanted. That's what you were going for. My dress was low cut. I get it. It's low cut. But I felt, I felt really embarrassed and horrible that I wore that. I felt like, how could I have made that choice? Of course, he's right. You start to believe it. I started to believe that made a lot of sense, of course. But it didn't stop with that. It was clothing in general. And when I walked out of the house, it wasn't just like, hey, you're not allowed to wear that. It was like, oh, really? That's what you're wearing. No wonder you get cast in those roles. No wonder you that's what you are. That's what you're making it. And it continued. And then there would be a blow up. And at first it was just to throw something, smash some things. It loves to smash up a place, an apartment, furniture. That's what it started with. Glass. Threw glass at me, and I remember it was summer. And he just threw this glass across the kitchen, and it didn't hit me, but it shattered behind me, and I remember thinking that it like very easily could have hit me. And that calling me a whore, it didn't start with using the whore word. It was just comments until it would escalate. And then I started to notice the pattern of escalation where he'd throw glass or turn over a table. Then he would hit the wall, and then he'd hit the wall really close to my head. Like when I'm standing there, just hit the wall, screaming at me. But then he would disappear and get clean and sober, and he'd come back and tell me that he was done drinking. He was over it. It's done. Cleaned himself up. He had done it before, and he'd do it again. And then he would go back to this like wonderful, like almost like just unreal, like real, but unbelievably nice, sensitive, kind, warm, generous, interesting, funny man that I loved. And he would make me feel so loved. Like I would feel so distant from that thing that was so scary that I would not even recognize it too. And that was how, our relationship kind of started to develop in that first year.
Do you remember the first time that he physically hit you?
Yes.
Please tell the jury about it.
It was it's seemingly so stupid, so insignificant. I will never forget it. It changed my life. I was sitting on the couch and we were talking. We were having a normal conversation, just there was no fighting, no argument, nothing. And he was drinking, and I didn't realize at the time, but I think he was using cocaine because it was like there was a jar of cocaine out on the table. I realize that sounds weird, but it was like an actual vintage jar of it. But I didn't see him use it at the time, so I didn't really factor that in. I just, he's drinking and we're talking, and there's music playing, and he's smoking cigarettes, and we're sitting next to each other on the couch. And I asked him about the tattoo he has on his arm. And to me, it just looked like black marks. I didn't know what it said. It just looked like muddled, faded tattoo that was hard to read. And I said, what does it say? And he said, it says wino. It says wino. And I didn't see that. I thought he was joking because it didn't look like it said that at all. And I laughed. It was that simple. I just laughed because I thought he was joking. And slapped me across the face. And I laughed. I laughed because I didn't know what else to do. I thought, this must be a joke. This must be a joke. Because I didn't know what was going on. I just stared at him, kind of laughing still, thinking that he was going to start laughing too to tell me it was a joke. But he didn't. He said, "You think it's so funny? You think it's funny, bitch. You think you're a funny bitch." And he slapped me again. Like, it was clear it wasn't a joke anymore. And I stopped laughing, but I didn't know what else to do. I didn't know what to do. You would think you would have a response, but I, as a woman, had never been hit like that. I'm an adult and I'm sitting next to the man I love, and he slapped me for no reason, it seemed like, and I missed the point. It was that stupid. Second slap, I know he's not kidding, but I don't know what else to say or do, so I just stared at him. I didn't say anything. I didn't react. I didn't move or freak out or defend myself or say, "What are you doing? You're crazy." I just stared at him because I didn't know what else to do. And he slaps me one more time. Hard. I lose my balance. At this point, we're sitting next to each other on the edge of the couch, or I was on the edge of the couch. And I'm all of a sudden realizing that the worst thing has just happened to me that could possibly happen to you. I realized that I wish so much he had said he was joking, because it didn't hurt. It didn't physically hurt me. I was just sitting there on this carpet, looking at the dirty carpet, wondering how I wound up on this carpet and why I never noticed that the carpet was so filthy before. And I just didn't know what else to do. I didn't know what to say. I didn't know how to react. I just sat there thinking, how much time do I have to figure out what I need to do? Because God, did he just hit me? No, I didn't want to leave him. I didn't want this to be the reality. I didn't want to have the man I was in love with. I know you don't come back from that. I'm not dumb. I know you can't hit a woman. You can't hit a man. You can't hit anyone. You can't just hit somebody because I knew it was wrong, and I knew that I had to leave him. And that's what broke my heart, because I didn't want to leave him. I thought if I got up out of that room, I would leave the best thing that ever happened to me. And I wish I could sit here and say I stood up and I walked out of that house and I drew a line and I stood up for myself. I was just looking at dirty carpet trying to will myself to get up, to walk out of the door because I knew I needed to. And I really slowly, I stood up and I remember looking at him in the eye and just looking at him, frankly, because I didn't know what else to do. And before I know it, he starts crying. And, you know, like I had never seen an adult man cry. I didn't even really see my dad cry at my grandma's funeral. You know, it's weird. And he's crying. Tears, I mean, just falling out of his eyes. He gets down on his knees and he grabs my hands and he's touching my hands and he's saying to me, I will never do that again. I'm so sorry, baby. I put the fucker away. I thought I killed it and it's done. I thought I put the monster away and I've done it before. It's done. But on his knees. And I didn't have words. I didn't know what to say. I just remember thinking that it was just, he was crying. He seemed so sorry, but I knew I couldn't just forgive him because right? That means it will happen again, no? You know, like I've seen the health class videos, like everyone else. And I got up in my car. I walked to the car. I didn't say anything. I made a point to not say, oh, it's okay or anything like that. I just didn't say anything. I got up, I went to the car, I sat in my car and I felt like I sat there forever. I didn't want to turn the key. I just leaned my head up against the window. And I remember just seeing my breath on the windshield, you know, on the glass of the window of the door, just seeing my breath and trying to will myself to have the strength to know what I should do in this moment, because I was heartbroken. And I sat there for a long time and I eventually turned the key and drove home.
And what did you do after that?
I don't know. I don't remember what I did when I got home. I don't remember. I went to my therapist. I told her.
Objection, hearsay.
I
Also stated as to what she may have told her.
I went home and I, a few days later, started getting, I actually don't know how many days later, but I started getting calls and texts from Johnny, you know, apologizing profusely. I mean, just, you know, he said, I'd rather cut my hand off than ever lay it on you or lay it upon you, you know, and he had that way of talking. It felt like poetry. And he showed up to talk, like with the understanding that, you know, he understood I could never forgive him and it was done. So I felt kind of safe in saying, okay, let's have a talk, or, you know, yeah, we'll talk. I think you know, I know I just wanted to see him, and he comes over, brings me gifts. He brought me a couple of cases actually of that Vega Sicilia wine that we've heard about, which is a really nice, expensive wine that I could never at that time dream of affording, you know. And we talk, and he tells me that he had put this thing away, that I could trust him, that it would never happen again. Of course, it would never happen again. That he had put this thing away. He had killed the fucker, is what he said to me over and over again. I put that fucker away. I killed that monster. I'll kill it again. It's done. I'll never lay a hand on you again. And I wanted to believe him, so I chose to.
Chose to stay in the relationship?
Yeah, I did. I believed it, but, you know, I believed it wouldn't. I believe that there was a line he wouldn't cross again, and that was it.
And so you stayed, correct? You stayed in the relationship?
Yes.
So just, is this a good time? You want to do
You
a
can
break?
keep going a little longer, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
So could you please describe for the jury the evolution of your relationship after that time with Johnny?
I don't know how long it was until things got bad again. He did start drinking again. I remember it was almost, he'd start drinking again, the disappearing thing, the coming back. He'd come back like in the middle of the night to my house. And it would be unclear to me, drunk, often really drunk, and kind of accusing me, but not directly. Nothing was very direct. It was a lot of accusations, but they were veiled. What I was wearing, who I was with, why didn't I text him back? I didn't text him back right away. This is when I was at my place in Orange. Sometimes he would show up to catch me. Like that was a pretext for coming over. And by the time we were done talking, I would have thought I had convinced him that I loved him, that I only loved him, there was no one else. And then that we were back in an upswing and would go back to good, loving, like sick, romantic love, like kind, sweet, velvety love. And then it would be something I said, why did you say it that way? If I had to leave for an audition, I could guarantee that when couldn't guarantee, but 2 of those in a row. And when I came back, he was angry at me, and I wouldn't necessarily know why. And then he started accusing me of things, probably like at first it was indirect and then it became really direct. Then the punching of the walls next to my head which is a constant at that time in 2012 when he was drinking. Eventually that became, him accusing me of cheating. I'd defend myself. I'd say, that's crazy. You're wrong. I would never, the normal things. And it would escalate to the point where he would push me or shove me down, and then I'd get back up. And this happened several times. That's why it's not more specific, I suppose. When I get back up, I'd look him in the eye. I made a point of getting up and looking him in the eye. It's my way of defending myself at that time. And I'd look at him and he'd ask me if I wanted to go again and shove me back down. Eventually he just hit me. Remember, he hit me in the face when I denied having an affair with my ex-wife, my ex-partner at the time. And he said he had proof. I denied it. And I was walking out of the bedroom, slapped me across the face. I turned to look at him and I said, Johnny, you hit me. You just hit me.
I'm going to ask you, Michelle, can you bring up 1783, please?
What number again, please?
I'm sorry,
What number?
defendants 1783?
1783. Thank you.
Do you recognize this picture?
Yes, I do.
And could you tell us what it is?
It's a picture of my face with a note that Johnny left for me by the coffee. Typically is where we'd leave notes like that.
And does this accurately depict the scene portrayed?
It was one of those scenes. As embarrassing as it sounds now, I don't know which scene this came from. There was a lot. It escalated quickly, fast, and it became.
Amber, let me ask it a different way.
Thank
you. Is this a picture of you? Is it an accurate picture of you?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of 1783.
Your Honor, we have an objection. May we
Okay,
approach?
sure.
I don't know, guys. What do you think? She's yeah. There's some parts where she's not doing too bad, but most of like the real important ones, like as far as when she starts to like act like she's crying and stuff, it's so fake. Like, why? I'm glad she's doing it, but if I was like on her side, I'd be like, don't do that. You're being too obvious. But no, I'm glad she is, because hopefully the jury will be able to see through her. And there's a few times where she gets caught up. One case, an example, you guys all caught it when she's talking about the tattoo. She like stops, and it's like she has a moment where you could tell she forgets because she knows what really happened, and she's trying to think of what she's supposed to say, and she like just pauses. It's so obvious. We'll point it out some other time. Maybe play some clips later or sometime next week, since they're off all next week. Maybe we could go through some of her stuff, because I gotta watch this again. But that tattoo, there was way more to that. It wasn't about, what's wrong with your tattoo? What does that say? She was probably on him about that tattoo. It was so, I guarantee that scenario was so different.
Would you please describe for the jury some of the cycles you had with Mr. Depp through 2012?
So in 2012, the violence was pretty, relative to what it became, pretty, slapping, backhanding. Well, it went from this eggshell kind of, you're walking on eggshells, nothing you're doing is kind of right, but you don't know what you're doing wrong. And then I was doing something wrong clearly, but it was unclear within the scope of an argument what I was defending myself against. So it would shift from a rumor he had heard that I was with a friend, or I had been photographed standing too close to a male person. That was a person I had had something with, and I was lying to him about, and it would be eggshells, accusations, and then he would explode. It started with throwing things, destroying the property, and screaming at me. I remember the screaming at me was the worst, because I kind of always felt like I had done, I had to defend myself. I had to tell him so he didn't think these things were true. And sometimes, he would shift accusations while I'm trying to dispel one accusation. He'd start another one, and nothing I could do to calm him down. It seemed like I'd walk away, and that would make it worse. I remember in my apartment in Orange, he would grab me by the hair, or he'd grab me by the arm, pull me into him, scream at me that way. He'd smash things around me. Then he would smash things very close to me. And then he would just hit me. And it started with slapping, and it got to be like repetitive slaps where he'd hold me in a position and slap me multiple times in a row. Then it would be, eventually I later would either push him off of me, or I'd try to hit his hands away from me. I tried to, not in 2012 so much. At that time, I was mostly, my defense was, I'd go some other place. Like, I don't know how to describe that. I'd focus on something else. I'd stand up, look at him, try to stand up to him that way. Later, I adopted other kind of strategies to deal with it. But at the time in 2012, he'd have this blowout, and then he would leave, disappear. And I'd be committed to not talking to him. I'm done with this relationship. I can't take it anymore. I said that so many times. And then he'd come back, clean and sober, telling me either he had a chip. He didn't have any chips, but he would say, I've gone to meetings. I have a sober companion now. I'm doing this program. I'm reading this. I'm doing this. And he was done with drugs and alcohol for good this time. And he'd come back in my life. And with the combination of him being sober and having gone through this horrible thing where I felt like my heart ripped out of my chest, like a relationship ending is hard, I think, for anyone, but ending under that circumstance is really painful. And so when he'd come back, it would almost feel like a solution to that. And it would feel great. And we would be good again. And he'd be extra nice and extra apologetic and extra loving. And we'd be back in the good bubble, the warm glow. And eventually it'd get bored, and then I'd see him drinking again. When I started to get upset, noticing the pattern of the violence going with the drinking and drugs, then he started sneaking it. So it became less clear, and I'd have to look for clues as to what he was on. So I just knew how to react, Johnny on speed is very different from Johnny on opiates. Johnny on opiates, very different from Adderall and cocaine Johnny, which is very different from Quaaludes Johnny. But I had to get good at paying attention to the different versions of him. 2012, I was in the beginning stages of this, just learning these patterns. I was just learning that drinking kind of correlated with the violence.
And did you confide in anyone about these issues you were having? I think she can
Objection,
say
hearsay?
I think she can say if she told anybody.
As long as she doesn't say what she said.
Right, right. So did you tell anyone?
Yes, I did.
Who did you tell?
I told my therapist. I eventually told my mom.
And let's go ahead and take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 150. 150.
Your Honor, I'm going to object on hearsay. Yeah.
I'm definitely gonna have to watch this over, guys. I missed a lot of the beginning, like where I was Zeke. I was preoccupied with Zeke when she first started. Yeah, I want to know more about her parents, because when she's describing her childhood, it doesn't sound like the same childhood that her lawyers have been talking about this horrible childhood with abuse and drug filled. Her parents were drug. She would see her mom like passed out, all nodding out on heroin. It's not sounding like the same childhood. She's describing it like this really wholesome country type, country girl, horses, hung out with her dad, like it's different childhood. So I'm confused. I hope they get into it, because it seems like it's two different lives. Maybe I'm missing something, but they don't seem to go. It doesn't seem like it's the same life that they were describing. But maybe they'll clear that up. I don't know. Yeah. Man, I ate too much candy. I've been eating so much junk lately because the whole period. This has been one of the worst periods, and probably the last year is this month. It's been horrible. So I don't know if I'll be able to stay long after this. But it's making me crave sugar so freaking bad. I can't even stop. So I eat it to a point where I get a freaking stomach ache. And I just ate 3 suckers, and I just have a stomach ache. Then I eat some pasta. But all week I just been eating so much junk. It's just I wake up with a stomach ache. I don't know. I can't wait for this to be over. Give me a couple more days and I should hopefully be back to normal. Oh, women's issues, they suck. But yeah, so I ate that pasta. God, man, I don't know. I still have this big sucker Morky Mama from the one left to eat, but because of my tooth, my dentist still doesn't call me back until I can get to a dentist. There's no way I could try to tackle this. I love these big ones, but I have to wait. Oh. I know, me too. I can't wait to the cross exam. It's going to be very interesting. So she'll be on tomorrow. So tomorrow will be their last day, and then they're taking that'll be 10 days because they're taking all next week off. Not sure why. I'll figure it out. I'm sure they say. So that means I don't think they'll finish up. So that I think this is a smart decision because not only let's say they're not done tomorrow with her, and then so you almost have like a couple weeks of her testimony because you have these 2 days and then you have all 10 days thinking about it, and then she comes back again after the break.
Why
I feel like.
did you
Sorry.
decide to confide in your mother about the issues you were having with Mr. Depp?
I think I felt safe talking to my mom because I knew that she understood these dynamics and she wouldn't judge me for staying with him, for loving him, even though this was happening and was happening to me. I knew she would understand.
And when approximately did you start confiding in your mom about your issues with Mr. Depp and the physical abuse?
Objection, hearsay, compound.
I sustain as to compound.
When did you start confiding in your mother about the abuse you were suffering at the hands of Mr. Depp?
I was confiding in her from the very beginning about the abuse, the psychological abuse, the kind of control, the disappearing, the not knowing where he was, then he'd come back and sometimes in the middle of the night, the constant accusations, like that sort of thing. I talked to her about probably from the very beginning. The fact that I was secret, I had to hide. I couldn't tell any of my friends that I was with him for a long time because he told me everyone would blame me for the split with him and his partner. So I had to kind of sneak around and kind of get brought to his house, typically in a secretive way. And then he'd come to mine in a secretive way. And it was just all very, so very isolating. And I confided with her at the very beginning on that sort of thing. And then later opened up to her about some of the violence. I did it gently. First I just wanted to have someone to talk to about how scary it was. The rage and the uncontrolled violence, the rage that this man had, and why it was
Objection,
pointed
Your
at
Honor,
me.
hearsay. May we approach, please?
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and take our 15-minute afternoon break. So please do not talk about the case. We're doing the outside research. Okay, we'll see you soon.
Hold on, guys. I'm calling my doctor real quick.
Just
My
remind you that now that
dentist.
you're on the stand,
I'll be
you cannot
right
discuss
there.
your testimony with anybody to include your attorneys, okay? All right, so we'll be back.
Just give me
Let's
1
make it
minute.
3:45, okay?
Thank you.
3:45, she said. Is that what she said? Okay, hold on one. I'm gonna have to leave a voicemail, so it'll be quick. They never answer. Okay, sorry. Yep. Had to freaking leave a freaking voicemail again. Ugh. Oh my god, this is driving me nuts. Third voicemail. It's probably like a month now. They haven't called me back. And they say only leave one voicemail. Anyway, so what do you think so far? I don't know. It's horrible liar. I mean, she does really bad when she starts talking about the abuse. It's like it's over. It's like too much. I mean, you could tell she's just lying. The way I don't know, you could just tell. Um, and what that lie is, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like nobody knows really what happened, but like you could just tell that she's not being honest about something. And everything that she says about this abuse, it's like there's always something that she's not being honest. And of course, I'm sure we all know. I just don't want to accuse anybody of anything because, like I said, I wasn't there, but you could definitely see that something's not right with her stories. Um, and then when she says like there are health classes, plus if you listen to the audio, hold on, let me get. I think. Thank you, Kathy. Thank you, new member. Yay, yay, yay! Thank you. Um, I appreciate that. Yay! I'm gonna do. You know what, you guys? Tonight, I'm gonna get some Johnny Depp. And what do you guys want me to do for emojis for Amber? You know how like for the Chris Watts case, I did NK farting. They're just silly. Is there anything in particular that here, let me put that I could do for Amber? Like just funny where you have the emoji. It'll just be I'll just have those emojis. I'll alternate them just for when we're doing the trial and covering the case. I'll have it, and then I could put back whatever I had before. Give me the turd, the poop. I could do something like that. Yes. Okay. I gotta think of how to do it. What I could make into an emoji where, because you have to pick something where it being so small that you will still be able to tell what it is. You know what I'm saying? So there's some things like, I'll have an idea and then I'll put it as an emoji and test it out, and it's like you can't even tell what it is. So you're kind of there's some things that you'll limit. But turd, I have to figure out how to put it in there where you'll be able to tell. I'll think of something, guys. Yes, hold on, let me write that down, and then I'll do one of Johnny. Any picture of Johnny that you want me to get, like anything particular about that? I'll do both. So Amber. Okay. Oh, thanks, Morky Mama. Thank you for the super chat. So it would be, or what about doing am with the poop? Because it'd be am poop instead of pooper or poop, or like take out the M then or something. Oh, I see. Because it makes an A. Oh, okay. Maybe. Yeah, I'll figure out. I don't know. So you don't want me to do like a picture? I'll have to just test out some things. And what was I just saying, guys? Hold on. I feel like what was I saying before that? I feel like I wasn't done telling a story. Oh my god, I can't even think. Shoot. What was I saying, guys? Oh, thanks, Morky. I don't remember what I was just saying. Before the emoji, I was saying something. Or maybe that is what I was saying. I don't know. I don't know. When she goes on to the health. Oh, do you think this isn't what I was talking about, but I just thought of it. Do you think they'll have her sister? Is she a witness? Does anybody know? Maybe not, though. I haven't heard anything about them calling her. Well, no, but I was thinking I was saying something before the emoji talk, but so maybe I wasn't. So yeah, I'll try to find a good one of Johnny. Where I'll test out some because it'll depend on the picture. Like I said, I'll test it out as an emoji. If you could tell, like if you could really see who it is, because there's some pictures that you think would be great, and then you put it as an emoji and you can't even barely make out who it is, or or like the feature. So I'll just test out some pictures and see. But like, should we do like a young Johnny or a Johnny in character? No, not Johnny. Let's just do John. Maybe a picture from like the trial, like like a recent Johnny from trial type, or what do you think? Because it'll be your emojis. Oh, hey, Aqua Eyes. So I wonder what's going through Johnny's head. So, okay, so she says, that's the part I'm so mad that it cut out. So it was going good because I was on my phone and I went down to go get that pasta, like the little, what are they called? Little pastini pastas. Whatever. I went down to go get it. And then my mom was calling. So I think what happened is my mom went to call and somehow it made my audio on my phone start cutting out. So right when she talked about this, like, I guess maybe he slapped her or whatever, when she ended up in the carpet, it kept cutting out. So I didn't get to hear the whole story on that. But I did hear the first part where she says, "Oh, I couldn't tell what his tattoo said." And it was, and then, that pause somewhere, which we'll go over that next week or maybe this weekend or something, and watch exactly how she paused, which was so weird. It was like she so bad. And then I missed, did she say he slapped her and then she fell on the ground? So she said he slapped her because she just asked about the tattoo? Stupid. Let's see. Yeah. And the thing, oh, that's what I was going to say. The audio. This is what I was saying before the emoji. When she's talking about, how she's laying on the ground and like, oh my God, like she knows that she has to leave him, because she's seen things like, or, when he promises, oh, I won't do it again. And she's seen like health videos. She knows how, what happens. But we all heard the audio where she's making like it's not a big deal about her hitting him. And why is he being such a big baby? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, she's not a big baby. It's not a big deal. So we could see her attitude about physical abuse. She does not think it's a big deal. So her acting like it's this huge deal, it's like, oh my God, I realize my life, I'm with, like basically she's with an abuser and she knows how it turns out. He's never gonna quit. Oh my God, this isn't my life. And I know she didn't say it in those so many words, but we know she was getting out, like, oh, like it's such a big thing. And then we see what, oh, you don't think it's a big deal. You don't think physical abuse is a big deal. You think it means that you love each other. We hear that. It means that there's this passion and it means that you care. Like, she's correlated a physical abuse and passion as the same thing. Like, in her head, she thinks that means the more physical like that, the more you love somebody. You know what I'm saying? She's like one of those people. You could tell by her recordings. So yeah, we hit each other or I hit you because we love each other. Like, it's a passion. And someone's like, well, you walk away, like, hit me back because, you love me. Like, that's why. We just love each other so much. So she thinks they're like synonymous. Like, oh yeah, physical abuse, love. The more physical abuse because we love each other so much. So that's why I do not buy that sad story, because you don't think it's that big of a deal. You think it's good. Like, she probably wants him to hit her back, because then it'll show in her twisted mind that he cares more, so it probably made her mad when he didn't hit her back. Or like he didn't get physical back, because I do think he probably did push her and grabbed her. I let's not be in denial. I'm sure he did get a little bit physical like that. So, but if he just like walked away and he didn't get any physical, like, she probably hated that. She wanted it back because that shows her that's what she thinks love is. So yeah, I don't buy it. That's definitely an act. I mean, she started off doing good, because the truth part at the beginning with her family, who knows even if that's the truth. I don't even know when to believe her, but she sounded sincere at the beginning. And then when she started talking about the abuse and like that fake crying face, like she was gonna, like she couldn't hold back crying, that's when it was just like, okay, like that, I don't even feel sad. Like, that doesn't even seem real, my chat is froze or something. What's going on? Wait, 3. Oh, no, it's not. Okay, never mind. I thought my chat froze. Yeah, yeah. I just heard that part. I was like, what? I just kept hearing cuts, but I missed the very beginning whenever she said that he hit her or whatever he did to her, and I missed that cut out. And then I heard her when she said she was on the ground and the dirty carpet. And, um, crybaby emoji, yeah. A diaper with an A on it, yes. Oh, cool. Thanks, Marky. How about an amber colored poo? Oh, amber color. I'll have to I'll have to test out and see what I could actually do and what's doable. Wait. Someone said that Johnny was on a tea fast for a movie talking about, and that there was no face grabbing in the kiss. No. I'm trying to see. I just watched Rum Diary. It's actually called The Rum Diary because I kept when I first before I actually rewatched it, I kept saying Rum Diaries too. But if you go look it up, because then when I rented it last week, or when was it? Yeah, I think it was last week. I was like, oh, I was saying it wrong. It's The Rum Diary. So it's actually called The Rum Diary. But yeah, and I'm not even correcting you. I'm just saying because I called it that until I don't know. That's what I always called it, and I had seen it before. That wasn't my first time seeing it. But anyway, so I don't know. I don't remember though they kissed. So I'll have to go check it out. If he grabbed her face. I mean, I did just watch it, but I can't think how that went. Like, let me think. Hold on, no. Okay, so they're on. God, hold on. Because she doesn't have a huge part in it at all, really. It's not that big. Hold on, I'm trying to think. Hold on, let me think. Oh my god. My brain is so clouded right now for some reason. I can't even. Oh, she's somebody else's boyfriend. That's right. So she's with another guy. He's a really rich guy that wants Johnny to write a thing about because they're trying to like almost do this illegal thing where he wants him to like write this thing about this hotel on this island. They're trying to start this thing. So she's actually the guy's girlfriend, and they're really rich. He's really rich. She meets him. You could tell there's a thing going on between them. He actually meets her. She's swimming, and he like takes this little boat out at a party, and she's swimming, and her rich boyfriend is like doing a speech in there, and they meet, and then he ends up coming across her again when the guy invites him over, and then wait, I'm trying to think when they kiss because she ends up going to his house after her and her boyfriend get in a fight, and they almost like make it seem like maybe there's something physical going on. Who knows? He's like throwing her clothes, not Johnny, but her boyfriend, and then she ends up knocking on his door, Johnny's, and she stays with him for just like a couple nights, and then she goes back to New York. She goes to New York, so she's not in it long. But that's when they have their first kiss, I believe, when she goes to his house after the fight with her boyfriend. Hold on, let me think. How does he kiss her? I think he does grab her face because I think what happens is she knocks on the door. Why do I think he lets her in? He opens the door and then they kiss right there, or he takes her into his room and then he grabs her and kisses. I think it might be kind of a face grab, if I'm remembering. At least one of the kisses. I think it's right when after she comes over after her boyfriend. After she leaves her boyfriend, she comes into his house, and it might be right when he opens the door or he takes her back to his bedroom. I think it is actually, but either way, I don't know. I'll confirm it later. Oh, thanks, Kathy. Thanks, Sharon. Oh, here we go.
All right, we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, great. Thank you. Please be seated. Your next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Amber, I'm going to take you up to March of 2013. Can you describe your relationship with Mr. Depp during that month? And we'll start there.
I remember that was after a period of some peace, and then in sobriety. Johnny was sober, drinking Beck's, and my dad, who was struggling with alcohol and drug addiction at the time, had fallen off the wagon, and I remember he said, "Why don't we I want to send a picture to your dad of support," because my sister was upset with my dad. And so he poured a shot and kind of said, "Let's take a picture." I don't drink spirits, but I know that, I kind of held up in that picture. It's kind of eerie because I just think it's bizarre. He had broken this long period of sobriety that I thought was going to be the end of him drinking forever. Sounds foolish now, but I held up this kind of glass with him, and we sent the picture to my dad because, I didn't know what else to do. And I remember thinking it was weird that he was drinking. And then the month got really crazy from that point on. It was a bit of a revolving door of accusations. He was accusing me of having affairs with, frankly, just one person. I had an acquaintance with somebody, and he was accusing me of being with them, and then it was accusing me of being with my friend, the one I had seen in Spain. I'm, in these kind of arguments, nothing I do is working. Walking out of the room is me leaving him, walking away from me. Hey, where are you going? I'm talking to you. That it went from that to pulling me in by my arm, still shouting about the accusations. I'm trying to diffuse the situation by trying to tell him I'm not sleeping with this person and I'm not sleeping with that person. And it was kind of, as soon as it seemed as though I had convinced him of one, there was somebody else he was sure I was sleeping with. And it was a revolving door at that time. A painting I had hanging on the wall, done by my ex, who's an artist. That was one day he was convinced that was proof I was sleeping with her or having an affair with her. I didn't really love him. And all the while I'm madly in love with him and trying to convince him. So March started with this picture of him doing a shot, and he's kind of saying, "Let's send it to your dad to show support." And what I remember of March is just like it's almost like it was a never ending fight. It was just, there were breaks in it. What kept me in it is because I kept waiting for the other shoe to drop, the sobriety shoe, if you will. I kept waiting for him to get to the point where it's not supportable or anymore, and he's done with it and he's ready to get clean and sober again, because there commences a period of like pure joy. And it was one fight after the other. March.
So let me start with the painting incident. Please tell the jury what happened on that particular incident with the painting.
As I mentioned, the painting, which had been hanging there for months, one day he kind of stayed up doing cocaine, just drinking, doing cocaine, music, which is not in and of itself that weird in my relationship with Johnny at this point. Like he stays up and keeps weird hours and smokes and stuff. But he was drinking brown liquor and doing a lot of cocaine. And it was like, it became clear to me in that argument, if you will, that he wasn't making sense. He had effectively just taken, it seemed like, a turn and had decided that the painting was an offense that he could not forgive me for. It meant I was having an affair with my ex-partner, with whom I had already split, and it made no sense to me. So I'm trying to kind of quell the accusations by saying, it's been there, and what are you talking about? And it's like, that doesn't mean anything. And, he was demanding I take it down. He eventually takes it down and tries to burn it, but it was unsuccessful, luckily, because he wasn't with one of those normal, what do you call them, Bic lighters. He wasn't very successful at doing it while drinking, to the extent he was. But I remember it was this kind of ridiculous fight, like didn't feel like it needed to be an argument, but it seemed like nothing I could do, nothing I could say. I tried leaving. I left the room. I left the house. I eventually came back. It was like a whole night, an evening, a night, and then a morning of this. So this morning in particular, I think it was the 22nd of March. There were several incidents in March though. But in this particular one, he had something to go to. He was filming with Keith Richards and Tom Waits.
But let me, before you go into that part, let's pull up Defendant's Exhibit 161, which is already admitted into evidence, I believe, Your Honor.
Yes, 161 with redactions.
Thank you. And I'm going to show you Defendant's Exhibit 161. And the date on this is 3/12/2013, and it's a text exchange between you and Mr. Depp. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And the first one is from you to Mr. Depp. Just thought you should know there exists a book. Is that to you? Is it to Mr. Depp from you, or it's vice versa? Isn't it?
It's Johnny texting me.
Just thought you should know there exists a book titled Disco Bloodbath. And then you say, we need that book. And you say, is this about last Friday night by any chance? And he says, how can you make me smile about such a hideous moment? And I'm not going to repeat the rest of it. Could you tell the jury what happened on that Friday night?
There were, like I said, there was a few different incidents in March. I believe this one happened in the Eastern Columbia building, which are one of Johnny's penthouses. They're in downtown, so a different part of Los Angeles. And we'd sometimes go there. I remember he was accusing me again of sleeping with this artist, this musician who I'd never slept with. I was denying it. I barely knew the person. And then he was accusing me of sleeping with my friend in Spain. And I remember nothing I could do. He called this person on the phone and screamed at him. He didn't speak English, so he was really confused as to what he was being yelled at by Johnny. But I remember those were the accusations. That was the fight. But it was one to the next accusation. And I remember I was kind of doing that juggling act. I was in one of these fights, I believe it's this one, in his downtown ECB, we call it, loft. And we're in the kitchen living room area, and he backhands me. And, it was, he wears a lot of rings. I remember kind of just feeling like my lip went into my teeth, and it got a little blood on the wall. Just that simple, a little bit of blood on the wall. As hard as it is to explain this, I was so caught up in the relationship and also very occupied in defending what I only could assume he believed, these accusations, that, I didn't I didn't internalize, like, I didn't make that big of a deal of it. I kind of pride myself on being tough, and, I don't make a big deal out of, smaller injuries. And I know that sounds horrible and hard maybe to understand, but my best way to cope with it is I kind of, minimize it, make sure no one, make sure he knows that I'm tough and can't knock me down, and I make a joke of it, clearly. Make light.
I'm going to, Michelle, if you can take this one down and bring up 170A. Did there come a time in March, Amber, where you sent a picture to your mom?
Yes, this is sometime in March 2013. I sent it to her because I'd been texting about some of the craziness, and
Objection, hearsay.
I'll sustain as to what she may have texted. All right, next question.
Without saying what you said in the text, explain why you were sending it to your mom.
I was reaching out. I was very lonely in what I was living in, and I wanted help. I wanted advice, help. I just wanted to talk to somebody and figure out how I could make this stop.
And is this a picture that you took of yourself in March of 2013?
I did.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 170A.
Any objection?
No objection, Your
All right,
Honor.
170A in evidence. You can publish the picture.
Thank you, Your Honor. And how did you sustain that bruise, Amber?
And he kind of did this thing with his body where I could tell he was going to hit me again. A shouting match. And he kind of did this thing with his body
guys.
where I could tell he was
It
going
went
to hit me
off.
again.
Do you want me to rewind
I
it more?
picked up I remember it kind of like a little pot, not a pot, but like a vase. And I remember I got away from him enough as he reels back. I threw it in his direction and actually managed to get away before he got me. He grabbed me by the arm, and he kind of just held me on the floor, screaming at me. I don't know how many times he hit me in the face, but I remember being on the floor of my apartment, and I remember thinking, how could this happen to me again?
Can you bring up 170? Thank you, Michelle. And if we can, and just to start, it's 3/23/2013. And if we can scroll up. This is a text message exchange with your mom, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, let's go. Scroll down and then.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to hearsay.
All right, let's wait until we get to the spot. All right, and is this the picture that you sent to your mom on 3/23/2013?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of 170, just that picture that's on the text.
With no words? With
Well,
everything
it says from 2 weeks ago on it.
Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
If we redact the from 2 weeks ago, can we admit it then? And then just have the showing that she sent it to her
May
mom
we
for the
approach,
date?
Your Honor?
Okay, sure.
Wait, was she trying to say that her face was bruised up? That, I mean, I saw the bruise on the arm, but she said she hit her in the face and stuff. Did you guys see anything on her face? Maybe I was just focused on the arm and I didn't look at her face that much, but I don't remember seeing anything on her face. Did you guys? Huh. So, oh, sorry, here we go.
170 will be in evidence with redactions.
And may we publish to the jury, please?
All right.
And that's the picture you sent to your mom
Yes, it is.
on March 23rd, 2013.
Yes, it was from a previous fight,
Okay.
the bruise.
All right. Now, did you have any other altercations in March 2013 with Mr. Depp?
Yes, we had a couple of these fights in Orange that were around this time, one of which I started to tell you about the painting.
You know, and I know I've interrupted you now twice on that, but I realize the jury doesn't. Can you tell them what you mean by orange at Orange?
Sorry, Orange was my apartment that I kept in Los Angeles at the time.
And it was an apartment. What type of an apartment?
I rented the top of a duplex. So it was a house with the landlord living on the bottom floor. I rented the top floor.
Okay, thank you. Now, please continue with the painting. I'm sorry.
It seemed like nothing I could say to Johnny would convince him. He wanted me to remove the painting. And he wanted me to admit to this affair that I wasn't having. And I didn't want to admit to it because it's not true. So I held out and he just drank more and did more cocaine. And I woke up the next morning, I think it was on the 22nd or the 23rd. I woke up in the morning and the breakfast table was like cocaine and booze. And I realized that I wasn't going to be able to talk I wasn't going to be able to talk our situation down. I wasn't going to be able to talk him out of it. And he was just so convinced that I was fighting with him or at the reason that he wouldn't leave the house, and he had something to go film that was important, and there were important people waiting for him. And I remember people were reaching out, his assistants, his manager sister, everyone was wondering where he was. And I kept feeling embarrassed and unable to move this person out of my house. I couldn't calm him down. I couldn't change. He was just so intent on me admitting the details of this affair that I wasn't having. And me pointing out that the cocaine wasn't making his situation any better made me the bad cop. Then I'm the nag. So eventually I called my sister. He had a kind of a buddy-buddy relationship with her at the time. And at the time, she occasionally did cocaine. I didn't, but she did. So I was like, hey, come take over. Maybe you can buddy him and talk him into leaving the house, just getting out of the house. And she did. I remember his assistants trying to get him out. Like eventually in the evening, I think early evening, he finally agrees to leave, but I can't tell our relationship status. I can't tell if he still is convinced of these things or if he's just going to sleep it off and it's going to go back to normal sobriety, sorry kind of phase. And he was still upset, but like seemingly calming down. So I agreed to go with him. He wanted me to go to the shoot. I had plans, so I kind of reluctantly agreed, but didn't want to set anything off. I didn't want to engage anymore. I didn't want to do anything that could be perceived as antagonizing him or engaging more. So I went with him. We grabbed the dogs, we get in the car, we're on the way there. We're headed up Sweetzer's the street. It's a major street that leads up to Johnny's houses. He effectively owns the end of the street. It's like a cul-de-sac. So we're nowhere near his home, but we were driving up this street and he has the window down, he's smoking. It wasn't all the way down, but you know, he's constantly smoking. And at some point he starts howling out of the window and then grabs two small dogs. Well, one was Johnny's dog and one was my dog, but he grabs, if I remember correctly, Boo, his dog, slightly chunkier teacup Yorkie, and he grabs this teacup Yorkie and holds Boo out of the window of the moving car. And he's howling like an animal while holding the dog out of the window. And everyone in the car, I'll never forget it, everyone just froze. No one did anything. And I too was like torn as to what I should do because I didn't want to do anything to cause him to react, drop the dog. You know, it was just this eerie moment where he's howling and holding this animal outside of the car window. And more than that weird memory is that I have more than that weird memory, I have a memory of everyone just kind of not really reacting to him. Like no one really kind of did anything. I eventually kind of pulled his arms gently back into the vehicle and kind of got the dog back on the seat, and we continued driving, but no one reacted. It just kind of avoided dealing with it. We get to the place, the house where he was filming this thing that he was late for, I suppose, for the day. And we walk in. Meanwhile, I've been bombarded by text messages and calls and conversations with everyone seemingly so stressed about.
Objection, hearsay.
All right.
Just don't tell us what somebody else said, just what you observed.
I understood everyone was stressed. They seemed stressed to me about the tardiness. Where is he? Let's get him there, you know, so we get him there. And no one reacts when we get in. I mean, we walk into this house where everyone was waiting for him and everyone smiles and says, you know, hey, boss.
Objection, hearsay.
Okay. So,
Sorry.
okay. Let's, Michelle, can we pull up 167A? I think is B the one that's in? 167B is already in, right? Oh, it's A. Okay, then go ahead and pull up A. Does Your Honor show that one to be in 167A? Defendants, I'm sorry.
Well, yeah, this might be your 167A, but it's an evidence as a plaintiff's number. And I'm not sure which plaintiff's number it is. I don't need it in twice, so.
I would agree. Do we?
Your Honor, I don't think it's this version of the photograph that's been admitted. So it's a
different version.
it's a
Same
different-
photograph, but a little different. Is that what we're?
It's not the same photograph.
Okay, not the
All
same
right, well
photograph.
then-
Then we'll go with it. Then what
Okay.
number is it?
Do you recognize this photo?
Yes, I do.
Please tell the jury what it is.
It's a picture I took of my breakfast table that morning.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 167A.
167A, any objection?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure. (67A) is in evidence. You can publish.
So may we publish that? Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, and Amber, you said that you took this that morning, is that
Yes.
correct? Could you tell the jury what the box is that has the property with the skull bones, property of JD?
That's Johnny's drug box. I've seen it used for pills, but at the time it was bags of Coke, like dime bags of Coke.
Okay, and what are these white lines on the table to the left of that box?
That is cocaine.
Okay. And do you know what is in these two glasses that have kind of a gold colored liquor?
Yes, they're different, actually. It's confusing. They're different, different liquids. The one in the back in the larger glass is, I believe at the time I was doing these tabs, or Baroka, that's what they're called. They're little tablets. And anyway, I remember at the time that that's what I was putting in my water because I had just come back from France where they sell them. And then the brown liquid in the shot glass is Johnny's liquor. I don't know what it's called, but we kept it in the freezer. At the time, it was at that time, March 2013, I hadn't, I still didn't have the, hard line. I won't even keep that, in my freezer sort of attitude or posture with him. I wasn't that bold at the time, I didn't like it, but I didn't have that strength. I kind of, at that time, I think was doing things like trying to pour it out when I could.
So what is the bag, the brown bag on the left side? What is that?
That's a DOP kit. It's his prescriptions and cigarette, tobacco, weed, things like that.
Okay, and then above it, there appears to be a CD of some sort, DVD, something. Do you recognize that?
Yes, it's the single, I believe is what it's called, the single he was making at the time. I think that's the song that they were filming a video for, if I'm correct.
Okay. All right. Now, did you end up sending a copy of this picture to Rocky Pennington that day?
I did. I sent it to my best friend at the time and, was like, look at my morning.
Objection, hearsay.
Okay, you can't say what you said, but you sent it to your friend, correct?
I
Let's
sent
go
it
to
to my friend.
167, please. And is that the email in which you sent this picture to Rocky Pennington on 3/22,
Yes.
2013? Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of the picture with the redaction of the message on it, with the top with identifier redactions, and we take out the rest of it.
Oh, all right. Any objection?
No objection.
All right, so we'll do those redactions, 167 in evidence with redactions.
All right. And may we publish, please? All right. And is this the text message, the email that you sent to Rocky with this picture?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to take you to, let's go to Hicksville. Let's tell the jury about Hicksville, May 2013. Can you tell the jury what transpired at Hicksville?
It is it's like a fancy trailer park, like a little hotel in the middle of nowhere, set up with these little trailers. And we had made a plan to go there with friends, and we were going to do, like laughy, as we said, laughy drugs, like mushrooms, eat mushrooms, sit by a campfire. There's really not a whole lot else to do out there. It's like a getaway. We had made this plan, and it was going fine. It was like a, kind of like a party out in the desert, with a few friends and campfire and music. And I don't know somebody brought MDMA. It was being passed around, and somebody who took it kind of was starting to feel the effects of it, I guess is the best way to describe. She kind of reacted in this way where when the MDMA hit her, she kind of, we were sitting around a campfire, all of us, and she kind of just leaned into me and put her, head on my shoulder and kind of grabbed my arm. I took it, to be the effects of the drug. And I think I had eaten a mushroom cap, but was not feeling anything at the time. I don't remember feeling anything because the night just kind of changed pretty dramatically before I really felt anything of the effects of that. But that was the environment we were in. And as soon as she kind of did this thing where she leaned into me, Johnny gets really activated. He gets really upset, and he starts, well, at first she thought he was kidding too. She thought he was kind of making a joke. I think we all did. Everyone kind of responded at first, that like it was a joke, but he was like, hey man, what are you doing? What do you think you're doing? And she kind of giggled and kind of leaned into me more. And I knew in my body just instantly that it wasn't a joke. But she didn't. So she's kind of still attached to my arm when he says it again to her louder. He says, hey man, you think you're touching my fucking girl? You think you're touching my fucking girl? That's my fucking girl. And he gets louder and louder. And she kind of did this thing, half understanding what was going on. I think she kind of started to cry at this point, but she kind of threw up her hands, and Johnny grabbed her wrist and kind of twisted it and pulled her into him and said, do you know how many pounds of pressure it takes to break a human wrist? Huh? And he kind of held her, and she just looked frozen. And she's crying, and was just denying understanding what was going on. I stepped in. I kind of take Johnny's arm around, kind of take Johnny's hand, and kind of we start communicating. I don't remember if he immediately was accusing me or if it was sometime after. I wish I remembered, but we agreed that we'd go and talk about it in the trailer. So we walked to the trailer, and when we're in the trailer, Johnny, by the time we get into the trailer, Johnny tells me that I had been instigating the, in asking for this, and that I had invited it, and that I hadn't been honest with him about my relationship with this woman. And I didn't really know her that well. I mean, I actually don't know her at all, but I had met her. And I remember in the trailer, he's accusing me of lying about it. and that I had something with her. I'm trying to diffuse that. I'm trying to calm him down. And he just turned all that, it seemed like he turned all that rage onto the trailer itself. And he just started smashing things. He picked up something on the table and threw it right into the glass cabinet. He hit with his hand a wall sconce. He cleared the tabletop on the little fold down like kitchen dining room area in this trailer. I mean, it's a trailer, so there's only so much you can do. And he's screaming at me, screaming at me. And I eventually go back into the bedroom area. He comes into the bedroom area. We had what I can only describe as it sounded like nonsense from him. It wasn't making sense. And I realized that he's just probably really high, because it wasn't making sense anymore. It wasn't like a direct accusation. He wasn't hearing me when I was saying I wasn't involved, wasn't cheating on him. I wasn't secretly trying to engage this woman in some sort of sexual affair. And then it became clear to me he was like looking for something. He cleared things off the bed. I went into the bathroom, and as I come out, he asked me where it is and how long I've been hiding it. And I was like, what are you talking about? And he says, you know what I'm fucking talking about. You know what I'm fucking talking about. Be honest with me. Where are you hiding it? And he kind of like makes to look into the bathroom. And I gestured to the bathroom, which was to my right. I kind of like gestured to him, and I said, like, what am I hiding, and where am I going to hide it? And we're standing in this little hallway area outside of the bathroom, and he starts, what it feels like patting me down, or saying he's patting me down. I can't recall, but he ripped my dress, the strap top part of my dress. I had just dyed this thing myself pink, and it's just one of those things. I was like, that's I just finished that dress. And he's like grabbing my breasts, he's touching my thighs, he rips my underwear off, and then he proceeds to do a cavity search. He said he was looking for his drugs, his cocaine, his coke. I was wondering how somebody who didn't do cocaine and was against it, that was in and of itself causing problems in our relationship. How could I hide? Why would I hide his drugs from, like he was insinuating that I was doing it or something? It made no sense. And he was telling me we're gonna conduct a cavity search, shall we? Like, just shoved his fingers inside me. I just stood there staring at the stupid light. I didn't know what to do. I just stood there. While he did that, he just twisted his fingers around. I didn't say like stop or anything.
So the next morning, what transpired?
I remember thinking that Johnny would change his mind. And it would be, yeah, I thought it would end differently. I kind of froze. I don't know how we went to bed that night. I don't know how I went to bed. I don't know how I slept. I don't know how we woke up. I don't remember having a conversation with him the next day. I don't remember talking to him about it or confronting him about it. I remember wanting it to be okay. I remember just wanting whatever fucking weird trip, whatever trip that was to end, just to be over and for it to just go back to normal. And I remember my friends were out by the pool. Like there was a pool in the center of the trailer park. And I remember putting on my, just putting on my face and going back into this like crap, and I remember seeing my friends by the pool thinking they were just having a great time and no one knew what was, I felt so lonely. Like no one knows everyone was just having a good time, like normal stuff. So I just smiled, made a joke about how trashed the trailer got. And we had to get the manager, who started off furious that Johnny had wrecked the thing. And then he had this like black mesh not tank top, it was like a meshy kind of shirt on. And I remember he came into the trailer and looked around and was like, whoa, what happened here? Whoa. And Johnny had an exchange with him. And I remember watching this man be so charmed. It was just a kind of a surreal experience. And, it just went away, that just got fixed. We walked out of the trailer at some point. My dog stepped on a bee. We went to the vet and went on with our, vacation. We actually went to another location after that and then eventually went home and went about our life.
I'm going to ask you to take a look. Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 176? Bill was in May of 2013. Did there come a time that you wrote an email?
Objection, leading and hearsay, Your Honor. May we approach?
All right.
Man, I'm embarrassed for her because she did so bad. Like, that was so obvious. Like, she looked like a fool. I'm sorry. I did not believe a single word. Like, that was horrible. Like, it made me feel uncomfortable. Not because what she was saying, because of, like, the actual words she was saying, but because how she was acting. Like, that made me feel so, like, embarrassed for her. Like, wow, you just made a fool out of yourself right there. She's not a very good actor. Well, let's say she's not a very good liar. Well, I guess that would be acting, because acting, you're pretending, but I guess if you're lying, that could make it even that much harder. But anyway, okay, sorry.
In June 2013, how were you feeling about your relationship with Mr. Depp?
May we have the exhibit taken away
Okay,
from,
sure.
Thank you.
By June, I was so torn. I was so in love with this person because when it was good, it was so good. You've never felt love like that. At least that's how it felt. So much. I felt like he recognized me and I recognized him, and there was just something there that was the love of my life. And he was. He was. But he was also this other thing. He was also this other thing. And that other thing was awful, awful thing that would come out and take over. And it was, you couldn't see the Johnny I loved underneath it. It was this other thing. And no one told him. No one was honest with him. No one, you know, he'd pass out in his own vomit. He'd lose control of his body, his, you know, he'd lose control and everyone would clean up after him. I cleaned up after him. I mean, this man lost control of his bowels and I cleaned up after him. His security cleaned up after him, changed his pants in front of me. He would pass out in his own sick. You know, and then he'd walk around saying he didn't have a problem. Until he did. Until he couldn't support it anymore and he'd get clean and he'd get sober and then he was this thing again. This thing that made me feel so loved, that made me feel like my soulmate, as cheesy as that sounds. I just felt like he knew me. And I recognized something in him, either some part of my makeup and my background or something that I just got it. And I loved him and understood him. It just got so scary, the other part of him. And in June, I wanted to leave him. I didn't want to leave him. I wanted to leave him. I wanted him to get better. And he expressed to me so many times when he was in that period of getting clean and sober, he would tell me, "You saved my life. Baby girl, you saved my life." Everyone else was saying that to me and I believed it. You know, if everyone else was saying it, he was saying it. I thought, just like his other friends who had gotten clean and sober and stayed that way, his older friends, these rock stars that he hung out with that had like gotten clean and sober and they had 20, 30 years, something, you know, I thought, and Johnny told me he would be that person, that he was going to be that person. And I believed it. I had so much, I looked at that man twice my age. You know, I was 25 looking at this man twice my age and I saw hope and like promise. I had so much hope. You know, the whole thing, kids and growing old together, sort of hope. If it was just for this one thing that he could do, which would save his life, which would be to get clean and sober. And I believed it. And I wrote this letter to myself, among many letters to myself.
Objection, hearsay.
All she did was refer to that she wrote it. She isn't saying what she said.
I'll rule for that.
Thank you.
Okay.
I wrote that letter because I thought it would be read to him. I could read it to him. I could say it to him in intervention, you know, in help. And he would later thank me for, as he did, as he used to thank me all the time for saving his life.
Did there come a time later in June that you finally met Johnny's kids?
I'm sorry. Yeah, I finally met them in the summer of 2013. I had been with Johnny for over a year, maybe like a year and a half at this point, is my best guess. And I was dying to meet them, you know, dying to get to know these kids. I felt like I knew them already. I had his daughters, and Jack's, both of his kids' art on my fridge, and I had never even met them. You know, Johnny had brought them over one day and kindly given them to me, and I had them up on my fridge because I felt like I knew them, just how much he talked about them. And I finally got to meet them at the Lone Ranger premiere at Disneyland. Summer 2013.
So then I'm gonna jump to, and it's not much of a jump, to June 26, 2013. There was a plane ride to Russia with Johnny. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that particular event.
Well, that was the first and last time I ever decided it would be a decent idea to do drugs with Johnny. I did MDMA with him on the plane, which was as stupid as it may sound. I just had never, I was very against, obviously the cocaine had been a problem. I was very much against him using cocaine. I was against the drinking, supportive of the sobriety, but I'm 26 maybe ish. And I wanted, I had never heard of anyone making MDMA like what I had done MDMA before. I thought it's a lovey drug. It's it's like a kind of, I never knew anyone to get violent on it. And, I thought, well, this is a relatively contained environment. Maybe this will be different. Maybe I can be a good cop and be part of the, I don't have to be the lesbian counselor all the time, as you would say. I can maybe be the fun girlfriend. And I learned the hard way that was not happening.
So what happened?
Well, we took MDMA. I took a capsule. It's like a powder in a capsule. I took a capsule, and Johnny took several. I didn't count, but it's very different when you see someone take one versus a handful of something. But nothing seemed to set any alarm bells off, and things were going fine until the flight attendant got involved. The flight attendant came by, was engaging with us. I don't think that they're really, it felt like it was before the effects of the drug took over. It was relatively quick, soon after we first took our dose, if you can say. And the flight attendant, Johnny offered her some, she of course said no. And then after some back and forth between them, Johnny convinced her that it would be fine. So she acquiesced and took MDMA with us. And within, a few minutes go by, and the same thing happened that happened on the mushrooms at Hicksville with the woman, Kelly Sue, who I've told you about. Flight attendant got friendly with me, but just friendly, just like MDMA friendly, was kind of, I'm a woman, he's a man. So she was naturally, I think, more comfortable with me physically. She kind of leaned into me and kind of sat on the arm of the chair I was sitting in. I mean, after all, she's on drugs, and Johnny grabs her hand and tells her not to touch me. And she kind of reacts in a way like she's defending herself and was trying to clarify. And he grabbed her by the wrist and slammed it down on the table and told her he could break her wrist. And I remember thinking, I've heard this before. And that was a pattern that would repeat itself a few times. These things would happen in these kind of cycles where there'd be a certain element that would get filtered for a while, whether it's an accusation or a gesture. And that would be the thing that he looped on. I called it loops. And he grabs her wrist and he tells her he could break her wrist. She cries instantly, denies it, is so apologetic. Eventually he lets go. She goes to the front of the plane where the flight attendant, normally hangs out, and the doors close, and I don't see her much of that whole flight. We land in Russia, And I don't really remember, you know, I don't recall any violence on the plane between Johnny and I, but I remember feeling this tension because I was wondering when it was gonna aim at me. Because he had this particular thing about, well, at the time I understood he had a particular thing, a sensitivity about me and women, because I had a female partner. So I was feeling nervous, anxious, and I remember we had a very quiet ride, at least I didn't say anything, to the ride to the hotel. And almost as soon as we get into the hotel room, Johnny's accusing me of effectively having engaged that, caused that. I, of course, deny it, point out what I thought was obvious, that, you know, like we'd given her drugs, you know, wasn't an affair, wasn't, you know, and I'm trying to argue and defend myself at the same time. And at one point, Johnny just shoves me, like, I mean, just shoves me hard. And I fall back onto this glass table. I catch myself on the table. I don't know how some furniture got knocked around. There was a, you know, I'm trying to stand up for myself. I'm trying to stand up, literally. I'm not, you know, at this point, I don't even try to hit back or try to run. I'm in this hotel room trying to do my best to fight mostly the verbal accusations, but also I try to stay on my feet, you know. At some point, Johnny whacks me in the face, and I don't remember feeling pain or like awareness of my nose or anything. I don't remember thinking that. I remember kind of crying and feeling, I went into the bathroom and I wanted him to have I just remember wanting him to realize what had happened. I wanted him to kind of snap out of it. I wanted him to care. I wanted him to realize what was going on, because a big part of this, I felt like he wasn't aware. There was a sense that he didn't know what was going on. You know, again, I don't know how much of the drugs or alcohol is a part of this, but I remember crying. I came out at some point because I don't hear him in that room. I remember we had been arguing in the main room, but I went out to the hallway, which is where I presume he walked out, and his bodyguard, Jerry Judge, was in the hall. And I don't recall seeing Johnny in the hallway, but I remember seeing Jerry Judge, who gestured to my
Objection,
nose.
hearsay.
She's just saying gesture. He hasn't said anything yet.
All right, gesture's fine. I'll overrule the objection.
He gestures to my nose and holds out his handkerchief, like a cloth handkerchief. And I instantly just felt really embarrassed. I felt ashamed. I don't know how else to describe it. I just felt like just really embarrassing. And I went inside the room.
What, if any, injury did you have?
I had a little blood coming out of my nose. I didn't know it. I didn't feel it at the time until Jerry Jerry let me know.
Okay.
And I went inside the hotel room, and it is embarrassing as it is. I remember just wanting Johnny to say sorry. I wanted him to realize it. It's so stupid, but I like the emotional part. You know, I just wanted him to acknowledge that this was that he could hurt me, you know, and I wanted it to be okay. I didn't want him to think I was interested in this flight attendant. I didn't want him to think that I would capable of cheating on him. I was in love with him. I just wanted things to be okay.
Let's take you to July 9, 2013. Did there come a time that you went for a ride you went to the Bahamas and went on a ride, the yacht with Johnny and his kids?
Well, it's less like we flew out to the Bahamas to his island. he was selling the yacht to J.K. Rowling, and he wanted to kind of have a goodbye trip on the yacht. So it was docked off the island, and I went with him and his kids, who I had quickly developed a bond with and loved. And we brought a friend along with us, I think, to kind of help. And yeah.
Okay. Tell the jury what happened on that trip.
Johnny was upset that he had to sell the boat, and he was off the wagon again, but he didn't want to tell his kids, so he was hiding it from them. He was putting it in coffee cups and drinking, and the behavior just kind of like, he was upset, he was emotional, and it just, you know, that's how he dealt with it, just drink. But there's just no off button with Johnny. So he just kept drinking, and the behavior kept getting more obviously drunk. And Lily Rose, his daughter at the time, was young, just like maybe 14. And she started to get panicky and started to ask me questions about his drinking.
Objection, hearsay.
Without saying what Lily Rose was saying, please continue on.
Sustain the objection.
So she was asking me questions about the drinking, and was very upset.
Sustain the objection.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
can't say what Lily Rose said.
Oh,
But
yeah.
you can tell gestures,
Sorry.
you can tell, and you can say what you and Mr. Depp said, okay?
Sorry. So she was upset, and Johnny we were with the kids, and he kind of threw himself off the boat in a half playful way, like a dead fish kind of way. I don't know how to describe it, almost like a belly flop. But we were on a skip, like a smaller boat parked next to the yacht, and he's jumping. Well, he jumped off the front of it, but kind of in a face, chest forward way. Like it looked a little scary, like not something somebody would do if they're completely okay. You know, it was started off all of us kind of taking turns jumping off the edge of the yacht into the water. And then he, at one point, kind of throws himself over, and it looked a little scary. The way his body fell into the water. And Lily Rose started to cry and expressed to me that she
Objection,
was
hearsay.
upset.
Sustained.
You can't say what she said. You can tell expressions or observations, but you can't say what Lily Rose said.
So
Okay.
Lily Rose is crying, and then the crying becomes like a panic, like almost like a panic attack. Like rapid breathing, crying, lots of questions. And I'm holding her, kind of comforting her, and Johnny comes in, and within a few seconds, I realized that he, kind of shifted his attention on me, and then he seemed very angry. He asked Lily Rose to leave. Lily Rose leaves, looks at me, leaves, crying, and Johnny, I don't remember the words he used, but starts accusing me of kind of like telling on him and calling him, a drunk in front of his kids. I hadn't done that. I was actually trying to protect Johnny. It didn't feel like my place at all to share that with his daughter or anyone at the time, other than adults who might help with it, but not his kids. So I was trying to tell him, I was just trying to comfort her. I was trying to protect you. He basically was accusing me of doing this thing and of making them aware of his that he was drinking again. And he slams me up against the side wall of the bedroom of the we were in the bedroom this whole time, but up against the wall of the cabin, and slams me up by my neck and holds me there for a second and tells me that he could fucking kill me. And that was an embarrassment. I was embarrassing. It was embarrassment. This whole thing was a joke. It was all embarrassment. I made him feel sick. And I'll never forget. I'm very, very, very much in love with this whole family now. And he's saying I'm embarrassing to him. And that somehow stuck in me more than the I could fucking kill you. It just sounded like hyperbole. It sounded like something he was just saying, but the names that he was calling me were kind of just pushing me up against the wall by my neck. You know, it hurt my feelings. It hurt. When I communicated when I saw Lily Rose again, we get, I won't say what she told me, but the next thing we do is we call for a helicopter to come and take us off of the boat or off of the island. So we leave the boat, go to the landing of a part of the island, or maybe it was a different, island we had to get to leave. And we take off. I'm holding Lily Rose literally holding her under my arm while she's crying, and we're lifting off. And Jack ended up not coming with us at the last minute. He stayed behind. And we were taking off, and I remember being really torn about leaving. I felt bad about leaving, even though that had happened. I still felt awful leaving. I felt awful leaving him. I also felt like I had done something wrong. He was mad at me. I wasn't sure, or what I had done, but I remember not being, I'm getting all these text messages from him calling me all these names, and it barely coherent, barely. And I'm holding his daughter crying.
And let me just stop you for a moment. Michelle, can you pull up Defendant's Exhibit 180?
Do you believe that's already in?
It is already into evidence, Your Honor, so
All
if
right.
we may publish it to the jury. And Amber, I'm going to ask you to take a look at 180. And this is text messages from Mr. Depp to you. Do you recall these?
Yes, I do.
And are these the text messages?
Yes, that's what he was sending me while I was taking care of his daughter.
Your Honor, I'm about to go into another event. Should I keep going?
I mean, that's fine if you think this is a good point
This
to
is
break for
probably-
the day.
I think
Okay.
it's probably good.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and conclude for today. Again, do not read anything about this case. Do not do any outside research, and don't discuss it with anybody, okay? Have a good evening. We'll see you in the morning, okay? Thank you. And again, ma'am, since you're still in the stand, you cannot discuss your testimony with anybody to include your attorneys, okay? All right. Anything further before? All right, we'll see you in the morning.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What do you guys think? Man, I hope they don't believe her, because if for some reason, for some weird reason, they do believe her, and the public does somehow, I don't know, then Johnny's in a worse spot than he was before this, because these accusations with the sexual violence, I mean, this is all the freaking dog abuse, basically. Like all this new claims are so much worse than the original claims. So I don't think, but I mean, you never know. Because if so, it would be a lot worse for him. But hopefully, I don't know. There's a lot of stuff that, wow. So do you think, wait, what was I going to ask? Hold on. What was I going to ask? God, my brain, like I'm tired actually. I'm probably not going to stay on that long. Mm, hold on. I wanted to ask you guys something. I can't even think what it was. Something about Johnny. Hold on. I don't know. So maybe, okay, so tomorrow she'll be up there. Obviously, she's not going to be done tomorrow. And I think this was a good plan by the defense because not only will she be mid testimony, right? And then you have 10 days where it's still not over. And then 10 days after the 10-day break, basically after Thursday, then she finishes her testimony. So it's basically her testimony lasts like 2 weeks. If you think about it like that, it'll be in the forefront of these jurors' heads for 2 weeks. So it could be a smart move or it could be a bad move if they think she's ridiculous. But I wonder if they planned it that way with this break. I don't know how much they could have planned it too much because they probably can't take into account, how long everything's going to take. But I think it actually is going to probably benefit them. Maybe, I don't know. Anyway, let me exit out of this. So next week, what I'll do either this week or next week is we'll maybe go through some of the clips from thing because I got to watch them over. But the way I'm feeling with this period this month, like this today, I probably, and then tomorrow, and then by tomorrow I should be, after tomorrow, hopefully feeling better. So then this weekend maybe we'll go through it, or next week, because we'll be off all week from the trial, so maybe we'll go through some of the clips next week together. Oh shoot, because I think, oh man, I'm just still not feeling up for it. This is like the worst cycle I've had in probably a year. It was a bad one, guys. Anyway, so yeah, I think it was obvious. It didn't sound real. I mean, everybody else, that's what you're saying. It almost was so bad that it was embarrassing. But if only, like, let's say even like a percentage of people believe her, that's gonna do so. I mean, those are horrible claims she's making on Johnny. So even if like a chunk of people believe her, that's horrible. I don't know. I mean, we'll see. I mean, and I don't think there was any tears. I didn't see any tears. And as much as she was trying, like she was trying to cry, I feel like. Most people will try to hold it back. And they try to hold it back. She was pretending, but it was like she was like, I feel like trying her hardest to actually cry. Anyway, yeah, because the audios that we've heard just don't seem to go along with what she's saying. Because she's saying how she would leave. She said a couple times where she would just leave the situation or whatever. Didn't she? I have to watch it back. But the audio, I mean, she always wanted him to stay. And if he was doing that kind of stuff to her, why would she want him to stay so bad? She would want him to get out. Like, you know what I'm saying? But she was always begging him to stay. I'm sorry. I can't see somebody begging somebody to stay. Yes, I can see a victim staying with their abuser in a relationship. That happens all the time. But not in the moment after an abuse happens. In that moment, they're not going to beg him to don't leave the situation right now. Don't leave. No, they're going to want him to leave. And yeah, a lot of the times they go back to him. But I'm saying in that moment, they would be glad to get away from him. In my opinion, they want to get away from that situation at the moment. And like I said, a lot of them do return and they do go back to him. That is a normal thing. Sometimes it's fear. Sometimes it's, just mental problems like traumatic events from the past that make, you know what I'm saying? Like, also, I mean, she's right. It's sometimes where the good times are so good that you're not willing to get rid of like the grit. Because when it's good, it's so good. So you're willing to put up with the horrible times because of those amazing good times. But those in those little current situations, you're going to want to get away from them until let them cool down and then until like next time. You know what I'm saying? So no, that's not typical in my opinion for her to beg him to always not leave. I'm sorry. I don't know. What do you guys think? I know most of you guys, a lot of you guys think probably close to the same, I would guess, huh? From your comments. Yeah, so I don't think she was afraid either. It didn't seem like from what we've heard in those audios, because that's what we got to go by. I mean, none of us were there in those moments, but we do have a lot of audio we can listen to. So we're kind of there. You know what I'm saying? We're kind of experiencing it through those. So that's the best thing we could go by. And it doesn't sound like she was afraid in those audio. It doesn't sound like a typical person that just got abused like that, that she would beg her abuser to stay in that moment. No, I mean, that would be very odd. Yeah. But I am, hopefully tomorrow, hopefully I'll be feeling better, that I'll stay longer tomorrow, maybe chat with you for sure. After next week, they're going to be off, but for sure that, when the trial starts back up the following week, I'm sure I'll be feeling a lot better, and I'll probably, either stay after for a while or maybe do another one at night, because I'll probably be all ready to talk. But just the way I'm feeling, not today. It's not going to happen today. I feel like I'm going to take a nap. But yeah, so we will talk, because I do have a lot more to say, and I want to watch this again, and maybe next week go watch it again, and I'll have more thoughts, because I missed a lot. Like I said, there was a key part where it cut out when I was on the phone. The first probably like almost an hour, I was maybe more like 30, 40 minutes. I was sidetracked with Zeke. So I definitely need to be doing another one. I mean, rewatch it and do another one. Amber's coming forward to clear her name. Could be a mover. She was chosen. Oh, hold on. I'm behind. Puppy. Go rest. Yes, I am in a rest. Is it on her? She put. Yeah, let me just make another comment with Johnny, the way he would not look at her, in which it could be taken two different ways. It could be taken he's ashamed and it's true, which I know I don't feel that way, but I mean, you could look at it two ways. He's so ashamed of it and embarrassed because it's actually true and he can't even face it, or he's so freaking mad he don't even, you know what I'm saying? I almost think he's so mad he doesn't even want to look at her because she's making up these horrible lies about him, and he just can't even look at her. You know what I'm saying? And I think it's more that than the other. What do you guys think? I know I know you guys probably think that too, because I don't even know why I ask. I already know how at least this chat feels. Which, man, can you imagine how he's feeling if those are all lies? Oh my god. Hearing that crap. And then about his kids. Oh, man. Like we were saying, I want to see freaking. Why not bring that flight attendant as a witness? Is she a witness? And why not bring that other girl at the party as a witness? I mean, if that's true, they would be huge witnesses for her side. And isn't that like, wouldn't they be able to subpoena them? Like they would have to show up. They wouldn't have a choice, right? So if that's so true, why that would be huge, because that would be a first account, somebody who was there that saw that. Like, why not bring them? And who else were we saying why not bring as a witness? It was those two. And I feel like there was another time when she was talking and we were saying, well, why didn't they get that person as a witness? Who else? Hold on. Was there somebody else? So I don't know. I mean, I do believe he was jealous a lot, but I think it was like almost, I still have not thought of the word I'm trying to think of, where it's like reasonable, like it's it makes sense that you're jealous. What's that word? So I think he was, but I think it was because his paranoias, they were true. They were found, like it was because there was something going on. Because why didn't she ever bring up James Franco or Elon? Or well, Elon was, I guess, was after she got the restraining order, but when she was still trying to get back with him. Remember, she had that meeting. But why wouldn't she? You know, she made sure she didn't say him. You know what I'm saying? When she was talking about how he was jealous of, she thought she was having a relationship with her old partner and her friend from Spain. Why don't you say James too, huh? Because you know that's true. So you say James, and they're the cross exam, they're gonna rip you apart. Well, either way they could bring it up. But you know what I'm saying? Because maybe that's why he was super jealous, because she actually did have, you know, she was cheating on him at times. So then he was extra sensitive about everybody, you know? So anyway, wait, what? Wait, what's going on? Suspicious? I didn't even notice anybody in chat. Huh. I don't even know. Huh. Is there somebody? I don't know. I can't go through all the chat right now. But all right, guys. Thanks, Michelle. Is Batman still here? Yay, Batman! Oh, wait, I should play your video. I feel like you're so freaking darn cute. I want to give you a big hug when I saw you. When I finally got to see you. It's like, oh, I want to give him a hug. Well, I'm going to put it on the community post. I'll play, or maybe even play it next week, his headstand. I'll have to get it and edit it, make sure I don't have or you even had it on yours too. So yeah, we'll play it sometime. It's so freaking cute. Like he, I don't know. You'll see what I'm talking about when we watch in real Batman. Oh, thanks, Batman. He's so sweet. Talented. I don't even know how you do that with your legs too. But anyway, all right, we'll watch it when I'm feeling better. But all right, guys. Thanks. I know Zeke's calling me. I think my mom just got home. So he's barking. But all right, guys, I will see you tomorrow. 9:45 sharp. Be there. Do you think they'll get to the cross exam yet by tomorrow? Because I don't know though. No, yeah, I'm sure they'll get to some of it because that's a whole day. Yeah. I would hope, but I don't know. They might. Do you think that the direct exam would last all day? I don't know. I guess we'll see. All right, guys. See ya. Thanks again, Batman. Bye, L. Anders. Bye, guys.